manipulation of the real world. And in the case of magic, it's about consciousness. So your thoughts and the power of your thoughts can be brought manifest through the connection between your soul and Gaia, essentially. And the more, like, the deeper the connection, the more understanding you have of the world, the better a mage you are. And even the most basic adventurers have to have some sort of understanding of magic, because the idea of how the, like, battle mechanics work is, like in Final Fantasy XI, with weapon skill, and then that weapon skill essentially, like, fissures the soulscape, and then the opposite element of that, so let's say it's earth, you start with earth, and you create a fissure from earth, and then you cast thunder on it, which is the opposite, and it kind of, like, expels it back, and it tears the fissure open into a rift, and then if you cast magic on that rift, it then implodes. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. You're great, bro. Hell yeah. Still male. Get off my follower list. You're fucking killing me, bro. Adventurers themselves, not to be the ones to start another Beastman war. Being an adventurer is an honor. It's not a privilege. And you can be stripped of your adventurer's ID. Unlocks all of the locked doors that things are, like, gate kept behind. I want to leave the gaps that allow the reader to fill in order for them to feel that the world is their own. Very fantastic, magical world. So when describing it, I would, like, kind of, you know, feel like it was like tapping on a keyboard kind of idea, and like swishing across.
Jeez. Come on, Speedy.
Wow. He's really on there good.
Thank you so much, Valiant Boy. Oh my fucking god, that's amazing. Thank you for the subscription. You are the first ever subscriber. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This toke is for you, my good friend. There you go, you're a moderator now. Don't worry, bro. I'm always on kick, but Twitch don't cause me a problem. Yeah, no worries. It's whatever. That's why I multi-stream. Whatever platform you prefer to be on that platform. I'm gonna say, go read a chapter of a book. Honestly. Lazy Panda! Welcome to the stream! How's it going? If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! As always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Hate is funny. We make fun of people who come in here and be like, bro, fucking go kill yourself, you fucking tranny whore, buzz, fucking... And I'm like, okay, first of all, let me ask you, why do you believe what you believe? And is there any way I can change your opinion of belief? And first of all, I am just a cross-dresser. So then I, go into the spew about, what do you call a woman who wears pants? Well, normal. What do you call a dude who wears a dress? A cross-dresser. Well, at some point in time, that's not going to be the case. At some point in time, it's just going to be acceptable that you can just wear whatever clothes you want. And if you want to wear makeup, just wear makeup. Gotta go check on our food. So close to dead. Nice, right in the face. What an ending. What an ending. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Oh, well, I guess we can, we got a bunch of new shit. So if you want to check out the new emotes and the new commands, we also got timed messages now. 33,259. Holy shit, bro. Blow me out of the water. I'm like, where the hell should I put... Yo, 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 boys. We back at it. Welcome, welcome. How's it going, everyone? So, I got some food on the way. It's just a little late, so... We have ASL ready for Group C, but I as well saw this, so I figured we'd do this while I was waiting, because then I don't have to worry about stopping it midway. This is shit. Get out of here, YouTube. Start this over. Sound right on this. I don't know how loud this is gonna be. New mysteries uncovered in NASA's Forgotten Moon Mission archives. Ooh.
What's up, guys? Tyler here with Secure Team. Welcome back. Now, if you've been with me for a while, you know that
I've
there's
been with you the whole time, Tyler.
I always come back to when it comes to UFOs and hidden anomalies, and that's the moon. Not just any part of the moon, but the archives, the so-called official photos from NASA's Apollo missions, because buried in these publicly released images are secrets, and today we are pulling back the curtain on one of the most mind-bending ones yet. Now, before we dive into today's discovery, I want to quickly touch on something that most of you have probably seen before. It's one of the most famous Apollo-era lunar anomaly photographs ever documented, which is the triangle formation of 3 blue lights in the image snapped during the Apollo 17 mission, which can be found under the label AS17-147-22470. Now, this isn't today's main focus, but it sets the stage for what I've recently uncovered. So, keep this image and this familiar sight in mind as we move forward. But if you haven't seen it or you're not familiar with the image, here it is in its raw, highest resolution form that can be found publicly, that is. And what this image shows is a standard lunar landscape, craters, gray soil, some distant hills. The astronauts were walking around snapping photos as they do on every moon mission, but if you look closely up in the sky, near the upper right of the image or photograph, there are 3 glowing blue lights arranged in a precise triangular formation. Like many others, these images are manipulated before being made public by NASA, with a huge amount of these photographs having either their brightness increased to wash out all manner of detail, or their brightness lowered to where you almost have a completely dark image, as was the case in this Apollo 17 pic. But with some basic brightness and contrast enhancement, this ominous and mysterious blue formation of lights come into perfect view, displaying perfect geometry, perfect spacing, just floating there above the lunar hills. And what was NASA's take on this photograph? Well, nothing. They've been totally silent. No clarification, no press release, no mention of it in any transcripts. And let's be honest, if this were a lens flare or an artifact from the camera, they would have said so, right? But instead, crickets, and the silence speaks volumes. Now here is where things start to heat up, keeping that first image in mind. So while I was doing some digging, siphoning through photo after photo from the various missions, going hunting for anomalous structures down on the lunar surface or things hovering up above it, I came across another lunar mission, which was the Apollo 12 mission, and the photos taken during it. And in this mission's image archive, we find photo number AS12-46-6848. Now, at first glance, it's nothing special, until you zoom in, where near the center of the image, I have seemingly discovered, yet again, a triangular pattern of glowing lights, this time with a reddish-orange hue. Now, these lights look to be a bit smaller, a little bit more subtle, but clearly there when compared to the Apollo 17 photograph, and unmistakably are arranged in the same.
That's why we love you,
shape.
Tyler. You do all the work
And
for
I'll show
us.
you some different filtered versions here where I tried my best to bring this UFO orb formation out the best I could.
Looks legit to me, boys. But you know, it could be fucking anything. That's the craziest thing about space. You have no idea. Everyone just says, oh, it's aliens, it's gotta be. But who knows? It could be some sort of fucking ball lightning effect on fucking the moon. Honestly, could be fucking anything.
But think about this.
But we
Two
want it to be
different
aliens.
missions, years apart, different cameras used, and yet somehow the same pattern appears again in the lunar sky. And are we really supposed to believe this is all a coincidence? So let's talk about the details of these photographs. In the Apollo 17 image, which was the last moon mission publicly that we know of, the lights appear larger and more defined. They are blue in color and almost hazy, as if they're surrounded by plasma. Then in the Apollo 12's image, the lights are smaller, more of a fiery orange reddish color, and appear to hover with the same spacing and alignment. And it's like someone or something is watching, stationed, tracking, or maybe even guarding something. Again, years apart, different cameras, and yet here we are. And again, the lack of a reaction from NASA is telling. We know that NASA and their image techs have airbrushed images, cut live feeds, and archived thousands of photographs without ever reviewing them publicly. And they even erased all of the original Apollo moon landing film footage under the
Supposedly
guise of
erased.
a simple accident.
They
And
said they
again,
did,
we're
but I don't
talking
believe
about
they
the
did.
most
I think they just don't want
important
people to see it.
footage ever captured, known to mankind. But the truth is, when it comes to the footage and the photos that we do have and that are available to the public, well, one thing is for sure, they couldn't cover up or airbrush out every single UFO, and some things slipped through the cracks. And in my opinion, what we are looking at right now is one of those things. And if that wasn't enough, the very next image in the Apollo 12 series, as I was scanning through and had just discovered this one, we go to photo AS12-46.
It's going to be the exact same thing, right?
49, which offers something even stranger. Captured just seconds later from the same vantage point snapped by the astronaut, we see the same lunar terrain. However, up on the horizon, hovering above the blackness of space, is this odd, elongated object, white, smooth, and shaped like a bowling pin, which is really the only thing I could relate it to. So we will call it the bowling pin UFO. So whether we zoom in, enhance it, shift the contrast, whatever we do to this photo, this UFO stays consistent. It's not a rock, it's not dust, and it's not a camera glitch. And remember, these were old-style photographic film cameras, not digital. And
Yeah, so
whatever
it's no
this
kind of artifact from a
bowling
digital
pin-shaped
thing.
UFO remains completely unexplained. No astronaut comment, no mention in the mission logs, and yet it's there, floating silently in the void. And here's another odd thing, and a part that bugs me a little bit. As I kept flipping through the Apollo 12 archive, and you'll see this on any of the other Apollo missions, something started to stand out. The images that are in sequence are extremely repetitive, over and over, shots of the same empty terrain, no astronauts, no tools, just gray dust and a black sky in the shot. Hundreds of them, potentially thousands. It almost feels like the astronauts were deliberately capturing long sequences of photographs like they were trying to catch something in the act, on film, whether they were told to or not. And that's a whole other question. But it seems as if they wasted a lot of film snapping photographs of the same exact areas, the same exact empty skies above the moon, almost as if maybe they were baiting something or trying to, or were monitoring for activity, because it sure seems that way to me. You know, or maybe they were just keeping the cameras running and hoping the anomalies would reveal themselves. I'll let you guys decide as always, but one thing's for sure, these photos weren't taken by accident. There are patterns here, and once you start seeing them, you can't unsee them. These anomalies are right there in plain sight, and no one is talking about them, except us. Sure, they get brought up from time to time, but not in the way that they should be and that they deserve to be. So, if you want to check out these images for yourself, I'll drop down all the direct links to the Apollo 12 and Apollo 17 photos in the description below, where you guys can dive in, zoom, analyze, because the more eyes we have on these archives, the more secrets we'll pull out. And just a tip here for you guys and any of you would-be anomaly hunters out there who are going to start looking at moon images yourselves, there are a lot of archives of these photos online that proclaim to have the best or highest resolution versions of the original scans. And up until recently, the top runner in that race would have been a website called Flickr, where a ton of Apollo moon mission photos were published in extreme high resolution. However, that is not where to find the absolute highest resolution lunar images. And so where you can find those, well, it's on a website called marchtothemoon.com and is a part of an Arizona college project out there, and these are by far the best resolution, highest resolution scans of these lunar photographs and the anomalies within them. And they don't just feature photos from the Apollo missions, but also the Gemini missions and others. So if you want to check out these photos for yourself, I'll drop all the direct links down below. Tell me what you guys think about this newest triangle that yours truly has discovered in this Apollo 12 image. this white bowling pin UFO captured just after it. And if you find this type of material and evidence as compelling as I do, don't just keep it to yourself. It would help me a great deal if you would share this video with your friends, family, or coworkers. But let's take it a step further. If you feel inclined or you have the time, please consider reaching out to news outlets that have featured our discoveries in the past, like the New York Post or the Sun or the Independent, and others that thrive on uncovering the unexplained. Send them the link to this video, share these findings, and let's just get this information out to an even wider audience. The more voices we have, the harder it becomes to ignore. And as always, we're just getting warmed up. I've got even more Apollo anomalies to cover, plus some more crazy UFO footage, discoveries within the depths of our oceans coming up, so stay tuned for those, and don't go anywhere because we will be here continuing to uncover the truth behind the UFO and alien cover-up, one video at a time, as we have for a decade now. So subscribe to Secure Team 10 if you're new, and hit that bell so you don't miss what's coming up next. I am Tyler with Secure Team. Thank you guys for stopping by, and I will catch you all back here in just a bit. Stay safe, guys.
Alright, I gotta grab my food, and then we will begin the ASL. And as always, it's not ready yet. It's not crisp enough. So I'll put it on for another 15. So we'll probably watch the first game. Go through the interviews. See where we go from there. Damn, that's really, really quiet. I don't know if that's just the song. I hope that's just the song.
Hello and welcome to Group
Okay, yeah,
C,
that is
the
just the
round
song.
of 24, the final group
Voices
of the
are still
first
good.
week of this ASL Season 9 season.
Hell yeah!
All
Let's
things
do
happen one
this!
after another. Yesterday's Group B likewise had some unexpected
Fuck,
results.
man, yesterday
as
was
Tier 3 player
amazing.
Speed emerged as a new Terran hero, and Tier 1 player Rush followed in his steps to advance to the round of 16. Who will stay alive and move on to the round of 16 today? Let's have a word with our 4 players in this group. Hello, welcome. First up, Tier 1 player Best. Hi. Hi. You leave the regret of last season behind, as you're once again in the tournament proper. You're the kind of player whose absence from the main tournament is something difficult to even imagine. which makes me think you're determined as ever this season. Right. Getting eliminated last season led to me not having been in the round of 16 for a while. I felt empty, so this time I want to make it past the round of 16. I personally think this is not an easy group, so I had to steel myself coming here. Wrapping up your stream yesterday, you said you were trembling, you were nervous, but you will try to advance. It's curious that a player with your experience would be nervous. What part made you feel this way? It's just the feeling of playing in a tournament. I feel excited, I feel nervous, but this is more of a positive feeling than a negative one. I want to play and win whilst in a good mood.
Hell yeah.
Best seems to have come prepared with a lot of things as he engages with an excited mindset. Let's talk to
Well, we
BTS,
did Best or
aka
Queen.
True.
It was
Hi.
ridiculous.
Hello.
Last season was so
This is your first time
so
qualifying
ridiculous,
for an
and then
official tournament
Sulky
in StarCraft
just
1, having
dominated
won the finals at ACS.
everyone.
How are you feeling?
It was
ahead
kind
of
of
playing in the ASL?
ridiculous.
The ACS was announced and I just chose to participate. I'm a little nervous, but I'll try my best.
Good old
You
newcomers.
say you're nervous, but it's hard to believe because up until the interview, I saw you were engaged in banter with mine. What did you guys talk about? Oh, have you practiced and such, asking stuff like that. He was scoffing at me when I said I will advance. With the careers the players in Group C have under their belts, whenever you were dispatched to this group, you must have had a lot going through your mind. All of these guys are very good, and when I practiced, I realized, wow, StarCraft really is a difficult game. It wasn't easy, but I will try and do well today.
So it's the top 24 in the
So I
fucking
guess
world.
Mind was the first person to hear how motivated you are to advance. Let's talk to Mind then. It occurs to me that from your perspective, last season must have been a bit of a disappointment. It's a fresh season, you will have come with a fresh mindset. How are you feeling? Having been knocked out in the round of 24 last season, this time I do want to advance. The group is not an easy one, so I prepared diligently, and as long as I do well, I think there is a chance I break through. When Barrack saw how much you were preparing off stream, he said, "What the hell, how much is this guy preparing?" There is a rumor you have an axe to grind this season. Who said that? I just prepared the same way. In any case, you know, I've heard people say my TVT has been lacking recently. I think that's what I prepared a lot for. What are your thoughts on BTS saying he will advance? What was the meaning of that smile when you scoffed? Like, what, advance where? There's somewhere for you to advance?
True.
But let me say this, I do think he is an underdog here, but he is a Zerg with tricks up his sleeve. It's tough to make heads or tails of it. I always get the impression he can't play, but somehow he still wins. It would not do for me to dismiss or ignore him here. So
True
slight
is a
grin of
sneaky
nervousness
player,
and
man.
having to stay on your toes, perhaps.
He's like a
Let's have word with
secondary
Barracks too.
larva.
Hello. Hello. Today is your 10th appearance in the main tournament. You must be feeling lots of emotions. Considering you show clear signs of growth time in and time out, there's a lot of expectations surrounding you this season too. What do you think? I want to show people how I'm improving, so I work hard, and I wanted to show I've improved even more this season. So I've come here having practiced a lot. Perhaps the fact that you advanced through the round of 24 in first place both last season and the season before that is the biggest reason behind these expectations. How likely would you say it is for you to advance in first place today as well? Today's group is tough, but whenever I play, I aim for 2 straight wins.
I don't
I'll
know
be
if Barracks and
confident today
Mind will make it out,
try
like
to
out of
advance
those
with
two.
2
I
wins again.
don't think True is going to make it
Got it.
out, and
Let's
I
dive
think
deeper
Best
into
is
our discussion
definitely
about
going to
Group
make
C.
it out.
The following question
Most
is once again
likely
for
it'll be
Barracks.
Best in Mind,
Now we've only had 2
but
groups
Barracks
played in the round of
could
24 so far,
could make it out.
but the ruckus caused by Tier 3 and Tier 4
The best
players
should make
can't
it
be
out first.
overstated. Having watched those games, I want to know what your take is on the Tier 3 and Tier 4 players in Group C. How did you enjoy those previous broadcasts? Oh, yesterday was a massive mishap. I've been in the same group as Hyun before, and I always thought of him as a one-trick pony, and today BTS can likewise pull something out. It can't be taken lightly. If we
It's a
end up
best of
playing,
one.
it won't
Anyone
do
can
for me to
win.
be careless. Both Mind and Barracks are saying BTS is a Zerg who can pull one big punch, and Tier 3 and 4 players were very active in Groups A and B. With that in mind, do you, BTS, as a Tier 4 player, also see this as I need to step it up today? Right. Yeah, but you know, I don't just have one punch in me. You've got two, you've got three? Yeah, I'll pull 2 or 3 punches. You're saying looking at you as a one-trick pony is an oversight? Yeah. Oh, I see. Well, you're certainly raising expectations, BTS. Turning to our next question, the Tier 1 and 2 players of Group C, Best and Mind, you guys have met 10 times in total in the ASL. That's a lot. In
Clash of
Ones,
Titans.
Best is leading 3-1, and in Extended Series, Mind is leading 4-2. If you were to meet today, it's the round of 24, so it's a best of 1. I want to hear what your guys' take is on that. Best? I don't really pay much attention to that. Rather than focusing on my opponent, I try and play well myself to win. As long as I do well, I should be able to win. And how do you feel having warmed up today? It wasn't bad, but I'll have to first play BTS to know. Oh, you need to face BTS first to know if you're all warmed up. Right. Got it. Mind, the storyline between you and Best is something we're focusing on. If you meet today, what will it be? If we meet, then that will be good, because it means I've gone to the winners match. Wait, you just said BTS can pull some punches. I meant in ZVT, but not in ZVP. Yeah, ZVP, there's maps, it just won't be easy. So it will be nice for me to play Best, because it means it's in the winners match.
Ooh,
I understand.
snarky.
Looking forward to seeing if this 11th match between the two comes to fruition. Let's hear your final words of resolution. Best? I got knocked out last season and had nothing to do since then. I will advance and ensure I have things to practice for a while. Good. BTS? It feels nice to be on stage again after a long time. I'll do my best to show what I have prepared. Looking forward to a good match. Mind? I will make sure to go to the round of 16 today. Okay,
Hell
and
yeah.
lastly,
Let's
Barracks,
get some games going, boys.
I'll try and show good games according to how I prepared. Can't wait. Looking forward to good games
Barracks
from
is
you
like,
guys. Thanks for the
fuck.
interview.
I'm gonna lose to True.
And that does it for our interview with the 4 players of the final round of 24 group of the first
I can
week
go
of
check on my
ASL
food. I'll be
19.
right back.
Let's kick things off and see which 2 will stay alive to fight on throughout the rest of the season.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Group C here in the round of 24, season 19 of the ASL. Exciting day today. Tough group to call. Who exactly is going to be moving out of here?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of upset potential all over the place, and in fact, I have a hard time even choosing who the top 2 are. You know, I think that True probably has the hardest time coming up. You know, obviously, BTS, the Zerg player, you know, of course, everyone wants to change their IDs and make sure that no one can remember who they are. But that's True from the old StarCraft 2 days. He was a Jin Air player. And, you know, played for some other teams as well. He had some good success in StarCraft 2. And honestly, like, I think he's really good. He's in very good shape right now. But Best Mind and Barracks are all looking extremely, extremely strong.
Yeah, and I didn't sleep on True here either. You know, this guy was a real monster at times, one of the very best StarCraft 2 players that there was. when he was in his prime. So, you know, he could surprise us here. We've already seen a couple of the StarCraft 2 guys coming back and looking really good, like TY.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that both Rain and Solkey were StarCraft 2 legends that then came back and had very dominant periods. In fact,
Absolutely.
Solkey, of course, still dominant. So, yeah, I mean, let's see how he does exactly here. You know, Mind has been very much improving. He looks extremely strong and a real threat. Barracks is in great shape. Best is always looking good. He has consistently been unable to win an ASL. And in a lot of the ASLs, he doesn't get that deep. He's had a couple of moments where he's gotten a little bit further in there. But we'll see if he's in that kind of tournament condition he needs to be in to perform here today.
I just think this is a fantastic group. One of the best groups, for sure. You know, True is such a wild card. Best is always awesome, as you said. Barracks and Mind, that is the clash of styles. Like, we have Barracks, who is mechanically really good right now. He just keeps improving. Like, he might actually surpass people like JYJ and Royal, like, permanently coming up here. And then Mind is, like, the exact opposite. Like, he just is the thinking man's Terran, the scholar Terran, as they used to call him. And he really still plays like that. Like, he's really smart. He finds his timings. He knows what to do. He makes great plans. So...
True.
that match alone, I'm really excited about.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. I think there's a lot of different ways that each of these games could go. I think there isn't any obvious call. Very surprising for me, by the way, just to see True here at all. It was kind of a, you know, I didn't even really realize he was back and playing StarCraft 1 until I saw him in the lineup. So this is going to be a fun one. A lot of these guys that come from StarCraft 2 have brought a lot of very different ideas and approaches.
So true.
Strategically, build order-wise, it's been very fascinating to see. You know, StarCraft 1 and 2 are very similar to each other, but there are these certain operating principles and approaches that have been very different in the past. Excuse me, I'm choking here. So it's really cool when you see a you know, top-tier world-class player from one switch over to the other and see what ideas they bring there.
Yeah, and we have so many of them right on the brink. Like, TY almost made it this season. MC came so close this season as well. But, you know, True won the ACS, and he is in good shape. I've actually casted so many of his games. I got really excited to see him and rising up the ladder and everything. And he really does bring a completely different style than the other Zergs. I'm actually very excited about him as he continues to improve at StarCraft 1. But, like I said, this group might be a bit too much. Like, you can't sleep on Best in early rounds. He's a juggernaut in these early rounds.
Damn, Best over there with a huge Americano. I know the little coffee shop next to the studio where he gets that.
Mammoth
That
coffee.
is like a big gulp size
Yeah.
amount of Americano. He's going to be very caffeinated all night. Very cool to see True back here. I believe it was the tournament that we both casted in Montreal.
Yes.
Where we saw True just murdering everybody. He
Yes.
kind of stole the whole show. Retired, I guess, in kind of the middle of StarCraft 2.
Yeah.
You know, had a good run, and then, you know, like a lot of these guys, sometimes they step away. They want to try to do something else. And it seems like in that downtime, he was just playing StarCraft 1 during this big StarCraft 1 revival, this big resurgence.
Kill them
clearly
all!
he's in good enough shape to
Kill
get
them
into
all!
ASL, so top 24 in the world here. And it's going to be a big test. I mean, is this going to be a kind of crazy one-off where we all go, remember when True was here that one time? Or could he actually tear through this group and maybe go deep?
I don't know. I'm excited to see it, though, because he is very fun. His style is very, very cool. We're going to go into clips for match 1 here. Best against True.
One A, 2A, 3A, 4A, 5A, 6A.
Okay.
Let's
going into our first game here
go!
on Eclipse, it's Best here in the top right. And True in the bottom left. He is going by the ID BTS, but we'll be referring to him as True since that's what he's better known as.
That's his. That's just
again,
his initials, Bangtae Su. So,
Oh,
very
I assumed
original.
it was the with hand. I was like, that's really lame.
No,
Okay.
yeah, that's what I thought at first. I'm like, oh, wait a minute, his name.
I mean, it's a safe bet, right? You see
Yeah.
BTS, you see somebody from Korea, you go, okay, I guess I know where you got that from. Real quick, guys, the plug that we do every time we start a day of ASL. We just hope we can get your guys' support on Patreon. Patreon.com/ASL English. We have been keeping the history of StarCraft alive. This game is a quarter of a century old. The support has been incredible. We love you guys so much for it, but consider signing up. It would mean the world to us, and we wouldn't be able to do it without you.
Support
Thank you very much, everyone. You know, Brood War is in good hands with you guys helping out. So thank you very much. Check it out again, patreon.com/ASL English. All right. So, you know, I feel like True's ZVP is generally pretty aggressive. So I wouldn't be like too surprised if. Oh, what are you owing about?
Did you notice? Did you notice he stopped the Overlord there? There's a trick where players will sneak underneath the Overlord, and then cannon rush. But he had it parked there for a little bit, so he looks like he has some kind of timing for that setup. But I think this is still going to be the same trick. He just takes another alternate path down here.
Yeah, he's going around.
He's gone underneath it. You basically go through the blind spot, and you're easily able to cannon rush. So he has a second drone here ready to stop this.
Yeah.
So very thorough with how he's. Okay, he's got to get to the other side. This is going to be really hard to pull off. Oh, my God, he blocked himself out. No. Now he could loop back around and cancel it on the other side.
True's ready for him. True's ready for him.
Oh my God, that's one of the craziest tricks. So if you make it a simulator there.
Such a joke.
Oh my God, I'm knocking the mouse. I'm going to break this recording here, Joseph. Okay, sorry, I'm knocking the mouse off my desk when I'm casting this. You can make it a simulator and you'll fit through, and then you can cancel it, and it seals it up. So he makes.
God, these games are amazing.
You basically need 2 cannons here if you're going to have the rush work. You can't do the cannon. You can't do it with one. He's got the second cannon started, but this was a little bit later than it would have been ideally.
Mm-hmm. You
so
see if True can hold it.
This is crazy. The probe parkour to get over there, and now he has the 2 cannons. He brings a second probe down. He's microing it really well. And True says, screw it, we're just canceling it. So Best cancels one of the cannons. Wow. Wow. What a crazy opener to this game.
Yeah, that's wild. Okay, so he actually pulled it off, and True decided to not like commit into this and try to give it his all and stop it. He cancels. He goes to his third base. He takes his his first gas. So it's going to be a pretty early gas here. A lot of times Zergs will get their gas after their third hatchery. Now, the problem here is that Best can develop pretty normally back at home. I mean, his Nexus is delayed, but of course it doesn't matter because he delayed his opponent's hatchery. But I want to see what kind of game True's going to give us here.
Really hard to say. Like, you know, he's been thrown off so far at this point. He is mining quite a bit of gas at the moment. Obviously, you want an additional hatchery. Maybe he makes it like above here. Okay, he does have a line of Zerglings here. So he starts the hatch, and he might just be doing that to tank up a few hits here and get in with the Lings. But goes after it. This is actually one of the cleanest clears I can even imagine. That was expertly done by True.
Yeah, almost surgical precision there with how he got in. And so he's going to have his third hatchery up here. I got to say, maybe one of the most clean post-cannon rush holds I've seen.
Yes.
You know, he canceled. He made his other hatchery. He patiently waited until he had, I guess it was maybe like 10 Zerglings is the magic number, and then just runs through.
So I have a couple thoughts about this, okay? Like, probably about 4 thoughts that I want to run through real quickly. But first off, Best cannon rushes more than everyone else in ASL. I just want to put that out there. He's been in, I think, all but like 1 season, and he has done by far the most cannon rushes against Zerg.
That's true.
Okay, so True was kind of ready for it, but also the cleanness with which he... Okay, first off, the drone waiting for the probe, I thought Best was going to have to cancel and just make a Nexus. You know, I'm like, oh, you know, he's got a drone. Oh, he brings a second drone. This looks really good. And then he parkours over and makes it work anyways. That was really, really good execution. But the fact that True just cancels out and, like, cleans it really, really well, because sometimes you see people clean these cannon rushes and it's a little bit messy. It kind of reminds me, you know, in StarCraft 2, like, you couldn't really stop cannon rushes very well because everything's tight when you make it. And obviously True played that for a long time. So I wonder if that might have come into play a little bit with where he was more decisive than most Zergs I see against these cannon rushes. He knew what he wanted to do. He went for it immediately. Nothing was wasted on his side.
Your cannon rushes are very circumstantial. I do a decent amount nowadays, and I just do them on maps where they work, where if I see someone go hatchery first, I go, okay, you're not respecting, the opportunity that I have. I'm going to do this rush. But yeah, just in StarCraft 2 are a lot more brutal and a lot, I think, more complex and difficult to deal with. Not that there's not complexity in the early game cannon rush of StarCraft 1, but it's kind of simple. But yeah, True completely cool as he handled that. Now he's got one Zealot being chased, but that's basically a decoy to let these other two Zealots run in here. And he wants to try to kill as many drones as possible, and after that, probably wedge the Zealots behind the minerals.
That's a really great move from True. From Best. True here, he wants to go for 3-hatch Hydra. We already saw that Hydralisk Den, but now he has to clean these Zealots out. He can't. He's not, well, okay, he makes a Hydra, so he shows exactly what's going on at this point, and that's going to give Best more than enough time. But the thing is, True can just turn this into a macro game. He already started his 4th hatch anyways, so, Best is going to make the cannons, and, I'm sure True will bring these across the map, but I feel like this is just going to go into a pretty regular and big macro game.
There is, like, a 4-hatch Hydra bust that happens in a lot of post-cannon rush games. And I've experienced it enough. I remember the first couple times that it happened, I'm like, that's like kind of a weird one-off strategy, but I've seen it enough times, it seems like it works. And I guess the idea is that they don't actually have enough room to make all the cannons, and the Templars get so delayed overall with this.
Okay.
That if you're fast enough when you recover, they can bust you down. I don't know for sure that that's what this is, but I see no layer, I see 4 hatches, and I see Lings and Hydras headed over to the entrance.
Okay.
And sometimes even when they get stormed, you kind of run back and dodge it. It's a really weird thing. And so let's see if we can have it happen here now. And
the optimization after a cannon rush is insane.
Whether it succeeds or fails, the game's in a different spot than if it had never happened, right?
For sure.
So it seems like some Zergs have this mapped out where it's like, actually, you can make like a lot of Hydras and maybe force this down. Because see, the Templar Archives is just now going to finish. So Templars with enough energy and Psystorm finishing is pretty far away, right?
That's like 2.5 minutes.
So far, we've only really seen mostly drones coming out on the other side. Best right now, sacrificing some Zealots. He's trying to get his +1 to finish. He did start another Forge in the main base, but really wants that +1. He's going to come out again here. And you can see this is quite the dance to try to get this +1 done.
Hey, Cocoon for rank with a friend.
I think you're right.
Hell yeah, Muffin.
I miscalled there. I thought this was going to be that bust, but it looks
I
like
didn't
Hydras
see
are
you on
basically
earlier.
staying back home, and with a couple more drones being made, a layer started an Evo chamber. I guess, when the Corsair scouts that and sees more Hydras, it does force more cannons, right? Like you saw back there. And now with the Corsair gone, I believe it was shot down, he's going to send more over here, so he might actually go back into this attempted aggression. Again, the Templar's not out. Storm probably close to being
Ducks
done, but
on
not quite
Quack.
done yet.
That's a pretty good name.
Well, layer is on the way. The extra Hydras are coming up, but between the Speed Zealots and this many cannons, it's going to be like 8 cannons. I don't think you attack in here. I don't think it works, right? That's not quite enough. But he is making more. Maybe it is that bust you were talking about.
Is duo Q like faster?
I've experienced this a couple times, and every time I think
I'm gonna go to my stream, see you at the end.
Die.
Sounds good, Muffin.
Like
enjoy. I'll be lurking.
Pushes him in, just not all the way into attack, but just enough to like lose shields, and then kind of runs back. And we have the first Templar out, 55 energy on that. And remember that you can, set this up for a Lurker Contain later. Lurker Contains are great on this map too.
Yeah.
And that may be what we have here.
I actually saw recently a game with an old school proxy hatchery sunken spore Lurker Contain on this map recently. So I wonder if we could see that in this ASL
that's a throwback.
Well. Yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, I haven't seen that in a long time.
There was a period where like every PvZ, the Zerg would just make a hatchery outside of your base. Lurkers, spores, and sunken colonies. It was
Caseless,
brutal.
fix your mic.
And I guess the modern theory now is that you can do fine with just the lurkers, but yeah, maybe we'll see that kind of come back. I don't see why necessarily, if you're going to just make the whole game about not letting them out of their natural base, I don't see a really good argument for why you wouldn't want to have a hatchery there with, like, let's say a spore.
Yeah.
Like, I think the hardest part about PvZ, and there's a lot of hard parts about it, is honestly keeping observers alive.
That
I
is,
think there
yeah.
are not many other matchups where you can find something that is that difficult. The Observer is like an F-class unit. It's so slow.
So bad.
I mean, I know it's cloaked. If it wasn't, I can't even imagine a worse unit. But
yeah, if
Skirts,
Observer
Mutas can
wasn't
snipe
just
that stuff
automatically
down
cloaked,
so
it
easily.
would be the worst unit in
That's
the fucking
actually
game.
Noni used to say the same thing. He
We're
used
gonna
to
fire
talk about
back.
how Spore Colony was the most broken thing in the entire game. It's like
got, like, a
invincible
range
and
of
it's like
9.
rapid fire and like it kills observers so quickly. All that.
I mean, the Observers, they're
Where's
just so
her
slow when they
insane?
start out. The number of times I've seen a turret and like thought I reacted fast enough, and I watched that final missile just kill the Observer, and I'm like, oh my god. By the way, he's kind of backed out. I thought we were going to have a Lurker contain. It seems like maybe not. The Dark Archon setup, by the way, is pretty empty in Mutalisks. So a lot of times, if you go for a bunch of Hydras early on, see like we have now here, Mutas will come out next. And the idea is when the push comes, the Mutas kamikaze into the Protoss army, and they snipe each of the Templars. And so Dark Archons are used to basically blind counter this. And so they use Melee Storm, freeze them,
Maelstrom.
Storm and Dragoons.
Maelstrom,
By the way,
tasteless.
I thought this Corsair was dead, unless it's a new one, but I guess it actually went all the way back into this spot over here.
Muta's going to go down and start harassing the probes a bit, and he actually does get it. He needs a Psy Storm to hit, though.
God, he did.
His
Does that hit him all?
Oh my god, he
So
destroyed
the
them!
way the High Templar there, so he
That was
panic through it, 'cause
beautiful.
Maelstrom doesn't last that long, but that was a great move from Best.
That was so
I
good.
have to say, you know, we used to, like, a long time ago, you look back in time, and, like, Best has been one of the best Protosses for, you know, like, almost 20 years at this point. But we used to really think of him just as, like, a great macro player, but like, this guy uses Dark Archons more than any other Protoss. He cannon rushes more than any other Protoss, but still has that great macro base. I just love watching him play, man. He is
I think
he is
that everybody's...
amazing.
Yeah, I feel like it's really easy to be a fan of this guy.
Yeah.
Even if you don't play Protoss.
Absolutely.
You know, like a lot of times you play one race, so you kind of always look at it from one perspective, but I mean, he's just a really fun player, and he's got a lot of cool ideas. He uses Dark Archons a lot in PvP as well. It's kind of cool to see, by the way, True just go back in the Mutas. He's basically like, okay, well, you're not going to have like a bunch of Dark Archons.
This
I
is
think it's
actually
100 energy to freeze them.
Yeah, it is. And this is actually a very regular True thing. True actually plays Hydra Muta most of the time in mid-game to late game. Where, oh my god, look at this. You can see he snipes really quite well, but will end up losing a lot. But he does like these very kind of tempo-oriented plays where he swings back and forth between Hydra and Muta, and he just focuses on killing off High Templars and killing you with Hydras. I've seen a lot of games of True doing this.
And it's very much like the way that he played StarCraft 2. Like, in your face, you know, constantly, you know, Baneling counterattacks, Ling counterattacks. He was just kind of he's a frustrating player if you're going to try to be out on the map. As the guy that's trying to push, that's got this, like, slow, strong, but lumbering army. True knows how to exploit that. So I think we saw him whittled down to about 2 Templars. Really, you always want 4. And then sometimes you end up getting more Templars in, like, a much later game because you're storm dropping. He's remade the Mutas. I only see 2 Templars right now. So, I mean, those Mutas could just die. Oh, never mind. He's got 2 more back over here.
The 2 Templars do have
this is where the push is happening.
One of those Templars has
Sorry,
3 storms on it because he does have Kadaran Amulet, and that's like a maxed out energy one. So he does have a lot of storms, especially if that one doesn't get sniped quickly. But here he comes. He's coming after the high energy one. Oh, that was a 250 energy Templar. He gets both of them. And now he gets the one in the back. Dude, this looks bad for Best right now. He has lost so many High Templars. He has not gotten the storms off he needs. And this is a ridiculous amount of Hydralisks.
Yeah, I mean, the Hydra, the whole idea is you just kill enough of the Templars that the Hydras will win the fight. Now, amazingly, Best with the best macro maybe in the world is still going to win this fight with Dragoons and Zealots, which is crazy, by the way.
He took it in the perfect position there, Tasteless. He was on the high ground against the low ground Hydras, and there's only a thin line of that low ground in the middle of Eclipse. But still, True was focusing up here on killing off the cannons at this expansion with the leftover Mutas and Hydras. Damn, man. This is a sick game. I feel like True's playing really well.
I don't actually know who's ahead right now.
So dialed in.
StarCraft is a game about priority. A lot of times people think of it like, oh, they're doing everything at once, but that's not true. They're literally doing just one thing at a time. And I think what happened back there with True is he said, okay, well, what's important is that I micro the counterattack. My Hydras will win the fight. And what you pointed out, Artosis, is that it was like a low ground to high ground situation. So actually, a lot of the Hydras were missing shots. So it was a very bad fight. It was a very bad exchange. And when we saw that skirmish on both parts of the map end, you could see True kind of
cut all those fucking Hydras,
blowing air out of
man.
his mouth, kind of making a bubble with his cheeks, and it's like a very Korean, like, oh man, kind of facial expression. I know that might sound kind of weird for you guys, but if you live out here, there's like certain mannerisms they have. But yeah, kind of realizing, oh, that didn't go at all the way it was supposed to. He's going to come in again with these Templars. He's going to snipe more, and again, it's the same idea. It's hard to pull off, but it's a simple concept. If you kill the Templars, the Hydras are just better at taking fights. They'll kill the Dragoons, the Zealots, everything else over time.
Best just has
And
so
Hydras
much,
are
so he's
super
made so many
cheap,
Dragoons. The thing is,
and they make super
Best
fast.
Army
And they take like
more
no
retention
supply.
than True's army needs. True's on
Hydralisks
here, a ton of
are truly
hatcheries.
elite units.
The Hydras, none of his units are being treated as like, oh, these are kind of long-term units that have to gain me value over time. Like, these are not lurkers, these are not spellcasters. Whereas Best, like, remaking that many Dragoons and getting more High Templars out and getting them.
Yeah, and boom, he just instantly goes for the High Templars.
Just spamming out more Hydras here. I feel like True is
How
taking
fast the
a
cannon
bit of
goes
a
down.
lead in this game for sure.
I think True might actually win.
Yeah,
This is
well,
fucking
the
scary.
one saving grace is this
Oh,
base down
shit.
here.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy. You would always expect there to be a Zergling or an Overlord or something down there, right? To see
Muffin
that,
got
but
a...
there wasn't anything. And so even though the
Amen.
third base got beat up for Best, it doesn't matter because he's already got a fourth. And this means it's 4 base versus 4 base. Now, I think True is basically locked in to this mid-game tech. We don't see a Hive coming here. He's remade the Mutas. It's the same recipe for victory that we've seen applied throughout this game. But, if you get up to 4 bases and you're still playing like this, Protoss is perfectly comfortable mining out their main and their natural and then just replacing all those probes with these 2 other bases, right? So I think Best is in a tough spot, and the next couple minutes are going to be difficult, especially if he loses more Templars. By the way, he's like made DTs, but he's not made a Dark Archon with him, which I think is a mistake. I think there's so much going on. He's just bound these into a control group and is moving around. But you can do this all day. But it's true. You can just keep remaking the meters. Oh my God.
Oh, that's huge right there. And look at the DTs actually being really helpful here. There's no Overlord in this army. Like, Best has identified that True is being kind of lazy in that regard. He doesn't even have Overlord speed 18 minutes into the game. So even though he's killing this base, the DTs are helping Best to kill off every single Hydra.
That DT's going to get into the third base.
Crazy.
Oh,
I don't think True's even watching this. Dude, this is a 10-kill DT.
Oh my
He just now
God.
notices this. He's going to realize that, his 2 most functional bases
Just got
and
fucked.
mineral-rich bases are, like, completely wiped as far as drones
Damn,
go.
Best knows how to
He's
turn
gonna go
shit
back and
around,
remake.
man.
Now, again, True doesn't know about this bottom right base. True basically thinks the game's almost over. He knows that about this time of the game, we're at about 18 minutes and 30 seconds, Protoss usually mines out.
And he's going
That's
to
a
see
good
the
time to
probes.
just sort of assume that a 2-base Protoss is done. He inadvertently sees these probes here and then realizes there's a third base. True suddenly now knows he's still in this game. This is a huge problem. The position of the one cannon is not going to be enough, for the other 3 cannons to help it. So he comes in and he cuts off.
It's a good thing he found that, or he'd be fucked.
True is inches away from finishing this game if he can stop mining at that third.
Well, he's definitely slowed it down at minimum. Best looking like he wants to do a counterattack. I think he's expecting an attack on that base, so he's trying to counter and maybe draw the army back over here. And this might kill the 4th base, but True's economy is much better than Best right now. So even if he loses this, if he busts this base from Best, Best is simply not mining anymore.
No way. Okay, he gets another DT in here.
But he's got an Overlord,
okay.
and
I
he's
love the
got...
DT's being sent around. Is there an Overlord over here?
It flew away.
I see a DT down here.
He needs to get that
but,
on the ramp.
there's so many Hydras, this might not matter. Okay, here we go.
Ooh.
Dude, remarkably, I think that actually...
True might
Hold on a
win.
second. Best is
True's
pushing
got
in on
this,
the
I think.
left side of the map.
He doesn't have enough units
I think
over
True
here.
wins as... I guess the truth is this army could also come back and kill what Best has over here too, right?
Yeah,
So
and
even though
Best isn't
is gonna do
mining.
pot shots
Best
in
has
there,
no minerals.
There's probably no way that... there's no way to
I
deal
think
with
that's
all these
GG.
units and the rest of the Hydras that are up here. I think just barely True wins this. This was a
Holy
nail biter of a
shit,
game,
that
by
was
the way. This ends
insane.
with a two-base straight up Protoss versus a barely mining third base.
And now he's checking to see to make sure he doesn't have that base.
You know,
he's like, okay, I think I'm good.
Out of his mind, and it just still seems like it wasn't enough here. Like his style, this is how he plays.
And he's gonna get like all of Templars.
Protoss.
GG. GG. Holy shit! True takes down Best.
My God.
That's insane.
I tell you, he is an exciting player to watch right now, Tasteless.
It was a great game. He did a really good job. It's funny. I feel like I'm thinking back to all the games we have where there was Hydras into Mutas, which is a lot, by the way. This is a very common strategy. You have it at low levels. You have it at high levels. You don't often see them just remake all the Mutas and just do it again immediately. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
A lot of times they freeze the Mutas, they kill them, a push comes out, the Zerg dies. He froze the Mutas, and then as he was coming out, it was just another set of Mutas. And you basically never see more than one Dark Archon ever made in PvZ. But
yeah,
interesting move. True locked in, just kept that formula going.
Zerg
Eventually he got enough damage in there that Best had to tap out. Coming up next, guys, we're going to be going to a TVT here. Different change of pace. It's going to be Mind versus Artosis. Why am I forgetting who the other guys are?
Barracks.
Barracks is going to be playing. Sorry, guys. So, yeah, this is going to be fun. And are we going to cut to break, or are we?
Yeah. Well, here we are, Tasteless on camera once again. But, yeah, we'll go to a quick break. And when we come back, we'll have that TVT for you.
Welcome back, everybody. TVT time. We're going to be going into Mind versus Barracks, and you know, Artosis, you kind of got me a little bit hyped up there.
Yeah.
Early on, explaining the two different styles. I hadn't quite thought of it that way. This should be a fun one. I do feel like if I had to pick someone who might be the favorite, I would go with Mind. What about you?
Yeah, I would probably lean towards Mind a little bit, but if Barracks gets a good opening, he can really run away with the game. He's just like, he's super, super fast. He's improving. You know, this is a funny thing because I always looked at it from a different angle. But you know, I lived with a pro team in Korea for a while, and the way that they explained it is like, what you can't teach is speed and mechanics. What you can teach is good decisions. And I always thought it was like kind of the opposite of that. And you know, maybe that's just because I'm, you know, that's my point of view, being someone that like thinks about the game well but doesn't mechanically use it well. But they always highly value that. So like Barracks being so mechanically gifted, we've seen him get into ASL time and time again, and you know, he's had some trouble with his decision making and stuff like that, but that is continuing to improve, and he's getting stronger and stronger. And honestly, right now, he looks better than JYJ. He looks better than Royal.
I mean, JYJ didn't make it in, right?
Games that I've seen of him lately. So I'm kind of
what does that tell you?
Seeing where this will go, but as far as TVT goes, sometimes your mechanics aren't enough in that. If your opponent sieges smartly and macros well enough, you're not going to break them.
Yeah, you know, Mind, he really does have a very distinct play style. He makes a lot of interesting moves. You know, TVT in a lot of ways for me is kind of the foggiest matchup as far as my understanding goes, but a lot of times I'm kind of blown away by the pretty sneaky, smart moves that he has here. It's just very refreshing to see Mind come back from a very specific era of StarCraft. It's crazy. I think now StarCraft 1 is 26 years old, if I'm correct.
I think this is its 27th year in like a couple days.
27th?
I'm pretty sure.
Wow.
It's its 27th birthday, right? Didn't it come out in 1998? I'm fairly certain.
Yes, I think so.
Yep, 1998. That's
it's
when it came out.
1998.
In fact, I think its birthday is
1998.
like tomorrow, and for people watching this today.
Oh my
I'm pretty
God.
sure. March 28th,
Yeah,
I
like
think
the
so.
birthday candles.
Yeah,
Is that right? Yeah, that maybe you're right.
I
yeah.
think so.
But we've had all these different players from all over the place, and it's been interesting to kind of see these different eras come back. We've got a lot of players that, you know, for instance, Barracks that we're looking at now. I mean, all these guys have played since the game's been out because everybody played StarCraft since the game's been out, right? But
yeah,
you know, Mind was somebody who was very dominant in the kind of pre-StarCraft 2 era, the first couple of years leading up to StarCraft 2. But it's so cool to have him back here, along with this whole new era of modern players.
I love mine. He's always been one of my absolute favorite Terrans. The way he looks at the game, just very, very intelligently. I'm excited to see what they go for here. You know, Eclipse, we've been talking about Eclipse TVT because we had to cast this some the other day.
Right.
If it gets split, man, it can go into battle cruisers for sure. It's, in my opinion, the quickest battle cruiser map that there is, but of course that has to be, like, you have to be kind of in an even position.
All right, well, it looks like we're ready to get into this TVT. Mind versus Barracks. Coming up next, guys. Let's go. Okay, Barracks here in the top right, Mind in the bottom left. I think I mentioned this in the previous cast, but I want to say it again.
1A2A3A4A5A6A.
We are going to be, at least in my chat, I've sent Artosis link. I have the links to buy tickets to the ASL. I'm going to be posting that on the Patreon after we have Group C up. But yeah, so it's a link to the English site. Every once in a while, people message me and they say they can't find it or it's all in Korean. So yeah, you can pop by my Twitch chat or check on the Patreon and you'll find a place to buy the tickets. It's got tickets for every day of the whole season.
Excellent. You know, definitely, guys, if you are in Korea or you think about going to Korea, watching esports live it gives you an amazing feeling your first time.
Yeah.
First time I went to one of these live events, I was just like, oh my god, I'm finally here.
I would love to go to an
exact same
ASL.
feeling.
I'd just love to go to Korea in general.
From Germany, excellent. I remember going down.
Taste
Texas
from Texas.
Yeah, just getting to go see a live match and just sitting around a bunch of people that also love what you love. Like,
yes.
I grew up in Kansas, and like, I actually had some StarCraft friends, and we went to tournaments together. But you know, I was in the minority. What I did was obscure and kind of weird.
Yup.
By the way,
true.
Speaking of obscure and weird, what am I looking at? He just made a barracks all the way in the bottom right.
Yeah, it's just a forward 11.
Is that
barracks. Normal? Yeah, it's not too weird. It's like
it's not
kind
crazy.
They're not really going to use the barracks. They're going to use it for
position, but
scouting,
mine
so they might as well
probably
bring it
helped
out
them
forward.
Just made sure
so
it couldn't be found.
yeah,
If you're making a forward barracks and an SCV comes up to you, you generally lose the game from there. But like the forward barracks is strong just because you can float it quicker to scout. And
yeah.
Right.
If your opponent is going for either a gasless expansion or they're going for a command center first, the forward barracks allows you to get the game to like evenish, like immediately. Whereas, like, let's say that barracks is main base, and you see they're both going the forward 11 racks, right? So that's just like they're trying to make sure they don't get far behind against anything that's really, really greedy.
Okay, well, that's good to know. But yeah, just to finish that thought, that it's great to see something live like this. If it's something that you love and to be around people that love it. It was so cool when I saw my first StarCraft match, and I was like, you could just hear the oohs and the ahs in the audience. Like, they all know the game just like I did. They all, you know, are impressed by the same stuff. So, yeah, definitely come down and check it out if you can, guys. Get those tickets.
It's great to find your people. And,
yes.
I don't need to tell you there weren't any other StarCraft players in New Hampshire, man. That's for sure. So, yeah, there's going to be a little bit of pressure here. The two Marines, actually, as Barracks gets down here, he recognizes that there's no Barracks there, so he actually pulls his two Marines back. This is generally how it goes with these forward raxes, and that's a perfect block there from Barracks. This isn't that impactful. Oh, did he make a third Marine? Oh.
I think so.
That's kind of interesting. We saw like you know, a 3 or 4 Marine opener from Speed, of course, in that TVT that he beat Russian, I believe it was, yesterday, and that he pressured with. This 3 Marine opener, I believe that's just a safety 3 Marines, but he probably should attack with it as well. Oh,
I think so. Marines kind of have a funny role in TVT and TVP in that, like, they're not the units you're making the whole game. You want to get into mechanical units, you want tanks and vultures and stuff like that, but you need to have the bare minimum to get to those tanks and vultures. And if you make too little, you can be punished in certain ways. So yeah, you know,
it's like not building your
you
Zerglings
never
off
want to
the bat
overmake
and just
Marines
going
because they
full
don't have any
drones.
utility as the game gets further along.
Now, he went add-on Vulture. That's actually kind of the big thing. I was actually just thinking to myself, I'm glad that you explained that so that I didn't say the wrong thing, but I was like, maybe he's just going to go tank. Sometimes you make an additional Marine or two so that you can go tank first really safely. But he actually went add-on Vulture, so he just kind of got his add-on out of the way, but now that he's made these Vultures, he's going to be completely safe against mine trying to pressure here. That's kind of like a funny little back and forth, like the add-on timing versus do I make a tank versus do I make the Vulture to counter my opponent not making it out and making those Vultures. But he is upgrading something in that, whether it's speed or mines. Obviously I cannot tell. Both are playable. And Mind immediately going into 3-factory Vulture.
Yeah, Barracks' placement is really good, by the way. Remember, for those of you that come from StarCraft 2, there is chance to miss from low ground to high ground. And there's no chance to miss from high ground to low ground. So whenever you have ranged units, you basically never want to engage unless you have an overwhelming amount of units where you don't care if there's a couple shots missed. So I like the placement. I like the spread. 3 factories down right now for Mind. Sorry, what was that? Was just canceled up there?
So that, oh my God. Okay, so it was, I believe it was the armory. I believe it was the armory. And he got in there with his barracks and saw, 3 factories. So you can look at that and say, okay, I don't need, an armory because he's not making rates. But at the same time, since it's 3-factory Vulture, you do have to be careful. Like, look at this. This is a little bit insane because as these two come out, if mine comes out, he just kills everything. Oh, he doesn't have the speed upgrade quite yet, so Barracks does pull back.
Yeah.
But he's like playing with fire a little bit. You have to be careful with 2-factory Vulture against 3-factory. Eventually, you have to pull back because they will surpass you in Vulture numbers, and that they will crush a battle.
By the way, I love that Barracks that was landed earlier to block the Vultures from coming out. You might wonder, why don't you just attack that with your own Vultures? You need to have your Vultures up there in the front. There's going to be some counterplay now here from Mine. I think the bunker will make this impossible for Mine to get in, but interesting to see this back and forth. And that's probably the best usage of those Marines you can have for the rest of the game now, is to have them in that bunker. It's just enough damage that if an overwhelming amount of Vultures came in, the bunker...
even if you have like the +1 Vulture, you're still not going to win against the bunker Marines.
Because Vultures basically do almost no damage to buildings.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Now I want to
even though they fire grenades, which is kind of fucking stupid.
Big brain move from,
you'd think grenades do a shit ton of damage to buildings.
Okay, Mind is getting an armory, but he made Raid. He made it look like he was going Vulture because, well, I mean, he did make Vultures, but you don't really expect Wraith with this. It's kind of a light-esque move that he did. But now he's going into the Siege Tanks as well. Luckily for Mind, he already had the armory started. If you don't start the armory till the Wraith shows up at your base, you end up losing so many SCVs, it's actually insane. So good thing that he has that on the way. This is just like I would call this like a pretty even position. It's better tech right now for Barracks. I would imagine Barracks probably has like a couple more SCVs at least. Normally 3-factory Vulture gets a little bit lower on SCVs. But Mind has mines everywhere, and he has overall a bit of map control. So, you look at those two positions, and yeah, that's generally considered pretty even in TVT.
You're gonna lose the Barracks.
Is going to land. It'll have to be remade, by the way. It's easy to forget, but the Barracks is required for the factory. We are in a phase where, if they're both on 2 bases, you have to start to ramp up, the amount of factories you have. So he needs to get that set up right away. A scan here is going to confirm, and they're both checking here. Nobody's got, extra bases.
Vultures
right
don't
now.
set off
Mine just started his. And Mine has a very nice mine layout here. So it's going to be very difficult for Barracks to move on the map without Mind knowing exactly what he's doing.
Second add-on coming up. Looks like a dropship on the way here for Barracks. It's all kind of like a little bit predictable, and there's a lot of mines around, so it's going to be hard for him to get that through without being seen as well. I love that his Wraith is able to go over and scout everything. There's a lot more utility going on here for Barracks, and just kind of like brute strength for Mind. So not what I expected. It's almost like they're using builds that each other would be more comfortable with in a way.
Yeah. By the way, this dropship coming down here, it's going to go over the mines. Mines have like very, very low vision, so even if you go over stuff, unless it's a lot of mines, sometimes you might not see it. So, you know, technically the blue blip did show over those red mines, but I don't know if he's going to be actually ready for this. He's going to come.
He's got the Goliath.
Yeah, he sent a Goliath.
Is there a Goliath?
He's making a Wraith
Okay.
as well, so he definitely 100% saw that. And this will crush this drop for the most part. You can still get a few SCVs with it because, you know, Goliath isn't going to kill the vultures that quickly, but he brings his own down here as well. And yeah, the drop ship on a one-way visit here to the main base. Very good block from mine.
Yeah. One-way ticket to the base over there.
Great
Great
got a
handling of
couple
that drop.
SCVs.
We have more vultures moving out now
Oh.
for Barracks. He's going to run up here. There's not a lot to defend for the time being. You know, 3 vultures will one-shot an SCV, so you can get a lot of kills over here on those workers. It looks like Mine's going to have to grab those and send those to
He's
the
just
natural.
stopping mining as much as he
The
can.
command center for Barracks has finished. It's being floated over to the 3rd. So Barracks is, you know, a couple
He's killing his
notches
own bunker
behind
now,
here
so he
as
has
far
room to
as
build.
economy, as far as income, and you can see that Mine's slightly superior supply post drop. But he's going to have he's going to have his SCVs sent over there right away.
Yeah,
I
so as
love
soon as that
what
3rd
Mind
drops, he's
is,
going to be getting
is
more
doing
income.
Here. Barracks getting into his 2nd starport as well, so he's going to be going for some heavy wraiths here and trying to kind of catch Mind a little bit off guard. We'll see if that actually occurs. And, you know, they've both been trying to do like a little bit here. Like Barracks was running in for some harassment. You know, you can definitely look at it compared to how Speed played, and it's not quite as much harassment, but still Barracks, you know, he's putting in the work here and trying to make things happen, but Mind just seems to be blocking everything very, very well.
Ooh.
Oh my God, takes out that tank, completely swatting Barracks away over here. No expansions in the bottom right just yet. We do see Wraiths being accumulated here for Barracks. Bigger factory explosion down here for Mine, who I believe doesn't have any starports, right?
He has one with an add-on. I don't
Okay.
know what he's planning on doing with that. Hopefully not Wraiths, because if he is, then Barracks
He's
is
going to be
really far ahead.
behind. You
And
don't want to
honestly,
build
hold on,
Wraiths if the
drop
other
ships,
person
because
already
There's
has
not an answer to
Wraiths.
Wraiths is if they already have like 4 or 5, is you start to make your own Wraiths. You're just going to be in a losing
true.
race.
So true. He might actually go Valkyries. Like, pro Terrans can't help themselves. They see a Wraith and they make Valkyries. But here come those cloaked Wraiths, and he's going to be able to pick that off. It's such a strong move in TVT, because this stage of the game, you're so focused on unit movement, because like if tanks show up at some location you don't expect, it can just kill you, and you have to remove a lot of mines. So you're using all your scans like that. So a move like this, it goes undetected a surprising amount of the time. And look at this, he's got very little anti-air here, and this is allowing Barracks to get into a very strong position with these
Killing
tanks.
off those tanks,
I
that's
believe
what's
he's
important.
just going to siege that 4th base area, and if he can siege that and keep that area as like somewhere that Mind can't break into.
Oh my God,
That's
the mines.
Huge plant of mines over there.
And then he's just going to go for
Just try to
this.
kill some SCVs. Anything
And he's
you
going
can
to
take, you'll
pull, yeah. Oh
yeah,
my
that was kidding.
God.
get. That was
So
To the
good!
one remaining mine. That's so funny.
yeah,
I love that.
that was awesome.
GG.
You know, he's going to have a couple more Wraiths. We're seeing glide across the screen over here. 3 more to meet up with, I think, what was 5 or 6 already over there. He ended up making 1 Wraith, but you're right, Artosis. He's going to go into the Valkyries. He's got Cloak now. Right now, Mind is kind of stretched thin on Goliath, so he's kind of slow dripping 1 Goliath at a time over here to try to deal with this. And I think Barracks has realized, oh, I could probably just come down here and go into the main. And, you know, 1 Valkyrie's not going to cut it. You probably want, like, maybe 3 or 4.
Oh, he has
focus
2.
on.
Yeah.
He's going to cut. Oh, dude, look at the split. That's so nasty.
That's
Oh.
exactly what you need to do against these Valkyries, is split your
Oh
Wraiths up.
my
And
God,
it's
he
exactly as you
destroyed
said,
them.
Tasteless. Like, you actually need Valkyries to hit, like, a critical mass. Now, Barracks coming down, and he just wants to break this position. This is so strong from Barracks. This is so strong. He's setting up his 4th base during this time as well. One thing to note is that, like, this is like a highly aggressive way that Barracks has been playing this. He doesn't even have +1 yet. Whereas I will bet you anything that Mind has +2 on the way already. So even though, like, Barracks, I would put Barracks ahead right now, but there's still potential here for Mind. You know, he's getting great upgrades. He has a lot of units. The supply is not that different. The 4th base isn't mining yet. It's going to be here shortly. Yeah, it just finished up. And he, Like, dude, this is a crazy game, though.
This is wild. This is very, very crazy. I think Mind is almost to the point where he might be taken out here because there's just not enough Goliaths.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to do
the
anything
raids,
here. There's too
take
many
a while,
raids.
but they will kill all these tanks off.
Ooh.
And the only thing that Mind has going for him is he's got this third base, but Barracks is on a fourth base. Barracks is catapulting ahead in supply. If there's any way that he can get over here, Barracks can and
Man, this would be crazy if Barracks and True get out and Mind and Best get eliminated.
Keeps building up here from Barracks as he's sending
Like,
more
oh
and more
my
units down
fucking
here, trying to
god,
crush this
what a
position.
timeline we'd be living in.
That was his last chance.
Oh,
as these units
cool
come down
dude,
from Barracks, if Barracks just
dude,
sieges
zone
and
only.
sits,
Show me
it becomes
your
harder and harder and
ID.
harder. I wanted Mind to actually move up right before those 3 tanks got back. So his window is definitely going away. Oh my god, 3 vultures sneak up into this third base.
Is that good enough?
Well, I tell you what, Tasteless, like, we have to really start reevaluating
Is that
Barracks.
sufficient?
Like, he's playing.
Yeah.
You can see he's getting smarter.
Okay,
and
cool
smarter.
dude
His
approved.
moves are better and better.
I mean,
His
it
builds
does
are better
say-
prepared.
Wait, in the
He might
in the
literally
corner.
just
Alright,
be like our next godly tier.
there it
tank.
is.
You know,
You
he
don't
might
have
remind us of
marijuana,
looking
get the fuck
Yeah,
out.
so it reminded me
That's
a
what the
little bit
sign
of how
says.
Tom looked yesterday. You know, where I was like, dude, he's so good.
Welcome, Maggie Mayo.
Like,
How's it
he's
going,
really
bro?
impressive. These guys
Welcome to
really
the
level up.
stream.
You might be right, Artosis. I mean, Barracks might be on another level. And we had just
I've had that
reevaluating
sign
Mind
forever,
just
man.
a season or 2 ago.
Used to be on my door.
Damn, he's
Good, thanks
really
you.
gotten so
A
strong.
lot better, not sick anymore,
and
bro.
Mind is in good shape. Like he is a
And
strong
the
player right
ASL
now.
is going
now, He is trying to break through. I
strong.
think his +2 must have finished.
Yeah, he's two-shotting. Cause
He has a good amount of Valkyries here.
I
and
think
so he should be able to do all
mine
the
just
raids
turned
up.
it around.
Might need another scan there, but yeah, clears them all out, and you can see just how badly Valkyries eventually beat Wraiths. He's cleared that area, and now he can finally go up and take his 4th base.
But
Barracks
is a 5th
pretty
base.
good advantage right now. He's got a good supply advantage as well.
And he's got the double
His
gas
+2
base.
is definitely not done. You know, he just barely finished +1, so it might be a while before he gets that. And now Mind with a bit of counterplay here, going after the SCVs in the top left. Really, really important. He can't let that base stay up.
Yeah, that's a huge play
And
right
Barracks is going to come down and break his line on the
He's gonna try to
front.
push down here now.
Oh my
This could
god.
be like
He
a
has
game
no defenses.
One
Oh
Wraith
my
pushes
god, if he gets
just
into the
absolutely not
production,
enough.
it's
I mean,
over.
A Wraith takes forever to kill a tank. He just pushed right in over here. This armory's
Bro,
not upgraded,
Zerg
but
rushed.
getting some kind of a
In
containment.
Terran versus
You know,
Terran.
it's pretty rare in TVT when a game's gone on for this long that you're able to just kind of get into this position where
He needs that upgrade so he can
you
two-shot
actually contain them
tanks.
for where all the
It's
factories
the
are
most
gonna rally
OP
out of,
thing
but
in
if
the
you can keep
world.
that up for a little bit,
It's
you can
like
start
+1
to
zealots,
conquer, hit the
two-shotting
fourth base and the
lanes.
third base and other spots.
Barracks continuing to try to bring some units down. He actually went through the minefields there, so lost some units on the way. Not a lot of units for Barracks across the map right now. He continues to send in little groups of vultures for more harassment. I think he killed the
So
SME
good.
making the 4th base as well. When you're killing like a few tanks and relying on Goliaths not coming up with your few Wraiths, like that's always kind of a desperate position. And now +2 is done for Barracks.
Yes.
Barracks is pretty close to finishing this game off, I think.
This is so crazy,
I think
man.
it's almost over. Mine just barely has an economy that's functioning right now. And, you know, it's like he had
He's-
this moment of
Barracks
brilliance
still
where he
has
got
more
broken out of the map. We
raids.
saw the vultures hitting the SCVs up there, but I think the cumulative amount of damage that has been accrued with the contain that was going on maybe like 6 or 7 minutes ago, that you know, mine couldn't do a whole lot of, has just started to stack up. We're at 128 supply to 168.
Yeah, that's
And even
50
though
supply
right now,
difference.
the position that Mind is in is not that oppressive. I
And
don't
most of
think
that
he
is
can catch
tanks.
up.
You don't want to rely on Goliaths
Yeah.
at this point.
Yeah,
Not at all.
There's just not really enough left. Like, basically, Barracks can seesaw back and forth and just hit different locations with his massive army, and he can trade at a deficit because his economy is like twice as good as mine.
Those mines!
And you can see, like,
Fuck.
this is incredibly annoying for him. Now, Mind is going for kind of a very technical army here with, like, Wraith, Valkyrie, Siege Tank, which isn't a bad idea. But
And
he's
he
just gonna
has shut
get
down the
swarmed.
5th base.
Like, Barracks can just pump out non-stop.
How many hits it takes to kill a fucking tank?
Well, he's going to have to keep these 2 bases alive or the game will end. He's spilling down with these vultures. I think he could lay a couple mines right on these tanks and just shatter this position.
Oh.
The 2 vultures up here at the, 4th base of barracks have just been cleaned up. Kind of a funny role reversal, by the way, where we see now Mind, the dominant player, with the Air Force here. By the way, I had a question I wanted to ask you earlier, Tosis. With Valkyries, it seems like if you're like really close to them, their missiles kind of like fly around the thing they're supposed to attack. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, they do these weird spinny things. Yeah, it
Does
feels
that delay
like
the damage?
I think it does delay it. Like, the little missiles actually have to hit. They actually shoot a bunch of little 5-damage missiles, and they kind of spread out and then go towards the center again. So when you're close, it looks a little bit silly. Yeah, I don't know the technicalities behind it exactly.
Why do these guys sound like sport commentators?
Just using weird timing
because they are sport commentators. They've been doing this for 20 years.
Yeah, that's about it. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, this is a sport. It's the original esport. Tosis are the champions, man.
In front of it, just like you would with a tank, right, where it can't hit you, but not as dramatic, of course. By the way, a push going to come in here. I don't see any vultures to protect this, so this backfired horribly. Barracks
he just lost all of his tanks. Barracks might be throwing right now.
The cloaked wraiths take out the Valkyrie. They're going to come down here. Are there Goliaths in this position? Because I just see tanks right now.
No, you would never make Goliaths from this position. When you have, like, Valkyrie Wraith, you're just like, yeah, every other bit of gas goes into these siege tanks to try to get a good position.
He's like, yeah, you can try and make turrets all you want.
To remake some Wraiths here and pick off the rest of the air units.
He's just strangling him out now.
Right to the end of this, there's, like, nothing left for Mind. His natural's gone. His main is pretty much gone. Obviously he's mining from his 3rd again, but his 4th is under attack, and that's
GG!
Barracks goes to the winner's
Holy shit! And the winner's match is Barracks versus True.
Basically,
what the
he just kind of kept that lead up. I'm not sure exactly where Mind went wrong, but you can kind of see that lead get further and further along here, and there just wasn't a whole lot Mind could have done.
No. Barracks definitely outplayed him a bit there. He had some very good moves, sneaking his tanks around, getting them into a strong position.
Yeah, no, the spider mines carried that game. There were so many good moments of like 3 or 4 tanks being taken out by 2 vultures.
And if they ever siege there, I never see a Terran win once they've lost that position before they take their 4th base. That's like probably the most powerful.
He's so happy.
Or most important position on the map.
Yeah. So this means that we're gonna have a little break, guys, coming up here, and then it's going to be Barracks going up. Well, what is it, Best? No, sorry, Best is in a losing match. It's going to be Barracks versus True coming up next, guys. It's going to be a blast. We will be right back.
Are they going to do a replay? No, it's going to be a 5-minute break. Skip that! 5-second break, bitch! One nice thing about not being live. I remember watching the ASL live up until season 18 when they cut off. Well, I guess actually season 17
I'm super
when they cut off Tastosis.
True versus Barracks coming up here. What a pleasant surprise that True is in this tournament, by the way.
Yes.
To be honest, I hadn't thought about the guy for a while.
Yeah.
He had this incredible performance in StarCraft 2, and like we said before, a lot of these guys, they take a step away. It's not like the game's going to go away, right? Try some different stuff, but he came back and he's looking so good. He might very well just get out of this group.
There is a real possibility.
I believe it.
True has been back.
He's
for
playing
a few
so
years
well,
grinding, and he's been kind of just raising his skill level slowly. Like, obviously, he got high on the ladder quickly, but more recently, he's actually been able to kill these top pros sometimes, and that's super impressive. Here, going up against Barracks, I think True does have a chance. True's Zerg vs. Terran is very, very different from a lot of players. First off, he plays, sometimes he just flips a switch and plays kind of like, I don't know, someone like Jadong from back in like 2007-8, that type of, like, unbelievably, like, oh, I smell blood, and it's just Lings and Mutas from there, and he tries to kill him. He definitely
just trying
does
to
that a fair
suffocate
amount,
him.
But at the same
slowly.
time, he is, in my opinion, the best late-game, low-economy Zerg that exists right now. He can sit on 3-base Hive and do things no one else can do. He actually reminds me of Dark in StarCraft 2, where I'm like, oh my god, you're like, you don't even need gas in the late game. It's insane. So I hope we get into one of those games. You can see what I mean by that, but we'll see.
All right, guys.
Dark is my favorite SC2 player.
Whoever survives this is going on to the round of 16. Let's do it.
Come on, True. Let's do it. Bring more.
1A, 2A, 3A,
Okay.
4A, 5A,
Got True here
6A.
in the top left. Barracks in the top right. And, yeah, I mean, you know, it's funny. We were talking at the start of the show, like, okay, well, this seems like it's a tough group, but we're pretty sure that, you know, True is going to have a tough time unless he surprises us. Well, he surprised us. He looks really good. There could be a world where he advances and he becomes this dark horse player.
Yeah, I got double digits.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
What?
It is a real possibility.
What are the
dangerous, man.
chances?
Like, he won that ACS tournament, and they changed the rules
We're twins.
where, like, I think it's something to the effect of anyone who hasn't been in the round of 16
Bro, I have the same
can
leg.
play in it. So it's like a ton of pros in it as well. And the fact that he won that.
I don't know, man.
and
It's
got
a
that
1 in
direct seed to
17.
ASL,
That's
which
1 in
another thing they
5,
changed about it,
right?
which I think is a great change.
Dick
It's
twins.
awesome. That's a 7 pool. my
We
friend.
are
That
equal
is a 7.
swordsmen.
Wow. Dude, I was about to ask you all about the minerals of the expansion and if because there's like space back there, can you fill it up with turrets more easily? And if
Step
that's
twin,
true,
I'm
is that
stuck in the
better
laundry
TBC map? Who cares
machine.
about that? It's going to be a 7 pool.
Yeah, so 7 pool. To your question, you can't repair turrets by your mineral line, so like you can make them, but if the mutants decide to kill them, there's no saving them. But
Okay.
Oh,
yeah, so the
Good
7
times.
pool here.
good times.
If
This might
Barrett
just win.
scouts it coming, he should be able to hold it without too much trouble.
Well,
I'm
he's
surprised
going
that we're
the
seeing a 7
opposite
pool.
direction.
Yeah. Okay. So the Barracks SCV likely will scout and go in the other direction, but not 100%. Some Terran players like to be greedy and just start their second depot with that SCV and just skip the second scout. But like, if he does that, there's a very good chance that True just kills him. It's like if you don't see it coming,
Oh, I'm
he has to
so
pull
excited.
SCVs, you simply have to bring
Right.
SCVs down.
Here's the second scout.
Okay, that's important. Now, True
Oh.
sees this, so he'll try to go around it. If he can go
Yeah.
around that and just like
They don't see
Barracks
those
think-
wings.
Okay, so Barracks knows that he's in the top
Oh,
left.
Wait, he's gonna
Wait,
go
he's
right
not.
into it.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
he's
he's not going to make
I can't
it.
believe he did that. Okay.
Yeah.
Why
he
wouldn't he
should've
just
pulled
keep
out.
going
Wow,
down?
that's rough. Now, a bunch of SCVs being sent by Barracks.
Oh,
if you hold
man.
this, you should just win.
Yeah. I
7
think
pools
I
is
think
not-
True
I
totally
Saw
fucked
7
up.
pool. Was Sulky doing this?
Yeah,
Right?
he did it on that roadkill map or whatever against Light and got smashed. And everyone's like, "Why'd you do that?" He's like, "No, that was great." Okay, so the Lings actually
Well-
get in and they kill the first Marine, so that's good. But 4 Lings that are slow. Okay, he brings 2 more up. If those 2 can catch the next Marine coming out, then we're on to something.
Well, it looks like he might even get this.
Mm,
oh, no,
no,
never mind.
no.
I thought he was going to get
GG.
that for a second. Oh, he should have used those 2
Yes.
Lings and put them where the Marine
Yes.
pops out of. You can predict
Yeah,
where
no.
it's gonna
I think
come.
I
He
think
gets
I
that
think
Marine, he's
Oh,
got-
well,
Oh, my
I
God.
mean, he's
He's
whittling the
hold on a
Marines down.
He has 2 Lings sitting at home. It looks like they probably caught the SCV that was there, but he definitely needs to send those across. Okay, gets another SCV.
I mean,
And there's a lot of like missed mining.
he
going
has a
on. He does
hatchery
have-
now, so
another
maybe he can
hatchery
catch
coming?
back up. But
I still
is
think
kinda
Barracks is ahead. I'm pretty sure that Barracks is still ahead, but I like how True's following it up with 3 hatch, and he's bringing a lot of Lings to the front. So like this will probably force him to keep some additional SCVs there a bit longer. These 2 Lings, as long as they stay alive, that's 2 more SCVs not mining.
Yeah.
He's looking
You
for an
know,
overreaction.
I don't know the whole 7 pool strat that well, but it does seem like when you do this TVZ, the idea is that you have slowed the Terran down enough. Maybe you can develop a little bit more quickly behind it.
Yeah, it seems here
God,
that
but it doesn't seem like he has
but
a
he
lot of
doesn't have any
drones, right?
gas
definitely
yet.
doesn't, but he has a similar amount of drones mining to SCVs mining. Yeah, this is an important thing. You have to kill this SCV. You can't let him go. If he goes and sees the 3 hatch, he's going to know what's up, because I think the plan here from True is to get the slight overreaction from this point, and with 3 hatches just drone up like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh, he's gonna catch it.
he is going to get the deny, excuse me, on that SCV. We still have 3
Micro
SCVs
is
not mining,
crazy.
basically plugging this up. The expansion has started for Terran, and Zerg's just now started mining gas. Terran has a second SCV I can see on the mini-map that is going to be able to get in here. And there's no sunken colony, and there's no links to deny this. So he's going to get the scout off finally.
This'll give him a very good amount of information. I believe he already started the academy in his base. I wish we could jump over and check, but you know, True has actually done a very good job here. He starts the layer. I believe he was in vision there. So Barracks did overreact slightly. I still feel like he's in an okay position, but 1 Rack's academy is a really good build against 2 hatch, but it's a really kind of weak choice against a 3 hatch play because you can't actually really put too much pressure on. Like, you can do something like this, but he can make 1 sunken, and he's 100% safe.
Come on, make the sunken.
And then, like, as the medics come out, you can add, you know, another one. Because they're just not producing that many Marines. Yeah, you can get quicker stim and quicker Marine range with it and everything, and that's why it can be good.
Oh, he's not going to make it.
Oh, wow, he's not making anything. He better be making lings right now, Tasteless. If we see another Zerg just not make any static D and die, I'm going to be sad.
If he also gets a bunker behind the minerals over here. So he's going to move in. Uh-oh. Stray Marine gets pulled out, and he's not able to save that one. You have a very,
he does have some
time
lings.
when you do a Marine push like this. It really makes
and he's trying to
when they're not stimmed running around. So he's going to go ahead and try to head back.
I think he can kill these Marines.
Yeah. As soon as
I'm pretty sure.
Maybe
because these 6 he needs to turn these around right now. Yeah, see, so Firebat here needs to come out actually and help. Speed finishes. Oh, is he just barely not going to get these?
Well, the Firebat's doing work. It's somehow not been killed. It's got to be super low on HP. He's oh my God.
This might be it.
Okay.
He has nothing.
I think he can actually break this. Keep in mind that depot.
He's got the Firebats. Oh my God, that was so close.
Yeah. Well, when we take
Looked
a shot
bad
at the base, you can see he was already ready to give that up. Drones were hatching, but that was a great cleaning of those Marines. He really shortened that all out.
He did very well. True is actually playing some high IQ games here. Like he has some very good plans. He's executing
almost
them
got
well.
the Spire up.
Like I am.
He's gonna have 6 mutas.
I don't think it's a very good build, but he did a great job there. Is that an additional barracks? Is he going 5 racks here? 5 racks? Oh my gosh.
I think so. I guess he's making a bunker over here. It's kind of wedged between the 2.
Oh, he's got Burrow?
What?
What? No one ever gets Burrow.
Last time we cast Burrow, you know, before 8 minutes. Like, we don't really see this very often. By the way, I actually think Burrow's great. I think it's the thing is
it's underutilized
on gas in ZVT. So like, you know, it's the price of a Mutalisk basically.
Oh my God. Oh my God. And then he's just gonna go into the base. Oh!
Firebats are good.
Oh my God! And he loses the fight.
Yeah.
He should have let them go past and then ran into the base.
Heroed everything right there by itself. Now, mutas are on the way, and a 3rd base for True as well. When he flies in and sees that this is 5 racks, I like True's position here more than Barracks'. Like, I really do. And then once you identify that this is actually a 5 barracks play, like, you can just... Obviously, you're going to make a lot of mutas and a lot of lings, but he should just go up directly to Lurker because the starports are going to be late here. I feel like True just can get a lead in, like, every single way.
So we didn't have time to talk about it in this game, but the mains are just huge on here. It's this sort of banana-shaped main. And there's, like, so much room to kind of fly around and punish stuff. It could be really, really difficult to deal with. So he's really taking full advantage of this. He's going to go ahead and bleed out these 2 towers over here. Super annoying to deal with Muta Harass, it feels like, on this map.
Yeah, for sure. Oh my gosh.
So
Still
funny.
trying to utilize those
He, like, damaged him, and he's like, oh, let's throw it. And, like, you can see that Barracks is not paying attention. So
Not at all.
So he actually ends up getting to do this thing where he comes in from behind.
Okay, the mutas need to rotate out and help deal with this. Like, if he loses by just a random attack into his natural because he's busy harassing, that would be really, really sad. Because True, again, in my opinion, I think that he's winning this game right now. I think he's in a pretty good spot. And all he needs to do is, like, bust this army, get into lurkers, and the counterplay from Barracks is going to be minimal.
Why is he not?
But look at this.
Okay, he's going to go for the dive.
Yeah. Okay, dives in here. The Firebat gets picked off, and he will clean this out. So he doesn't lose drones. That's number one, is don't lose your drones here. He has a lot of lings. He has a lot of mutas. He's on.
I don't know. Man, I don't know half the time why half of them are
pretty
making half the decisions they make half the time.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive. Talk about.
I don't know why he went in and then didn't focus the drones.
Now,
You should have killed like 6
There's
drones.
a lot of lings coming out here. Again, one Firebat in this mix. He's going to just
Hero
barely
Firebat.
damage from that
Firebat hero.
We should have the lurkers coming in here in a little bit.
Hopefully.
Yeah, he's had the den for a while.
Up that he has a den?
No, he has
he's
a
had
den.
den for a while.
Yeah.
Okay,
His den is above his Evo chamber in his
nest.
net.
But he's already started the Queen's Nest, and you know, usually you get like a bunch of lurkers and then you tech into Hive, but whenever you see a Queen's Nest, it's basically always a sign that a Hive is just around the corner.
Yeah, because you wouldn't get queens.
And, like, yeah, he should go to Hive, but the fact that we haven't seen any Hydras pop yet makes me, like, a little bit nervous. Like,
oh, there they are. Okay.
We finally have some lurkers being made. And True has a pretty reasonably sized army. He has a ton of Zerglings in here. But if you clump this army together right and the Firebat's in a good position, the Lings are not that scary. Like, see that? That little guy goes right to the front, man. He's got 1 base armor, 50 health, and +1 attack. He's doing 18 splash damage to everything in that cone. It's insane how strong Firebats are against Zerglings. He's got to pick that off at the beginning of the battle with the Muta.
Yeah, 100%. Basically figure out where that is, if it's on a corner, and try to clip it off.
Is he going for vessels now for
science
irradiate?
vessel tech coming here, but it's a little ways away. You know, had True gone for hold position lurkers, it could have been very strong back here. You know, the science vessels were very greatly delayed. Now True's going to be moving out with kind of the classic Zerg mid-game army here, and he might be trying to take a fight here on the map.
Well, he runs right
oh
into
no!
He will get a few good fights. I think Barracks took that fight as well as he could have. Now he's killed off every Muta, and he's killed off a good amount of the Lings. And he does have an add-on. Yeah, see,
that's what happened
already. So he should not be dying to this. True should really just try to slow him down. Like, he should basically leapfrog backwards with lurkers and just kind of force Barracks to try to deal with this. You know, make him use up as much time as possible, because when your opponent goes for these siege tanks, as soon as you get consumed, the siege tanks become like, their value goes from like 100 to like 12.
True.
Okay.
Oh
my God.
Oh my
He's
God.
just not scanning over there. He could lose everything.
Oh my God.
Position to try to hit that third base is instead going to hit the natural. I don't see anything. Oh, never mind.
And the lurkers just
right
come out. So he's gonna get a couple drones.
I think it actually a lot of kills on drones.
Yeah, he did.
Honestly, not bad. That was a
good
lot
attack.
of kills.
That was a good attack.
Oh no.
He lost a lot of Marines on that ramp though, where he wasn't looking.
Yeah,
that was a bit painful. He doesn't have nearly as much supply as he had before, and he really needs to get out on the map. Is the main thing here, and that's why he's like trying to break through right now. Like, he has no time to waste. He like, Defilers could be here soon, and if he's that close to you with Defilers out, you're gonna lose.
Yeah. All he needs is to get into your base with
Darkstorm.
Dude, he really plays so differently from the other Zergs. You never see a game like this at the pro level.
Yeah.
The way that he is aggressively trading the whole time, it actually reminds me of the ZVP that we just watched with him. Like, he just keeps going up and engaging.
Well, you never see Zergs, like, plow into Terrans right outside their natural, right?
Yeah.
ZVT is kind of a cat and mouse game. You're sort of the guy playing keep away for a lot of this, but he's just running up there and trying to punch the Terran in the nose. And honestly, he's reset the unit count several times now. But we have the vessel here, so the push is going to be very, very, very strong. And I'm worried now that, like, maybe there's not
there's
enough
Consume.
to deal with here. He's going to be able to get the Dark Swarm up so he can sandbag progress in that sense. But, you know, the Zerg has really not accumulated a ton of units like you would normally game like this. Normally there's a ton of lurkers out here. The mutas would still be alive, everything like that.
Okay, well, there's more lurkers
unit
coming.
trading has been insane this game. But now that he has defilers out, the siege tanks, like the best you can do with this as barracks is just kind of keep walking around and finding areas where it's like, oh, there's no Dark Storm here, you get a little bit of damage. Dark Storm comes up, you move to a different area, and you just keep on kind of doing that and looking for damage anywhere you can find it. But what we're going to see from True is actually, I'm thinking and hoping, as long as he does not die here just randomly to like not having a defiler. Okay, he has one there. I think we're going to see that 3-base grind that he's really, really good at. Great targeting there, by the way. I love to see the siege tanks target down the defiler before they unsiege. Really, really strong.
Yeah, yeah. Very important little tactic to get rid of the defilers. We don't have any more vessels being made, interestingly. He just has this one. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, I haven't seen other
I'm sorry,
ones
well, I
yet.
guess 2, but I feel like normally you just see vessels made the entire game, but here it's like...
I think he'll get into
very
it.
close.
Ooh.
Okay.
Nice.
So he's going to go around this push. This is kind of a funny position. You don't see Terran in very often, but the Zerg's basically gotten in between this. They're both attacking into each other over there. The Dark Swarm's going to deny progress. Good snipe on the tank with the Lings.
Yeah, he's picked off quite a few tanks at this point. The one thing we really need to see from True at this point is his Plague. He's very, very good at utilizing Plague through the game. And he normally at this point gets Hydralisk speed and range. Like, that's something that True really, really likes. He loves roaming around with, like, Ling Hydra Defiler, which, again, no other Zerg really does. He's much more Ling heavy in these portions of the game. And definitely we have seen that part at least.
There is this style that I specifically remember seeing Larva do a decent amount, but just kind of getting Plague and then using Hydras to kind of gun down all the Marines at once.
Yeah.
And I think we're getting close to that kind of a game here. Terran, you know, they can stay on 2 bases forever. I mean, this is kind of one of the core features of Terran is that they aren't stressed to expand like the other races are. But, you know, he's getting a third now in the center right over at 3 o'clock. And, oh, I'm sorry, the SCV was actually killed there, so it's been paused for the time being. But if he gets a third base up, we're going to be in for a long game if Zerg can't deny that.
Well, he's got the Hydras mixed in now, and you can see the speed upgrade at least is done for them. So we're going to start seeing Plagues pretty soon, I think. Okay, double Dark Storm as he pushes up to kill this last siege tank. Well, it's probably not the last siege tank, but the last one he can see right there. Looks like a couple more up here. He does get aggroed in and loses a few extra Hydras. He is kind of spread around. Barracks is doing a very good job of aggressively trading into lurkers anytime he can and moving around the Dark Swarms. Like, he's really utilizing how open the map is in the center to his advantage.
There's the Plague. Oh.
This is kind of a crazy game, man.
It is.
I do
drop
want to point
ship.
out True's not on a 4th base. True's kind of trying to force this game to end, and he's made some progress, but, like, you can't just be on 3 bases forever. Like, you do need to get up to a 4th base. You need to kind of get there. You know, TVZ is a funny matchup where, like, it gets base-wise, like, very isometric in different ways. Like, the Zerg kind of is supposed to be growing out a lot and taking a lot of the map, but sometimes in these late-game TVZs, you'll see the Terran get up on bases.
Yeah,
and even
that can
switch to
occur.
that kind of mass factory style.
That definitely can occur. And but remember what I said at the beginning of this is, like,
Is he gonna get ultras?
True is the best 3-base Zerg that I've seen in the late game. Like, he's very good. Oh, not this move, though. Ah, no!
Oh, my God.
What are we doing? He's running towards... It's the only thing the Defiler can't run towards is mass siege tank.
Yeah, and then he makes a Dark Swarm over himself and dies anyways.
Yeah.
I guess that Swarm will be there a little bit later on, so it could be used. Not a lot of drones, by the way.
I don't know.
on
I
3
think
bases.
True might lose
Main
this.
doesn't even have 1 drone per each patch. The push coming out here from
He was
Barracks
looking
is
so
scary.
good, but
You know, Hydras are good, but when they get outnumbered, they just get wiped by Marines.
yeah, you need to have the Plague
he's
set up.
floundering a little
Oh
bit.
yeah, no,
And,
True
GG.
lost.
Yep.
GG.
Okay, that was really cool. And we
Can't believe
almost
it,
had
Barracks
True getting what he
advances.
normally does.
Holy
I think
fuck.
he really showed his
That's
style. But he was
insane.
panicking there a little bit later. Like, if you know, this is obviously the big stage. if you actually watch, and people who've watched my Artosis Cast YouTube have seen a ton of true ZVT, but he uses that unit set, but he doesn't play that far forward normally. Normally he's a little bit more collected, a little bit more patient, and he just kind of grinds you with the Plague Hydra with the Lings mixed in. And he was pushing a little bit too far every time, and Barracks punished him.
Unfortunate.
That was a great series.
But he still has a chance, right? It's not like he's
True,
just
of course,
out.
He's not knocked out. He'll be going up against the winner of the losers match here. We're going to be having an interview in a sec with Barracks. But first, a quick recap. There's a period where it almost looked like he was going to take it up here. I guess we're going to get a shot of this part at the end. Kind of crazy to see him just try to force this by coming down here and attacking over and over again. But basically, Barracks just endured it and kind of wore the Zerg down until he didn't have enough to really fight anything. And I think, honestly, the drops probably played the biggest role in why True had to tap out.
That definitely was painful. That took all of his tempo away because he had to bring a bunch of the units he wanted to bring to the front lines up to clean that, and it did damage to him. So that joint thing together is very difficult. But yeah, he was playing a little bit too aggressively. Normally the way he does this is he'll stay a little bit further back, and then he'll just start hitting plagues all the time, and you'll never catch, like, catching those 4 lurkers. Normally he's cleaner than that, and that's really, I think, where he ended up losing this game. And he absolutely could have won this game. Absolutely could have won this.
Super sad that he didn't.
Great game here. I love seeing the Hydras incorporated there. We're going to go to that interview now, guys, and see how Barracks is finishing. He's moving on into the round of 16.
You're watching Group C of the round of 24 of ASL Season 19. Let's talk to Barracks, who advances to the round of 16 in first place for the 3rd time in a row. Congratulations. Thank you.
Everyone's like, full.
You have succeeded in advancing to the round of 16.
It's a new standard. The youngins are picking up, boys. What
You're
do we
sitting
do?
here having played very intense matches. You must be exhausted. How are you feeling? Wow, BTS played so well. In all honesty, I think he just got nervous because it's a televised match, and I was able to win. It's tough. I'm tired. The performance BTS showed today was surprising, so much so, even you had trouble keeping up. In that last game, what was the moment you felt, all in all, I've got this in the bag? What was that moment? I was uncertain up until the very end. But when my dropship went into the natural and all the drones died, I thought, I've won this. After opening with a 7 pool, BTS relentlessly raged on with
Yeah,
the
you gotta
battles.
remember, that game started with a
You
7
must have
pool.
not had a moment to breathe.
That
What
True
was it like
should
when you were
have
actually
won
playing?
the game with the 7 pool. But instead of
Honestly,
going
the
down
first TVT
and
was
over
likewise a
and
close
avoiding
shave.
SCV, he ran straight into the
last game was
SCV,
a
and
TVT,
then
which I'm confident
Barracks
in.
pulled all of his SCVs.
So I thought I would win easily, but I
So-
had trouble discerning the situation from the early game. I got confused between
True
7
made a
pool
couple
or
of
4 pool,
major
or actually
mistakes.
5 pool. I wasn't sure, and it gave me a headache.
He was like, is it a 5? Is it a 7? Is
But
it a
regardless,
9?
he
I don't
stayed
know.
on top of securing the
Is
front.
it
in your
a 7,
natural,
9, or
and that led to
9-7-3?
you moving on to the round of 16. But the early game in the match against Mind wasn't easy either. Your natural was a little later than mine's, but you managed to keep applying pressure on the 9
Yeah,
o'clock
man, that was a great TVT.
with Wraiths, Tanks, and Vultures to give yourself an advantage.
Wraiths
Do
are
you think
making a
this kind of
comeback
Wraith
in
Tank
TVT,
Vulture
guys.
usage is favorable on Eclipse? This is the macro play I go for a lot nowadays, so I'm confident in it. In the early game, because it's Eclipse, I decided to play a more defense-based style in the early game. So I didn't have the initiative and got cut off. But with confidence, I thought if I play the way I play in practice, I can win. It was okay. I think my macro style is quite similar on any map, not just Eclipse. I like this kind of play. Even before the matches, you expressed that what you want is to show people how you're improving. What is your personal goal for this season? How far are you aiming?
Round of 8, let's go Barracks. Round of 8.
Everyone always thinks of a championship run. For me, with improvement in mind, since I aimed for the round of 8 last season, I want to take it one step further.
Oh, he's going to go for a round of 4. Ooh, big balls.
So I'm working hard. Yeah,
I mean, I could see him making the round of 4.
Barracks aims to take
He's been
things
playing so
calmly,
well.
step by step. And you are showing this with your practice, your performance, which I guess will fill a lot of people with expectations for you this season. Do you have anything to say to your colleagues and the fans?
People whose names
First of all, for helping
named
you
after
practice,
either buildings or
Rush,
units.
Sharp,
They're always
and
really
Snow, thank
good.
you very
Queen,
much.
Larva, Barracks.
And Flash helped me pick out builds all the way till dawn. Thank you too. For
Oh,
versus
Flash
I only
helped
practiced
him.
with calm. So I thought, what if I drop the ball?
Next
But I
season,
just
if Flash
imagined
comes
I was
back
playing this team
in
easy
season
against
20,
Calm.
it's going to be
And
insane.
thanks to me
It's
having
going to be
practiced with
Soulkey
him, I
versus
won.
Flash. Like 100%. And we'll have to see
every
when we get to
time
the round of 16
people
what
come to
Soulkey is
cheer
going to be
offline,
like.
and there's people
If
contacting
he's still
me to
dominating
show
people,
their
then he's
support.
just going to win. He's going to win 4 in a
I'm very
row.
thankful for that. It means a lot. I hope you believe in me and cheer for me this season as well. Once again, congratulations on making it the round of 16. Thank you. And there you have your first player through to the round of 16 today in Barracks. We have one more spot up for grabs today. Who will grab it? We'll take a short break and return with the losers match.
And we're back. What's up, everybody? It's
Welcome
elimination
back.
time. And this is a really cool match. Best
Oh,
versus
yeah.
Mind.
Best versus
I mean,
Mind,
there's
and one of them is getting
total
kicked out of the
killers
fucking
here.
ASL.
Best had a rough
Holy
run versus Crew.
shit. Best
Mind,
being kicked out
he got
in the
pretty beat up
round
by
of
Barracks
4
in that last
2
game.
seasons in a
Had an
row?
opportunity to really recover. It's kind of a slow
Mind
demise there.
blowing.
These guys should
Mind
make for a
blowing.
great game. I think Mind is the underdog here,
Yeah.
but Best I find.
Best is
all the players
Best
like
is
that
playing like a
have very
mini,
hard
and he's
time
just making
judging
bad
how he's going
decisions,
to.
or he's getting the
Because sometimes
short
with
end of the
Scott
build
here,
order
other times he
stick.
completely flubs it.
Well, if I'm not mistaken,
In
when,
ASL.
when Mind made it to the finals, didn't he beat Best in like a best of 5 where Best did the same strat every game?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
That's so funny. All right, guys, we're gonna go into this match.
So you
now.
can't possibly do it
Best
5
versus
times. He's like, watch me, bitch, Polestar. Ooh, the white versus the pink.
Okay, so we have Mind
It's like the
down here in
closest
bottom-
colors you can
sorry,
get.
excuse me, the top left, it's Best down here in the bottom right. Cross spawns.
The
And, let's do. So sorry.
Oh, well, the main thing I want to say about this is I feel like Mind's superpower in this matchup is finding the
Yeah,
opening
Muffin,
to
I don't know what's
attack.
going on with your
'Cause that's
stream if you
generally,
know,
like,
but
the
your
hardest thing to do
thing
in
is
Terran versus
like,
Protoss high level is like, okay, when am I actually
oh well,
supposed to attack
last time I checked
because
in,
you have to do it at the right time. You don't get that many.
it was
power
like
spikes
loading or
windows
whatever.
where you can actually attack Protoss and get a victory off of that. So you have to be a little bit careful, I think, against Mind because, like, let's say that Best like loses a little bit too much in one battle. Mind is more likely than a lot of Terrans to recognize that this is the correct time to move out, and I feel like he's not very likely to do something like just a blind 5-fact or 6-fact that a lot of Terrans do. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah. I think one of the best defining features is that bust play he does so often, where he basically maxes out and just plows through the Terran on their third base. And the number of times he's busted positions where I think, oh, no one can.
Holy
like,
shit!
It's too narrow, or it's too well defended. It blows me away. I saw him.
You
in one of the
equaled
ASL
your
casts
your
bust the
your
high ground of a third base on retro.
personal
like, there's
best.
Just no way. And it was like there was even like a depot.
Which means there's room for improvement.
He somehow managed to get all
Press,
the stuff up
press
there. It's
on,
crazy.
Muffin. I believe.
He's so good at moving units through narrow spaces.
Yeah,
and
you
then
tied
having
it.
them split
That's
into
fucking
different,
insane.
Attacks and knows where to target what. We'll see if we get into one of those games here now, but
So I believe that
always
means
best
the
goes
next
for
the
that.
next push
You're
is a
right,
breaking
you're
of
right, and
personal best.
He is probably the best at doing that, but I still feel like he just shouldn't be doing that a lot of the time.
Being in for 2 hours
That can be a blessing and a curse.
for
I
a
think.
tie.
You know, I've said this so many times, but I gotta say it again.
It's not bad.
For most StarCraft players, your greatest
It
strength
means
is
now
also
you
your
have the
greatest weakness.
foundation. You
It's
just
like,
need to find that
because
tiny
you kind of
thing that
lean
you can
on it, and
change
it's like also
that'll
how you lose
scoot you
games.
past
So
where
for
you need to
Best,
go.
it'd be like, well, his macro is so good in this matchup, and he just, you know, that wins him a ton of games, those attacks, but that also loses him a ton of games. If someone holds that attack, and it's like, okay, you were on, you attacked the Terran, and you're both on 3 bases, and you know now Terran has an edge, and
Yeah,
so it's
exactly.
like, oh, that. But that's
the number of
yeah.
games we've cast of him where that's exactly what happens, where it's like, well, you're on 4 bases, man.
Mm-hmm.
You just attacked a Terran on 3 bases and it didn't work, and now you're going to try to get a 5th and a 6th, where maybe you should have just, you know, taken the other 2 mains. I mean, we'll see what exactly happens in this game, but yeah, we have a lot of those types of moments here, PvT with him.
Definitely, and that's kind of the beautiful thing about StarCraft. Like, people have superpowers that are also super weaknesses, except for Flash and Sulky. They're both perfect humans, and
Yeah.
everyone else is, you know, everyone else is like a minor anime villain.
True.
Everyone else is like a Batman villain of some sort,
Yeah,
right? Like it's like,
something
well,
like
I'm the
that.
Riddler. I'm the
tell
Scarecrow.
riddles.
I can scare you. I know your fears.
Exactly. Except like Batman, like Sulky and Flash are both Batman, where there is no actual weakness there.
Exactly. It's me, Arbiter Man.
Arbiter Man.
He's got a mask that's just a big arbiter on his head. Yeah, so we had pretty standard openings. You know, factory opening into command center, gateway opening into Nexus. These are the, you know, you could tune in any era of StarCraft and basically see this. And so it's going to be a robo after that. This may be a slow game to start things off. When you're in cross spawns, generally the Terran doesn't want to push. Sometimes we'll see kind of surprise moves like that where they will try to punish a Protoss that is too greedy. But same thing for the Protoss. I mean, generally speaking, you know, after a minute or two in the game, you can't really do anything too crazy to a Terran player, so you kind of just sit back and macro. Now, in this game, we just saw a starport put in the bottom left. So this is going to be a vulture drop, it looks like. And I think this is one of the only ways the Terran can engage when they're this far apart.
And I love
cross
how he's doing
spawn
it as
with
well.
this is like bad.
Just the fact that he's hidden that down there, and the thing is, he made it like a little bit late. And you're right, if it's in his main base, it's like harder to get it there. So the fact that he has it down at the bottom, it's going to be a bit quicker. But also, he was able to make it a little bit later, which means he can put this slight tank pressure on first. This is
And they
actually a
won't expect the
fantastic
dropship
setup in my
afterwards because it's
he's
not in
moving
the normal
with, like, the
tempo
Marines and
of.
tank. What he'll do is he'll poke, he'll lay some mines in smart locations, and normally when it's vulture drop, because you have to start the starport so early, you skip a tank completely. So when Best sees the tank, mentally in his head, it should tell him most likely not a starport.
That's a very smart point. The tank is basically going to allow for the drop to probably do a lot more damage. So he basically shows it and then backs up.
And he put his Citadel in the corner.
This is so, dude,
That's a beautiful placement.
I will be using this tonight. Like, this
it's
is
smart.
This
yeah,
is
no,
like just
a great build.
The way he walks up and does one shot with the tank, it's
Just
just
to
like,
show
hey,
the
I'm
tank.
here. And the thing is, that's a common thing to do anyways, just to lay the mines. You escort the vultures forward with the tank and just make sure you can get a couple good mines down, and that's it. But yeah, this is like really big brain play. This is very, very smart. I love this build. This is amazing from Mind. I think he's going to kill so many probe stasis. I think you're looking forward to some great PVTs tonight that aren't going to happen because he's going to lose all his probes.
Yeah, That's funny how that Citadel can go right underneath that building, by the way. That's interesting. I didn't realize you could make things that hidden under there. Yeah, I mean, this Vulture drop's going to come in here. It's going to go right through this blind spot. He's not going to see it until it's already unloading in his base. This will also come down to execution. Now, he happens to have his probe over here while he's making that, so he's going to see this right away.
Oh,
and
he gets in, he gets in. That's
he
so
tried
big.
so hard
to... And wasn't able to do it. Already a ton of probe damage. This is already a super successful drop.
And he's going to get
gonna
more.
Great. Yeah, he basically had
Two
the
more?
choice to either
One
evacuate
more?
immediately
One
or
more?
try to get a
Two more?
building wall
Oh
up
my
there,
god, he got like
and,
6 probes.
Wasn't able to do it, so a decent number of probes were killed. It could have been worse, if we're going to be honest. It could have gone much worse, but basically, Mine's in the lead right now. He's looking really good. The probe count's
Oh
been
my
thin
god,
now.
if Best gets
Tech is not
kicked
gonna
out,
slow
he's
down
gonna
at
be
all, we're
so
gonna be going into
mad. Oh my god, 2 seasons in a row in the round of 24 for
well,
a
he had
like
the probe
top
there to make
8
it, and
player.
that probe got picked off. So if he did make it, it's somewhere else. I don't know actually. Okay,
This is
there
so
it is.
It's over there.
great.
It's in the natural.
You know, sometimes that'll happen where you get dropped during the middle of like making a bunch of buildings. It is true that a lot of Protoss players, they'll make all those buildings together. It's like the Citadel, the Templar Archives, the Stargate, even the Forge, the Arbiter Tribunals. A lot of times you'll see them all in one little spot.
Now, as far as the game plan goes for these two players,
Okay, he's going
Mind is
Arbiter.
setting another dropship. I think it's smart to do a secondary drop, but like don't overcommit it because they're going to be ready for it.
Yeah.
But like it kind of rescouts the base, which is important. But when you get that many probes, you always think to yourself as a Terran player, like, should I follow this up with a 2-base timing attack? Because that's kind of where 2-base timing
That
still
blue
work, is
cloak
after
looks
some probe
so
damage.
sick.
Yeah.
But he's playing against Arbiter. And, you know, when you get that probe damage off of Starport, your factories are later, your unit count is a little bit lower. He is going to 5 factory right now. That's what I was looking for, is that command center. In my opinion, this is the smartest way that you can do it. A lot of players here would set up a 6 factory attack and try to kill him. But Arbiter is the best tech at holding on against stuff like that. You just run out of scans.
Did he see the
they deny
shuttle?
turrets near their base, and, you know, eventually you get whittled down, and that's actually why JYJ isn't in this season, because he was trying to timing attack an Arbiter build. So, love to see what Mind is doing. And look at this. This dude, he's finding more probe kills. Wow.
I mean, this is insane. He's going to have, like, I don't know, 8 probes of that expansion. The DT drop is a smart move. This basically milks the scanner. So, oh my God, he's got to get this out of here. That's crazy. Mind is basically like calling his bluff and not scanning and trying to get the shuttle. So the idea is that like the only way they're going to be able to fight you is if they have scans on the map. So you want to try to bait a scan, pick it up, run away. Kind of cool how Mind tried to handle that. He just like would not scan and just kept trying to bum rush the shuttle. So he didn't really get any scans forced out of there, but the shuttle DT is just kind of a good thing to have. I don't personally use this as much. It's probably something I should incorporate in my play more. But I think shuttle DT drops set up really nicely for Arbiter later on.
I agree with you. I don't think enough pro Protosses do that. Like, a lot of people go Arbiter pretty quickly and don't even make a DT. Like, first off, you should definitely have at least one. But, like, I do like just poking in with a drop, just kind of checking what's going on, and maybe milking some scans, as you said. I think it's a very good move. And you know, I'm looking at this, and I'm like, I think Best is dead. Like, well, not dead, but, like, Mind is well ahead, and he doesn't normally screw up from spots like this. But Best continues to just impress, man. Like, I love the way his brain works in this game.
Okay, so he forces that to scan. He runs away. Yeah, I'm kind of on the same page as you are, Toast. It's like, I don't know if Best is going to be able to last in this game. He's been tripped up quite a bit.
Oh!
Jeez. Another scan baited out here.
That was
that
insane.
6 or 7 vultures, man. That's a good DT.
Insane. So, you know, it may be a factor, it may not. I know that there's a science vessel here. One thing that's funny in this matchup is like science vessels can be sniped by Dragoons pretty easily. Like, even though the science vessel as a unit is pretty responsive, a lot of times when you have these big fights, it's really easy to run up underneath them and just shoot them. So don't think just because we have a vessel in this game that the scans don't really matter. You need to make sure you have those scans out there. In this game, I don't think it's going to be much of a factor, but we'll see.
No, you're right, though. It's definitely something to watch out for. Mind gets his third gas. He is getting EMP right now. I think he's playing just a beautiful, beautiful game. I actually went back and rewatched Scan's game on this map against Shuttle because I was like, that was just so beautiful how he dealt with the Arbiter type play. And we're actually seeing Mind basically follow the same thing. Like, he's going towards 2-1. You know, he's getting vessels and EMP. He's got his 3 gases down, and like I'm sure he'll build a 4th command center and kind of float it out as he's getting ready to move out for an expansion. But yeah, just making sure you're kind of tight on your defense and nailing your macro here is exactly what you need to do as Terran.
So Mind is at about 140 supply. Best is at 160, but he'll be maxing out pretty quick. I mean, 2 rounds out of the gateways, and he's going to be at 200 supply. But, you know, this is clearly not a game where Best will be able to do any of that kind of bust play we were talking about. An uninterrupted Best would probably be trying to plow into that third base right now. But
you're right.
Because Mind got the upper hand, we're just in a very different scenario. But when Mind decides to move out, he's going to be really hard to deal with. Now, this map's big. There's a lot of ways you can kind of play hide the ball versus the Terran. And that's a lot of what this matchup becomes. Like, there's a period as Terran's developing where the Protoss could just smash the army very easily. But once enough upgrades kick in, the Protoss has to take this kind of guerrilla warfare approach to the matchup because, generally speaking, you're not able to just run right in there and kill him. That's why we see Stasis and Storm used so much, like freeze half of it, storm the rest, see what you can kill, run away. Another thing that can happen, and it's probably the hardest to do when they're only on 3 bases, but as Terran gets bigger, you can try to just counterattack constantly. This map, you know, as we pointed out, I think it was in Group A, you can send Arbiters through the very top and recall, but that never happened here. And recall, it becomes, like, the longer the game goes on, the worse recall can be, just because you're recalling units into, you know, sometimes Terran units that have such.
Oh,
there we go.
and there's the vessel.
Just like I was saying. So sometimes you'll have games where you recall into the main, but there's so many mines, or you know your army's just so weak compared to theirs that everything dies. So you got to be very careful how you use it.
Stasis on the club tanks.
Here he comes around now with his main
good.
army. There's not okay. He brings the vultures back down. This is really
There's
important.
one stasis.
Dude, those were great stasises. Oh my god.
It's perfect.
Best is rallying in this game right now. These are just fantastic.
The EMPs though.
He should be able to pick off a few siege tanks here.
I think he's going to be able to get everything over here.
God,
you know what he did that was just perfect? Boom, nice connect with the mine. He's picking the tanks that are in the back. It's easier said than done when you're running in because you're taking your whole army and trying to hit a point. And sometimes you'll see players that just freeze tanks in the front or the middle, and then all these tanks in the back are just doing damage.
And then there's like a line of tanks that you can't break through, that you can't damage because there's stasis.
Perfectly.
That was really well done from Best. Like he really kind of capitalized on Mind being just slightly out of position. So we go from a game that in my opinion, I think Mind was slightly ahead there. Like he went from well ahead there to well behind here. Now he's playing against 5 base. He hasn't like gotten rid of ARBs. Yeah, he got an EMP off there and some of the spells were used, but the ARBs are still there. And he doesn't have a 4th base set up. We're at 15 minutes with no 4th base and no possibility of attack from Mind. I think Best is going to clear this out.
Yeah, another great stasis. Exactly where it needs to be. The very, very top tanks. Get the ones that are in the front. He's going to clear this out. And, you know, we say this all the time to the point where I almost feel like it's redundant, but Best really has the scariest macro. This guy got beat up so early, and he looks like he has not been engaged at all with how much stuff he has.
This was amazingly done by Best. I have to give him so many props.
I never would have thought.
Opening was God.
He's like, I am not getting kicked out in round of 24 again. Fuck this.
It didn't even matter.
He just went Super Saiyan.
Well, and Best is basically closing the game out right now. Like, you are not winning from here, losing that 4th CC. He's killing even more siege tanks now. I almost made this joke earlier where you're like, well, normally he would be, you know, just charging into the 3rd base right now. And I almost thought, like, Maybe it's better if Best loses some probes early, because then he doesn't throw his army away.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
He waits for a smart position to play his army instead of just being like, ooga booga and running in. So,
Unga
like, maybe-
bunga.
Just YOLOing it into the third base, like
Maybe
up a ramp.
his strongest games are when he loses 10 probes at the beginning.
By the way, basically in this matchup, dude, I want to blow my brains out seeing this many SCVs on the refinery. Oh my god! And the CC is going to burn down. I think Mind is a little bit paralyzed right now. What we're seeing Best set up is how.
No,
when
there
you're
goes the
doing arbiter
CC.
tech, how you
10,
close the
9,
game out
8,
is
7,
you
6,
take both
5,
mains
4, 3,
and you
2,
fill them up with
1,
gateways.
boom!
And you just kind of run the clock. Try to kill as many expansions as you can of the Terran, but basically, you have, 3/4 of the map, and they can't do a whole lot with that. I've seen some other players streaming that are trying to learn the game, and they're coming from StarCraft 2, and they're pretty good. And this is a concept I kind of thought everybody knew, but I've realized a lot of people don't appreciate. Is that, like, it actually, it's funny. I guess Best isn't doing it in this game. Best has all his gateways in his main, but generally speaking, and back me up on this, Artosis, you want to have like 8 gateways in each main.
Yeah. I mean,
Right? Because
no,
that way you
Tasis,
can
all the
never
gates
be
go on the
contained.
main base, and then you just use Warp Gate feature.
You'll do whatever it takes to stop the Protoss players.
Yeah.
You can win your ladder matches.
No, you're totally right. Like, you need it like that, because the actual way that Terrans win games is a push to the natural. Like, if you just look at, like, a huge amount of Terran versus Protoss games, the ones where Terran kills the natural nexus at some point in the game, those are the games that Terran wins, because you stop the rallying out of the main. You kind of choke up a ton of their units, which makes them really cost inefficient. It makes it hard to get their army together, because the Max Protoss army fights really well and is super mobile. So you just kind of like screw that up. And when you have gates in other mains, you can bring in units from different angles and attack different locations, and it's a lot harder for Terran to contain you.
Yeah, I guess he's not going to need to do it this time around, and maybe it's also because of the pacing of the game, because he did get tripped up. He decided to just get his gateways out now in his main. I think he's got something like 17 gateways in his main. It's kind of crazy. But, the truth is that that's usually how you close it out, or at least ensure that it's almost impossible to lose. Now, I don't know that Mind can actually push through all this and then hit the bottom right and contain
And
it,
look at
but,
Best Bank, too.
Yeah, I mean,
Like
Best macro is just off the hook. It's wild.
3.7k with 1k, and he's max.
He's really in control of this game. I love his 3 groups as well. And nice. Not EMP, but Stasis is going off there.
Nice, not EMP is exactly.
Yeah.
That's a great stasis. And he's going to try to just plow through this again. You got to be careful, by the way, with Arbiters. Like, if they get EMP'd, you are so boned. You don't have any real recourse either. By the way, this is a game where he never got Storm, which I'm a little bit curious about why. Not that it matters, because he's going to win this game, but he's just
fucking
powered up with
destroying.
Arbiters, Dragoons, and Zealots.
I think just the pacing, the way the game went, like he couldn't get it early, and then he got so far ahead that, like,
Yeah,
honestly,
one
getting into the
push
tempos
pushed
would
him
have
like
slowed him
way
down.
way
It's like
ahead.
he's
It's
just,
like he took the
yeah.
once
turbo
you beat
route.
that first group of tanks, he just brought it down, made it basic, where it's like, yeah, we're just trading. Trade. He's going to run out of money, and I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly what we see here. Like, Mind is almost broke right now. He did make one more good army. He knows he's dead. He could GG at any time, because this is 0% to win.
I got a question for you. What is the time when Terran likely mines out their third? Is it 21 or 22 minutes and 30 seconds?
Well, it matters how quickly you're taking other bases, too, because you'll start spreading the SCVs a little bit more evenly. When you take a fourth base, you put a lot of SCVs on it a lot of the time.
GG.
But,
GG.
yeah.
Woo!
Okay. Well, there you have it. Best taking out Mind, so gets a little bit of revenge from a previous match they had. Mind dropping pretty early from the tournament.
Mind
I love this
versus
guy. I think he opened. That might be the best Terran versus Protoss opener that we see this whole season. You just got him into a really fantastic spot, but Best knew exactly how to play from there. And man, he just jumped on the first mistake Mind made when he had no mines in front of that group of tanks as he was kind of pushing towards that fourth base area.
It's kind of a hopeless feeling when your strategy works at the start, and then it's like, oh, this guy's so good at just making workers and taking the map and getting gateways up, like it didn't matter. you know, Best really understands how to get from A to Z in a macro game, no matter what you do to trip him up. And that last game was a perfect example of it.
Awesome game. And now we get another one. True versus Best, the rematch.
Mm-hmm.
Can Best take out True the second time? I am still favoring Best, even though True played so well.
Yeah, I think Best is going to get out.
We'll see about that, guys. Quick commercial break, and then the final match of the night. This hadn't occurred to me.
There we go. PVZ, let's go!
What's up, everybody? We're going full circle. We're going to end where we started. It's Best versus True. This is the rematch. Game one was really interesting. There were moments where it looked like True could pull through. I'm sorry, Best could pull through, but
yeah, True
ultimately True won with
pushed.
that Hydra Muta style we've all known so well. Just kind of
scared him straight out.
It's like, okay, you got me with the Dark Archon this time. I'll just come in and do it again. And it made me curious about how to handle this exactly. We've seen Bisu as well have great success with the Dark Archon, kind of blind counter to the mutas, but
sure,
it didn't even occur to me that like after you lose all the mutas, you could just remake them and just do it again, right? You don't see that very often.
Yeah. I think that this hadn't occurred to me before, but well, I'll tell you about it in a second. But Deja Vu going to be our map here, final map of the night.
Glitch in the Matrix.
One A, 2A, 3A, 4A, 5A, 1A, 2A, 3A.
Hell yeah.
All right, the audience getting their chairs in there. It's going to be cross spawns here. True in the top right, Best in the bottom left. Real quick, guys, one more plug for the Patreon. Consider signing up. Make an account on there, and if you can, sign up for a year. We could not do this without you guys. If you appreciate our work, if you appreciate esports, especially the history of esports, I feel like a lot of what esports has become is just sort of a marketing tool for the new game, which is fine, right? There's going to be new titles we don't even know about that are coming out yet, but you gotta give some love to the game that started it all. So please consider going to patreon.com/ASL English.
And I tell you, StarCraft has never been an esport as a marketing tool. that is a fact. This is the least marketed game I've ever seen. So definitely here on its own merit.
There has been more done to erode StarCraft in its incredible history than I think any other game. The only thing I think can come close to it is Smash Brothers.
Yeah.
But you know, it really is a testament to how incredible of a game it is. You know, battles over IP, over who's in control of it, periods where all the people that were inside Blizzard that were supporting it were gutted and left. And so the fact that this game survives through everything, and I mean, a quarter of a century plus is how long this has been out. I mean, think of everything else that was going on back at this time, right? This is pre-cell phones. This is like, I mean, what is it, like PlayStation 1, right? I think that's the era this is from.
N64. It was on N64.
Barely got the internet when this game came out. This happens to be one of the first online games. It's still one of the most competitive online games. So we're really proud to, you know.
Oh, he hit the drone! He hit the drone!
Analyze the games, entertain you guys, but we appreciate the support. So again, just that quick plug for the Patreon, and we'll get back into this game.
So yeah, I want to say one final thing about that. You know, in about 4 billion years, when the sun expands to destroy the Earth and destroy basically this solar system, I think humans will probably be long dead or gone by then. The only thing that's going to be left is water bears playing StarCraft 1.
It's good. Tell those water bears to go to the Patreon, okay? So this game, it was Forge opening, cross spawns, and it's going to be probably a quiet game. This is a map where you can cannon rush, which is probably why Best just defaults into going for early forge here. But True opened up in a way where you can't really get away with that. I do want to point out on this map, I actually have this map ticked off when I ladder. Really? Because I actually feel like this map is too strong for Zerg in ZVP. The Lurker Contain on the high ground area outside of your natural is so hard to stop.
Oh, yes, for sure. I've actually seen a lot of, you're completely right, I've seen a lot of ZVPs that look exactly like that on this map.
Yeah, and you can get a third base while still being Lurker Contained. And there is a way to get out, a smaller ramp outside of your third base that goes on a high ground there as well. But I have had, in my own experience, the most brutal Lurker Contains ever, to the point where I'm like, I'll sit this one out. As a competitive player, I got to play to my strengths and try to avoid or overcome my weaknesses. But I would prefer to just dodge out.
Got you.
On this map, it's too hard with Lurker Contains. In this game, True is going for a 3-hatch Hydra bust, unsurprisingly.
Oh, actually, this is what I was trying to talk about as the game so rudely started. Because True really likes the Hydra Muta. It's not the only thing I've ever seen him do, but it's the coolest, the most different, and the one that he does the most that I've seen. But I actually think opening with a 3-hatch Hydra is the most important part, because if he's going to keep switching into Mutas, he can't have you having a giant Corsair fleet, you know? So, like, by opening with a 3-hatch Hydra attack, whether it's an all-in or just a pressure, he gets you to basically have 1 to 2 Corsairs maximum and go right into the High Templars, which his Mutalisks can then pick off. So I think that this is, like, an important lead-up to that build.
I want to expand on that idea. So the reason why you can't get Corsairs when you do this, even if you have a Stargate, is that you have to invest so much into stopping the Hydra bust that you can't afford. I mean, every Corsair is a cannon and gas in price. So once they see that the Hydra bust is coming, they have to just stop everything. And that includes giving up on air. And you might be asking, well, can't you make Corsairs later? Yeah, but you're also supposed to be getting Dragoon range later in the game, so you can't get that air weapons upgrade, which you really need to fight Mutas and Scourge. And it just doesn't quite work out. So, yeah, if he's going to win the same way he won previously, it's going to be off the back of plays like what we saw there. And some of this is just teching in a way that kind of forces the player to have to not have Corsairs. By the way, this 2 Zealot push here was a great scout. You are going to be so prepared for this Hydra bust, you're never going to lose.
But I think he's already started a 4th hatch. Yeah. Like, I think that this is just what True does to set him up for the Mutalisk Hydra. Like, he makes it look like this, but he's like, no, I'm actually macroing, bro.
Well, yeah, it's basically, we had a hard time casting this the first time, but this is basically like enough Hydras to kill your gateway and your forge, but then really macro behind it. And, when you're the Protoss player, it's always confusing. You got to really look carefully, okay, how many Hydras are coming at me? And by the way, True disguises this pretty well, because, like, the bare minimum you send to kill the gateway and forge is 4. But he'll send something like 7, which is kind of a scary number. But then he drones up behind it, which is pretty smart.
So he forces the cannons. He forces you to not go Corsairs. And Best that last game, I felt like he learned a lot about it. Remember that he started mixing in more Dark Templars because Overlords weren't coming with him? It's a very gas-intensive strategy from True. So, like, he's not really getting Overlord speed quickly or anything. I think Best is going to be much more prepared this time. I think he'll get the Dark Archon again. And I think that he'll mix in some Dark Templars, like, a little bit earlier so he can smash the first attack.
By the way, hold on a second. He's going to come in here and try to hit. See this gateway, how it sticks out more, by the way? This is the new wall-in people use. The gateway's way forward, the forge is pulled back. This way the cannons can kind of surround the forge, and it's a lot harder to pick it off. I remember seeing a couple players do this like 2 seasons ago, and I'm like, why does their wall-in look so terrible? It's because the gateway is expendable. The forge, ideally, you never want to give up on an upgrade. Now, in this game, it looks like he might end up getting the forge anyways. But the idea is that you wedge the forge in the back, and then you're completely will gateway later on.
Well, the Hydras are going after that forge pretty hard. I'd imagine that Zealot legs are almost done here, so he might be able to save it once again. Okay, it actually stopped spinning. Did he get it? Yeah, he did. Oh, okay.
I think he got it. He got it because that's in range of the pylon. I think he might actually just go for the bust. Remember that 4-hatch Hydra bust I was talking about that never happened in the previous game? I think he might have it here. Yeah,
possibly.
So it seems like he's able to kind of oscillate pretty comfortably between this.
He's got 5 hatches, man. He's got 5 hatches right now producing Hydralisks.
So the layer starts. By the way, I want to clarify something. We were talking about skipping Corsairs and you can't make any, and then there's one flying around. You always make the one, and it's to scout. He like you saw there, he's going to keep flying over because while he's doing all this stuff defending, he's basically going, are you making drones or Hydras? So he says, okay, there were 3 drones there before, now there's 5. Do I see more Hydras coming across the map? Is there a layer? You're trying to the whole time figure out what are they doing exactly. Oh my God. He almost lost the only Overlord. 1 DT could just come out and kill all this.
And he does cancel 2 of the cannons because he has Storm Finish. Oh my God, that was an insanely good Storm.
He was actually trying to get the Overlord in there too. I think that's why he came up that angle.
That would have been
awesome. Didn't get it. Remember, there's no Overlord speed because the layer's late. So like that's the only in fact, he's going to send the Corsair back, I think. Oh man,
no.
That's too bad.
I would have said something about all army hotkey if we were on StarCraft 2, but that was a choice best made, and it wasn't a good one.
Yeah.
So True here is droning up really, really heavily. He's on those 5 hatches, so his macro's looking great. I think Best did a great job holding this with the minimal amount of cannons. He has that Dark Archon on the way, and we're just going to see, has he solved this problem of True's style? Because I think True is going to go into that Spire again. Oh, he actually takes a pretty quick 4th. There's the Spire on the way. So yeah, it does look like True's going to try to play that style once again.
Yeah, we're back into that same game. Now, the Dark Archon, he's got 1. And remember that he's got to freeze the mutas and then kill them and then push. And I don't think he's going to make a second Dark Archon. I don't think there's going to be the Dark Archon energy upgrade, anything surprising like that. By the way, he's remade the Corsair to keep scouting the map. So he's got that 1 Corsair scout out here. Because, by the way, guys, you don't know 100% that they are going to go for the mutas. It's very common. It's probably the most common setup at high-level play. Post, a Hydra pressure, whether that's a bust or kind of a, just a pressure play like we saw here. Some players go into Lurker. But so he needs to keep flying with the Corsair now and just keep scouting and saying, okay, what exactly are you doing? I love the fact that he sent those Zealots into the main, and then he sent these other Zealots out on the map. This is a great way to take advantage of the fact that, it's hard for the Hydras to kind of defend everything easily. So he's just fractioning them off into these different locations and trying to see, okay, where can I kill stuff? Like, these 3, look at this. There's nothing defending this. Best is playing an amazing game.
That 4th hatch under attack with 3 Zealots, I think he's just going to lose it to 3 Zealots. Yeah, he is. Yeah. That's going to go down. He clears the rest of the Zealots, but that 4th base, that's impactful as can be. That's a real problem right now for True. He spent a lot of money getting that, and if he has a 4th base mining, that's the setup that he needs for his Muta Hydra style to work. So I'm a little bit nervous for True here. I think Best is already playing a better game than his first game against True. And that's without a successful cannon rush.
So he's got these Dragoons out here. He has not shown the Dark Archon, by the way. By the way, I've been trying to work at beating this specific style of play from Zerg, and it's so funny. It's a problem that I have, but maybe some of you can relate. I move out of my base, and I'm just not ready to look for the mutas. I'm macro, and I come back, and even if I have the Dark Archon, all my Templars get sniped.
That's funny.
It's so funny. In StarCraft, you
should
have
Zerg rush Goliaths.
What to focus on. So he's going to be moving here. And
Lurkers.
again, he hasn't shown the Dark Archon. That's part of this. You don't have to blindly go in. Okay, here we go. He's baited.
Oh, he got it, but the storm's not ready.
Okay, now 1 Corsair with this shot and the storm that kills everything. Beautifully done.
That's
ready
insane.
To take this game if he can just push out.
Well,
where's the obs?
There's Lurkers here. He doesn't have the obs. He's spent his
I missed the
money here on
isometric
kind of
style.
Muta. So it feels to me like True made this look exactly the same as their first game.
And you can always have an observer at this point in time. He even had the observatory making down there.
Oh, okay.
I think he didn't build it.
Yeah, maybe he didn't make it.
That's crazy, yeah.
Wait until he sees a Lurker perhaps or something. But either way, like, True made this look like the same as last time. He's gone into Lurker. Now, I wonder if he should be attacking here, or maybe, as you suggested, like, set up the Lurker contains. I've definitely seen a lot of strong Lurker contains on this map, but he is attacking with a lot of units here. He's got a Maelstrom, so I think he's going to hold on still.
I think he's okay. By the way, when you're doing this, that was a great Maelstrom. If you're not versus mutas, what I found is the best thing to take is if you see like 5 or 6 lurkers just moving, standing, freeze them. It's great.
Totally.
Suddenly they're completely useless.
True.
So, at this point in time, I think what Best has to do is just try to push out. Great Psy Storm again. The Hydras, you know, it's a lot harder to try to snipe Templars with Hydras, and a lot of times.
Oh shit! Look at them all!
Storm that down and then move out. So this is where the push is going to kick in, and I think this is what didn't happen last time. It's like the mutas were killed, and then I think Best had to kind of clean up his side of the map, and then when the push came, you know, the mutas just came in and picked it off again. He's 50 energy away from another Maelstrom. And by the way, you know, it was cool to see those Hydras get hit. I do wonder, and I guess we're going to find out in a second, is it more important to just keep the Maelstrom pocketed so that you can freeze the mutas again later on?
Maybe. You know, I think at this point he'll use anything he can to just push
the
this
storm.
down, because it feels like he's very close to just winning this game.
Yeah.
So I think any additional damage he can put out there is going to be really, really good. Comes forward into these Hydras. Does he have any more spells left? I think he probably does.
I think Best wins.
More High Templar. He's got to have some storms. But I don't think it even matters at this point. His Dragoons are overwhelming. GG, and Best will advance, keeping that stability of always making it to the next round. True put out some awesome games today, Tasteless. I think he'll be in next season, and I think he'll make round of 16. The guy's making like leaps and bounds of progress. He looked amazing against Best game 1. Most of his game against Barracks, he was winning, I think, and ended up losing that. And, you know, here he mixed it up a little bit, and Best just had learned from the previous game, I think. But really good game.
Hey, Valiant Boy. Welcome, welcome. How's it going, bro? How was your day? Welcome to the stream.
And, you know, he deserves
Don't forget to lurk on Twitch. I mean, what?
Back in StarCraft 1, looking really scary. I mean, it was a great game. You know, it did seem like this movement with the lurkers, this was probably a bad idea. We were just talking about how strong lurker contains are. It feels like, why would you try to attack into these narrow areas? There's Templars gone, there's cannons making, there's a lot of
this, and then the Maelstrom on top of it.
It's like Zerg running into these narrow areas where you can just sprinkle it with storms. You know, the Observer runs in with the rest of the army here. Look at that freeze. I can't even believe you can freeze that many units with that ability. That looks so much bigger than anything I've ever seen.
Those were clumped up pretty tight. That's one of the bigger Maelstroms I've seen as well, as far as surface area goes. But that was
sick as fuck. Still, I'm feeling a lot better now.
He looked completely solid throughout.
Yeah,
no more sore throat.
Here,
my nose isn't a nose. Oh, that sucks.
That is a beautiful thing when you see the 2 Templars cast the storms. The Hydras try to target him and they turn into the Archon and can't be killed.
Fighting!
Yeah, that's what you and I did when we first got to Korea.
And that does it for Group C of the round of 24 of ASL Season 19. And our second place finisher today makes his return to the round of 16. Let's talk to Best. Congratulations, good job. Thank you. You yourself probably couldn't have expected it would take this much effort to get through the round of 24.
Oof, that's a sad power level.
This season, perhaps you must have had doubts playing the games.
9,834.
You can go home with a good result. How are you feeling? Back in the day, the round of 24 used to be a breeze for me, but nowadays I'm struggling a little. Today, likewise, after losing the first game, I took damage from dropships in the losers match. I thought to myself, am I getting knocked out again? I should have slowed down. Losing that first game against BTS, it must have been difficult, regardless of you being who you are.
What ping?
It was tough to fight against the mutas and the main composition. And again, in the early game against mine, in the losers match, things got difficult too, as you lost close to a control group full of probes. which would have made many viewers think, is it even possible to come back from this? What was it like for you then?
Damn.
I was filled with regret after the first game.
I am
realized
not
that If I had
worthy.
been more patient, if I had played more slowly, it would have been better. I kind of threw that one myself. I was on the back foot again in the losers match, but took things slowly and it worked out better. It was thanks to that first game. You taking things slowly in a composed manner brought about this classic macro style of yours from the mid-game onwards in the match against Mind, and afterwards in the decider match against BTS with you having fully warmed up. It was a completely different vibe. You dealt with the Hydra Rush,
Chat lag
and you followed up
as
with Zealot Pressure
fuck
as you arrived
low.
safely in the round of 16.
Maybe
Having
refresh the
overcome
page, Valiant
these
Boy?
moments of crisis in the round of 24, shouldn't the round of 16 play out more comfortably in a more calm manner? In the round of 16, if I just do well, I should be able to advance to the round of 8. I'm personally not satisfied with my games in the round of 24. I will have to raise my level for the round of 16. There's still time left, so I'll fix some things. And looking at today's games, may I ask, what is the thing you'd like to fix most? Nowadays, I'm playing a bit like a scaredy cat. Back in the day, I used to be decisive, bold, confident. I've become timid. It's my mentality. I have to come with the mentality of a warrior. I think it's the skill of the tier 3 and tier 4 players that could have made even you nervous. And you have so much experience.
I will see.
I'm
Alright,
looking forward
Valiant
to the
Boy.
path you take this season. I bet you have
I'm
things to
going
say to your
on
fans and
Twitch
colleagues.
and be right back. Alright, sounds
My
good, bro.
fans must have been anxious, so thank God I managed to advance. I'm not satisfied personally, but there is time, so I'll improve. I want to thank C from our clan, YB. A lot of our members showed up today, so thank you. Our YB members watching online, and KOP promised he would take us out for a meal.
Hey, Valiant Boy, how's it going? Damn, that's some power right there. See,
The
look,
people will
you're...
be happy
Oh,
to get to
50
see
cents!
your name
Jesus, your
today.
Twitch account
Once
is
again,
powerful,
congratulations on advancing,
dude.
and we'll see you at the
Why
game
do you
selection
neglect
ceremony.
your Twitch account?
Thank you.
It has the true power.
And there you have Best as our final person advancing to the round of 16 out of Group C.
All right. Great day of games, guys. This was a lot of fun. I'm so glad we're back, by the way.
Hell yeah! And
Yeah,
motherfuckers!
I mean, this is such
Guten
a
Tag,
good
nerd.
tournament right
I've
now.
arrived with
These
SA
first three
Groups.
groups.
Levi,
Honestly, this is the
welcome,
best start we've
welcome.
ever had,
How's it
I think, so, as far as
going?
game quality.
Yep.
We've had so many close and great games. We were saying at the beginning of the season that this just looks like the best lineup that we've had.
I can't believe
Looks like
Barracks made it
everyone
out
has potential
first,
for
man.
upset,
That's
and we've seen
insane.
that. Look,
And the
True
best
didn't get last
almost
in this
didn't make it
group.
out.
We had, Hyun didn't get last in his group either. Like, some of these players that you're not expecting to do well are getting close.
Yeah, sometimes you get a title where there's like maybe 8 good players and they're so far ahead of everybody else that tournaments become redundant. It's not really the case in StarCraft.
Yeah.
So many good players. By the way, that's
I was
funny
really
because
tired for no good
How many
reason. I
souls
can't
is-
be doing
Now,
writing after 2 hours of
that's
reading.
interesting. We'll see how next week goes, but there could be a universe where like it's just Sulky and
Sometimes
and
it's
two other
a
heroes in what would be
struggle.
a very Terran and a
That
Protoss
happened
heavy group.
last
'cause-
season too. It was Sulky,
Yeah.
Hero, and Jaedong only. But
Let's see. I don't know that
yeah.
Killer will get out of Group D. I think
Hey,
Jaedong, Queen, those are strong contestants. Action, I think for sure gets out. But
Yeah.
oh, and I've almost missed Hero. Okay,
True.
no, we're fine.
Hero,
I think
Queen,
Surge's gonna
Action,
be fine.
I think are all going to make it. Jaedong, I think, has a very decent chance of making it too. But Queen, Hero, and Action are all in really good form. I haven't seen
Yeah.
as many Hero games lately, but Action and Queen, I've seen a lot of their games lately. They are looking fantastic right now.
Gotta figure out what else to do after my
Yeah,
reading,
next week
because
is
I
gonna be
really
great.
do love
As a
the
reminder,
reading.
guys, after next week,
Play some RuneScape, do some skilling or something like that. Try to get like 10k XP and a skill a day.
There will be no games to see. And then things resume as normal. It's every week.
Then
Monday,
eventually
Tuesday
you'll
out
be
here.
max in like 6
There
years.
you have it. I mean,
go.
it's still so worth it to go to Korea and catch some of these games live. It's just such an exciting experience. Definitely make
Yeah,
sure you
just
check
to
it
chill
out.
out.
If you can.
So you do like
Yeah,
skilling
this
on
has been,
RuneScape after you do
fantastic so
reading.
far. I actually can't wait for next week. I'm like sad.
And then you
that
do like
now
some
we have a few
AFK
days off
skill or
of not
something like that,
casting.
or some
I
mini
just-
game.
I want to get through
Yeah.
all these groups.
It's been fun, staying up late over here in Korea and casting these with you, Arto.
That was just the first thing that popped into my
So
head.
that's half of the round of 24, guys. Thank you so much for joining us, and be sure to check out our Patreon at patreon.com/ASL English. Artosis, any closing thoughts?
Skilling
It's
isn't
been
really good
awesome so
stream
far. Hope you
content. I'd
guys
rather do
are
something
enjoying it. I do
substantial on
think next week is
stream
going to be
with a
much
different
more
part of my brain.
dominated.
True.
So hopefully that's the case. Or, well, Sulky's all you need anyways. But anyways, guys, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
All right. Okay. Start with Reddit stories. Just gonna go grab a drink. I'll be right back, and then we will begin. Let me set the mood here. Still a bit loud. Yeah, it's probably better because it's probably going to get louder as it goes. Today's essays were a lot about immigration, which was kind of boring compared to the other economic stuff. Interesting. I could see that. The choice. I'm going to tell you a story. I want you to pay close attention. Not because it's the most incredible story in the world, but because, in the end, it's your story. It starts like this. An ordinary man wakes up one morning just like any other. You're watching him prepare, looking at himself in the mirror, putting on his shoes, maybe automatically, without thinking. But what if I told you that everything he does today is being influenced by you? Would you believe me? Because yes, here's where it gets complicated. The man I'm talking about has no control over his life. You're the one deciding every single step he takes. The strange part is that you have no idea you're responsible for how his day is unfolding. Look, every time he chooses a direction to walk, it's because you decided. Did you know that? The decision you thought was so ordinary and mundane, the food he's about to order for breakfast, that coffee or tea, that was your choice. It's a strange game, I know. You might think I'm joking, but I'm not. What's happening is that you've been so immersed in your own life you didn't even notice that as you're reading these words, you're shaping the life of another human being. His day, and sometimes we don't even realize what that means. Now I'm going to ask you a very different question. While reading this, when exactly did you decide to follow the story? Was it because it was interesting, or because something pushed you to keep going? But the real question is, who told you this would be interesting? Yes, what you're reading isn't just a story, it's an experiment. What I've done here is play with your mind, with your expectations of a narrative. I promised you it wouldn't be horror or mystery, but right at this very moment you're starting to wonder, what is this all about? The story unfolds as you understand it. This man could have taken a different route to work, he could have stopped to look at the sea or called a friend he hasn't spoken to in a while. But he didn't. You decided for him. Even if you don't believe it, every time he hesitates, it's because he doesn't know whether to go left or right, and you, as the reader, are deciding his path. You are following me? Are you following me? Because this is when the story takes a different turn. One, I can't easily explain. I asked you to keep reading, and you did. But now, at this point, you've already gotten involved. You've already made a choice, even though you didn't know it. So now, the real question is, what will you do with this power? You have control over this man, his destiny, his day. But do you want to be the type of person who just watches, or do you want to be aware of what you've just done? Because right now, he's deciding what to do with what you've given him. And that, whether you realize it or not, changes his life. Would you dare to change more things, or would you stay on the sidelines like an observer, waiting for his day to unfold without doing anything? The truth is, every day you're making decisions like these. Maybe not over a person who doesn't exist, but over yourself. How many times have you doubted your own path and let others decide for you without even realizing they were doing it? Today, maybe it's the moment when you start to see things differently. Maybe you're already deciding what your day will be like, or maybe it's too late to change direction. But well, there's another story, not yours, or maybe it is. Yay, story time! Yes, it is, Eggy Mayo. It is story time. Alright, that was story 1. Here is story 2. Whatever you do, do not go to my website. I'm writing this in a desperate plea to anyone that may know me or happen to be around me. If you see me, whatever you do, do not go to my website. Now that that's out of the way, most of you may wonder why I'm asking this of you. It's a lot to explain, but I can't take the chance that this will happen to anyone else. About a couple months ago, I lost my job thanks to budget cuts. I was tossed out into the street without so much as a warning. As you might guess, I was pissed. What the hell could I have done? I slammed the door to my apartment shut and kicked the shoes off my feet into the wall as if they were the ones that fired me. I slumped into my couch with a deep sigh and rubbed my face with both hands. Small meow jutted me out of my emotional state as I looked down at my cat, Grover. My best friend in the entire world. I'd adopted him when I went to the shelter. Poor little guy only had 3 legs. That never stopped him, though. He was still as graceful as any other cat. Patting my lap, I beckoned him up. He gladly did so with a purr, and I ran my hand through his soft black fur. I relaxed and closed my eyes, letting myself sink into his rumbles. Grover, at that point, was the only thing keeping me going. Hey, Mayo. After allowing myself to calm down, I opened my eyes to scroll through my phone. I knew I had to find a new job quickly, but one app in particular was calling my name. Clicking on YouTube, I proceeded to start doom-scrolling shorts, still stroking my best friend. I willed myself to zone out and forget about the day's events, that is, until a particular short crossed my feed. Yo, Valley. Are you a sad and lonely person? Person in the video asked. Are you looking to change your life for the better? I rolled my eyes. I've seen this kind of influencer before. They claim they could change your life if only you paid them your entire life savings, of course. You're in luck, my depressing friend. For the low price of free, you can completely remove yourself from your current life. Oh, for free, huh? I laughed mockingly. Dick Grover with a smile. This guy is a total scam artist, eh, boy? Grover didn't respond, just stared at me waiting for the pets to continue. I obliged. I know what you're thinking. This guy is a total scam artist, huh? The influencer wagged his finger while shaking his head. Okay, creepy. I chuckled, but despite the absurdity, I decided to continue watching. I can assure you, my process is completely free. Just visit my website, and you can learn how to leave your old life behind like a toxic ex. The guy then proceeded to spell out his website's address several times, like he was making sure it was ingrained into my skull. Probably out of pure boredom, I was convinced to visit the site. The page was completely devoid of color. I squinted my eyes as the bright white background burned my retinas. Why the hell doesn't anyone make their websites dark mode, I grumble. After blinking a couple of times, the only thing I see on the page is reviews. Each one had 5-star ratings, people raving about how they've enjoyed their new lives and how much this guy helped them. I figured that they were probably bot accounts and dead internet was running rampant. Then who was phone? So you're with your honey and you're making out when the phone rings. You answer it and the voice is, "What are you doing with my daughter?" You tell your girl and she say, "My dad is dead." Then who was phone? Oh, that's good shit, Mayo. That's good shit. My dad is in bed. Scrolling through the reviews, I finally landed at the end of the page. It had one question for me. Are you ready for your new life? I was about to click the yes button, purely from curiosity, when Grover started growling. I tore my eyes away from my phone to look down at him. His yellow eyes stared back at me, seemingly annoyed. I put down my phone and proceeded to scratch the ear he normally couldn't scratch because of his missing leg. Satisfied, he leaned into my hand, purring once again. I then forgot about what that site for some time after that. LMAO, your mom is a mattress Valium? Oh! Dying. Oh my god. Bro, I love it when it begins like that. After what felt like an eternity of searching, I had gotten no leads for a new job. Apparently the jobs that always seem to be urgently hiring already have really high standards. Unlucky for me, I guess. Rubbing the bridge of my nose in anxious defeat, I suddenly felt the urge to visit that website again. I've never found this energy in any other stream. Scotty, curator of chaos. True, brother! Welcome to the inexorably exhausting nature of being always content and uplifted. As soon as it gets boring, it stops being boring. Because I'm the GOAT, I carry all. Valiant Boy is Atlas holding up the world, and I am the world because I am the stream. But that's a little real. True. I was about to click the yes button, purely from curiosity when Grover started... Oh wait, I already read this, didn't I? I don't know how I scrolled back up. After what felt like an eternity of searching, I'd gotten no leads from a job, apparently. Yeah, okay. Disappointing myself even for considering asking for help from what could be considered as an alpha male podcaster. I go to type in the website. To my surprise, the website is already in my tabs. I must have forgotten to close out of it. I swept past the reviews to the bottom like I did before, but instead of the question being there, it asked for my name and age. Being completely broke and useless to society, I shrugged off any fear that getting my identity stolen will help anyone. I typed in my information and pressed enter. I was sent to a loading screen for what felt like minutes until a message appeared. Thank you for choosing us. We hope you join a list of satisfied customers. Waited for something else to happen, but nothing came. Rolling my eyes at a waste of time, I got up to feed my cat. As soon as I filled his bowl, I heard a knock at my door. I froze, debating whether I could hide from social interaction. I slowly tiptoed over to my door and looked through the people. No one was there. Keeping the latch on the door, I cracked it open. On the ground before me was a plain white box. The only thing it had on the first name marked in black letters, like someone let their 3-year-old send mail. Valo M is Atlas, and Scotty's huge balls are the globe. He's holding my balls up with his face. I unlatched the door and stepped out into the empty hallway. Glancing around, I picked up the box and scurried back inside. Pure confusion of receiving the package was enough to drown out the fact that I could be holding a bomb. Shaking that thought from my brain, I tentatively removed the scotch tape on the box and lifted the lid. I blinked a couple times in the inside of the box, at the inside contents of this random box. What the? I trail off as I pick up the white labelless bottle. Underneath was literally just a post-it note stuck at the inside of the box. Consume once a day. Did you hear the Greek myth about the guy that asked for immortality? I know the one about the guy that, like, the guy whose wife asked for immortality for him, but never asked for eternal youth. So he was immortal, but he forgot eternal youth. Forgot to ask for eternal youth, so basically just a raisin on the floor. Yeah. I thought it was his wife that did it, though. I didn't know it was him. I thought it was his wife that made the bargain, and then she forgot to say eternal youth. She just said immortality. And the only reason the gods granted it was out of pure hubris to be like, look what you forgot to do. Now you fucked him over. Don't do it again. I mean, there's many iterations of those myths, right? So, who the hell knows? Yeah, like I was going to take random pills from some random person who draws smiley faces on Post-its. Yeah, that's so hilarious. They're so petty. Yup, that was kind of one of the like main points for like the original Greek gods, is like they were as human as could be for such great beings. Like some of the worst traits of humans. Who even sent this? I asked. No one, as I turned the box over, searching for any clue as to where it came from. As if it heard me, I got a notification on my phone. Congratulations, you're about to start your path to a new life. I legit thought I was going crazy at this point. It felt like I was being pranked at any moment. Camera crew would burst in. Whoever sent this must think I'm desperate. Little did I know how right they were. Zeus is the original furry? Yeah. Literally fucking everyone is an animal. It's like complete adultery and bestiality. And just like abuse of power. Little did I know how right they were. Weeks passed and I still had no luck in finding a job. I was starting to feel like my only solution was to make a social media account for my cat. That's when I got another notification on my phone. Start finding your way in your new life and you'll receive amazing compensation. I read the text over and over, furrowing my brow in concentration. I read those words like money would suddenly fly out of the screen. Giving a apprehensive sigh, I grabbed the pill bottle. Grover meows at me curiously. Well, if I die, I give you permission to eat me. I state as if he could understand me. Hesitating for a moment, I pop a pill into my throat and down with water. So I was deeply regretting my decisions in life, I once again heard my phone. What I saw made me choke on my own breath and sent me $5,000 to be transferred into my account. I stared dumbfounded. I then closed my eyes, slapped myself to wake up from this dream. But when I opened up them, the money was still there. Wait, are you Zeus? No, but I may have some connections. Stared dumbfounded. I then closed my eyes, slapped myself to wake up from this dream. But when I opened, the money was still there. LMAO. True. Ignoring how downright creepy it was that these people seemed to know my every move, I continued to take a pill daily. With every one I took, my bank account threw a party. I started feeling stronger, faster, and fitter. My body felt like brand new, and it was as though I could run for the hundreds of miles without getting tired. I had more confidence than ever. What would you be god of? I'm like, I'd either be like, I mean, I don't want to toot my own horn here, but you know, the creation god, or, like bearer of history, you know, like the recorder of history, like the god of like the past, essentially, or like god of knowledge, something like that. Valiant Boy redeemed on-screen celebration. My idiotic brother just turned off the Xbox and it ended stream. Ah, shit, Muffin, that sucks. What an asshole. But yeah, what do you think of that, Eggy Mayo? Either the god of history, god of the past, or god of creation. No on-screen celebration setup? Wait, what do you mean? It just went off. You missed it. It definitely went off. It was a Toki emote. I buy 100 bits. Valiant Boy must have not been looking dang. I almost missed it, but I did see it. But no one was using this one. What is it? It's Kappa Gen? Okay, that didn't work. Let me see what the command is. Hold on. I swear it was Kappa Gen. Oh, I was... Or I guess I could be like the god of storytelling, like a bard. Like, you know? Did we ever find out who was phone? No, but we're not done the story yet. Will stay the first, I said. I think I might as well show the audacity of getting right back on it right after dinner just to piss him off. True, Muffin, true. I'd be god of Asian femboys, probably. Mayo. Unfortunately, I'm not Asian, but I can always pretend to be. My doubts for these pills have been tossed away as I continue to improve every day. The money I gained was partly used to get the best gadgets and toys for cats. Grover and I were living like royalty. and all I had to do was take a pill every day. I realized a couple days ago that I was on the last pill. I held it in the palm of my hand, anxiety creeping into my brain. Whoa, what's happening? Average Thailand discussion. I don't know. What, you don't like Asian femboys? Gotta exclamation point that shit, Valiant boy. We tried though, guys. What if this was the last pill they're sending me? What was all of this even for? Why was this even happening? I looked at the small white tablet for a few more seconds before swallowing it. The moment I blinked, I found myself in a white room, devoid of anything but a tall window. I rubbed my eyes, believing myself to be hallucinating, but I was still stuck in that white void. I run over to the window and look out, but for some reason the only thing I saw was my ceiling? I called out, screamed, banged my hands into the window, fear sweeping over me. Then a full sense of dread hit me like a truck as I saw myself look at me. The other me picked up my void and tapped the other window in precise movements and strokes. That's when I realized I was in my phone. It wasn't a window, it was my phone screen. I pressed my hands onto the screen and yelled at myself to notice me. Thing that appeared to be me never even gave me so much as a glance. It then sat the phone down and stood before it. I could see my cat hissing at this imposter, and I started sobbing. I needed to get out. I needed to get to my best friend. The imposter proceeded to speak. Are you a sad and lonely person? Are you looking to change your life for the better? I couldn't bear to watch any more of this, standing there shaking. I hoped and prayed that this was some kind of sick joke or a dream. On the screen a question appeared, but it wasn't facing outside. It was faced towards me. Would you like to start your new life? Desperate to get out of here, I pressed the yes button, which was a lot bigger now that I was trapped behind the screen. Congratulations, you are now 1,682nd in line for your new life waitlist. Please, for the love of God, if you see my videos, if you see me on the street, do not go to my website. Ah, nice. Nice. The loneliest animal on Earth. Somewhere out in the West Ocean exists a whale named 52 Blue. It sings at a frequency which is unable to be heard by another whale. Its entire life is spent listening, but never heard. Searching, but never found. Comforted by nothing but the cold emptiness, burdened by its own loneliness, it has been named the loneliest animal on Earth. February 1st, 2008 was a Friday, an average, normal Friday. The top headline was a picture NASA took of the dust particle in space. It was also the day I took my first breath. The time I was writing this, I will have taken over 200,000 breaths in my life. Biologically speaking, there is no difference between any of them. Emotionally, each narrates a story read only by me, unheard by the world. Chemically, they are all identical, intrinsical. Each contains a compound of people, places, and memories seen only by me, unheard by the world. Occasionally, one of these breaths will find its way back to me after many years apart. Fuck, there's no alert when you buy bits. Uh-oh, Valiant boy. It could come in the form of someone's perfume, a breeze in the wind, or food across a room, escorting me out of the present and permitting me to the past. However, just as quickly as it found its way to me, it leaves. Lost memories, heard only by me, fading back into the cold emptiness originated from. No matter how hard I try to hold on to it, it slips through my fingers. It could be minutes or years before I'm allowed to relive its story. Let's get it! Gaps of empty time filled with meaningless stress and anxiety replace it. When I discovered a way to hold on to these anecdotes, I was immediately hooked. By inhaling artificial chemicals from a factory across the world, I was able to marinate in my past novels, reminisce on a time without anxiety or stress. By robbing myself of my present and future, I could reside in the past. This tool was my escape from the prison of time, transporting me back to a place where I didn't have to smoke or drink or relive my life because it was living it. Back to my size 4 sneakers that nobody thought were cool, but I didn't care. Back to my Xbox 360 where I spent way too many weekends. Back to my YouTube playlist of Minecraft parade songs. Songs only heard by me. Despite its struggles, 52 Blue shares a common trait: too many sharks and whales. It must keep swimming, or it will drown and die. It must keep moving forward, away from its past, or it will remain there, forever static in its lonesome prison. Humans are similar, however. I am not a whale. I know I must keep moving forward to stay alive, moving on from my past to enjoy the present and my future, but I can't. The uncertainty of the vast world encases me in a tight grip of fear and worry. I know I must move on, but I can't, because suddenly I'm not 8 playing in the creek with my best friend. I'm not 12 riding bikes to Wawa to get gummy worms. I'm not 14 kicking my feet after texting my crush. I'm 17, alone in my room, drinking from a stolen bottle of liquor and smoking pot I bought from a stranger. I'm comforted by nothing but the cold emptiness, burdened by my own loneliness, held captive by my ignorance, yet I repeat this process
Valiant
every
Boy
night.
Twitch cheered X100. Thank you so much, Valiant Boy Twitch. Your support is much appreciated. Less than 4, less than 3, plus 1.
Thank you, Valiant Boy.
Dude, what are you doing?
I'm giving you my earth germs. I'm gonna kill you with my cold.
Oh,
Die,
my
alien.
slut.
I'm an alien, Dillweed. I'm a henchman. You're not a venture brother. Who the hell are you?
I'm Hank's friend.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Do you believe I'm Brock Sampson's long-lost son?
If that were true, I don't think I would have caught you so easily.
I couldn't run because I had a lighter up my ass.
Okay, now I believe you're Hank's friend.
Oh my god. I love it. Love it. Pay 300 bits to understand how to be pinned. Wow, it be pinned. I'm a dog shit. Yet I repeat this process every night, no longer breathing heavy because of a long bike ride, but because I hit my pen until it blinked. No longer gagging because of a scraped knee, but because I just took a shot. I do it because the pain of destroying my body and poisoning my organs is less than the pain of letting go. Damn! Some dark shit, boys! Okay, so we need... You can offer bits, and you can buy bits to use them for you, right? Yes, Valiant Boy. Okay, so we're going to try something new here with just like text on the screen. Fuck, I understand this now. Nice, Valiant Boy. Okay. Alliteration. A, B, C, D. Ant alliteration. Amidst an ancient arbor, an adventurous Ant Arthur ambitiously aimed at ascending an apple tree. As autumn air arrived, apples adorned all around. Arthur always admired aromatic apples. $5, I could sub for that. True, Valiant Boy, true. Abruptly, an acorn accelerated, almost annihilating Arthur. Agilely, Arthur avoided annihilation, alas, accidentally adhering an adhesive aphid. Angrily, Arthur attempted arching away. Above, an amiable albatross, aptly alighted, amused at Arthur's antics, assisted. Al's agile adeptly alleviated Arthur's adhesive agony. Afterwards, Arthur, appreciative and animated, advanced again. Al advised Arthur about an agile adder asleep. Arthur, alert, avoided the adder, achieving an advantageous approach. Arthur arrived in an apple, abundant and alluring, an adventurous appetite, attacked. Aroma, an amazing array. Ants appeared, attracted. Arthur altruistically allowed ants access, acknowledging abundance. All afternoon, Arthur and ant allies ate apples. As Amber announced, Arthur, adventurous as always, aimed at another apple adventure. Awesome, adventurous Arthur and ants. Amateur avians. Amongst amateur avians, aspects against assertion, attempt alteration. After aorta arbitrarily anchored angst as aspens avenge awful astards. Exceptional aspects accede, aware are altered abstract illusions, ascend afar. B. Bright blue. Beneath bright blue, brave bunny Beatrice bounded. Birdie, being both bold, bright, believed big beyond burrow. By brook, Birdie bumped Bella, beautiful butterfly. Bella boasted brilliant blue, buzzed by Birdie. Be buddy, Birdie begged, beaming. Cute muffin, take care, bro. You scare me. I'm gonna take a break and decide if I'm gonna stream a bit more before bed, and don't see ya. Good evening. And good night. Sounds good, Muffin. Bella, buoyant, benevolent. Both buddies began beneath big branches. Braved, bustling bees buzz. Bella bravely blazed, balancing. Behold, big black bear blocked. Birdie brave bit butterfly's belly. Bella beat breeze. Bewildering bear. Bear bemused, backed Birdie. Bella break. Beyond, bare, bountiful berry bush. Both buddies bliss bit berries. Birdie, beaming, blessed bravery. By blazing Bella bonded beautifully. Burrow Birdie did. Burrow Birdie bid Bella both basking bliss brave. Bouncing blight. Bouncing blight beacons believers beneath bastions, both basking and broken, becoming bound, but behold, bounty bursts, beloved blessings. Best biddings burden before bastard billowing bundles bent between bubbling bones. Bespoke bee blessed, benefactor being bled by beheaded brutes. C. Okay, let's see on kick. Okay. C. Climbing Cleo. Curled cozy corner, curious cat Cleo contemplated climbing colossal cedar. Cool crisp clouds crowned, Cleo cautiously crept closer. Charm chance conquer, Cleo calculated climb. Climbing commonplace cats, Cleo craved challenge. Cheerfully commenced climb, claws clasping course. Clumsy crow crashed, Cleo causing cling clumsily. Crow cawing chaotically, Cleo clutched. Continuing climb, cautious cadence. Closed canopy, Cleo clever. Chameleon, camouflaged, cedar's color. Chameleon, curious. Conversed Cleo, climb caution. Chameleon caution. Crafty cuckoo claims crest. Alright, have a good night, Muffin. Cleo, cunning, courageous, carried climbing cuckoo, crowed contempt. Cleo calm countered, cleverness creeping cuckoo's challenge. Good night, boy. I'm better on, though. I'm better on both. Cleo conquered cedar, celebrating conquest, contented, captivated colorful clouds cast crimson copper, creating canvas, Cleo cherished. Coming Cleo contemplated courage, content conquest, cedar castle, Cleo's countless climb. Charming chill. Child charming chase chill compound cast curious conversation creating camper can cadence casually crushing creaks call Casper criminal cease cause contempt contains crude capability Calvin chose care causing catastrophe. Cement center croaked creating cool crosses culminating Cement centers croaked creating cool crosses culminating cash. Cruise capital condemner careless could caution count. Cryptid conclusions cast course ceaseless correspondence. Continue coercing ceremonial city chambers challenging civil construction. Damn, man, you guys are going hard on those. D. Dragonfly down. Deep down, dark, damp dungeon, daring dragonfly Darcy danced dim, dangling. Despite dismal Darcy, determined, discover, delight, darkness, dashing dust. Darcy darted door, dreaming, daylight, door daunting. Decorated dragons depicting detailed designs. Darcy didn't despair, determination deep, down dungeon's depths. Darcy detected draft, drowning. Darcy detected draft, drawing different direction, diving down, discovering drain, dark daunting, Darcy deceived, delve, deeper. Deeper den, down. Deeper den, drowsy dwarf dwelled, dwarf drooping eyes. Delighted Darcy, drink delicious dewdrop. Drinking dew, Darcy different, dazzling, dynamic. Dwarf disclosed, drain directly. Darcy, dazzling, darted down drain. Drifting daylight, Darcy danced dawn, defied dungeon's darkness. Discovering daylight, dazzling, Darcy's dart. Daring delight, dance, daily dawn. What is this Darcy stuff? And this is, I tried to space this out, but apparently I didn't do a very good job of it. These are just some really long fucking sentences. Oh, that was just poetry. That was just random poetry that we did with alliteration testing. This is so hard to split up because it's like one line. It's like perfect, but it's not because I can't like frickin' get it to go where I need it to go. Okay, so it is possible. Okay, that'll do for this. Or not. This one's too much. Okay, I think that's good. I think we can work with this. Because for this, our new goal is just to have, like, the words on screen. One day you'll reach the end of the Tootsie Roll. You two keep sucking Valium. Jesus Christ. One day. Okay. Bro, even counting number, I can't. I'm so dumb. Alright, alright. Paint dry. In the quiet corner of a sunlit room where time seemed to linger with the patience of an old oak tree, there sat a canvas, fresh, white, and virgin to the world's colors. This canvas was perched on an easel, and before it a palette of paints, each color a universe of possibilities, waited. But today, the painter was absent, called away by the duties of the mundane world, leaving behind a single solitary drop of paint, a vibrant azure blue, the color of midsummer sky. Real GS only. The painter, which one? An Austrian one? The one from Sword of Truth. The drop of paint, trembling on the edge of the palette, decided to leap. It fell in slow motion, a tiny comet in the microcosm of the room, and landed on the canvas with a whisper so soft it was almost silent. Here began the story of paint drying, a tale of transformation, patience, and the subtle magic of time. Initially, the blue spread out like a nebula, forming a perfect circle, its edges crisp and defined. The room was still, save for the occasional dance of dust motes and the shafts of sunlight that pierced through the half-closed blinds. The paint, thick and glossy, reflected the back. The paint, thick and glossy, reflected back the light, a small mirror to the room's tranquility. But as the minutes ticked away, the paint began to change. The edges of the blue circle softened, a sign of the paint's journey from liquid to solid. It was as if the paint was breathing, exhaling its watery essence into the air, leaving behind a matte finish, the color deepening, growing, richer, like the sky at twilight. Around the edges, a subtle gradient formed, a halo of a lighter blue, where the paint had thinned and the canvas subtly reclaimed its territory. But the story of drying paint is not merely a tale of evaporation, it's one of interaction. Is this yours? No, this is AI. All the stories we're reading today are AI. This is based off of my story, though. The canvas, once merely a passive recipient, now began to assert its texture. The weave of the fabric beneath the paint began to show through, creating a landscape of tiny hills and valleys, each one holding a slight variation of the blue, a geographical map of color. Time marched on, and with each second, the paint surface grew more matte, less reflective. The room's quiet was punctuated by the occasional creak of the house settling. Or the distant hum of life outside, but within this space, the paint was the protagonist, undergoing its slow, meticulous alchemy. How did you do the fancy box? See ya, boys. Love you guys. Lurk. What do you mean fancy box? Who did what fancy box? Fancy box what, who, when, where? No idea what a fancy box is. His message had a fancy box. Oh, because it's pinned. It's a pinned message. If you look at the top of the chat, it'll always have his message. As the afternoon waned, the light in the room changed, casting different shadows across the drying paint. What was once a bright, almost electric blue now seemed to take on the hues of the evening sky, the paint no longer just drying, but maturing, aging like fine wine. Hey yo, it costs 20 bits. Thanks, Valium. Points and bits isn't the same, buddy. Yeah, 20 bits is 20 cents. You have to buy bits from Twitch, and then you can give them to streamers in the form of cents. Finally, as the last rays of sunlight faded, leaving the room in a gentle dusk, the paint was dry. No longer was it a glossy, vibrant blob, but a nuanced patch.
Now Eggy is actually
Thank you
searching
so
his
much,
wallet.
Aggie Mayo 69. Your support is much appreciated. Less than 4, less than 3 plus 1. Valium is a present.
Dude, what are you doing?
I'm giving you my Earth germs. I'm gonna kill you with
I
my cold.
was sure.
Die, alien.
I'm not an alien, Dillweed. I'm a henchman. And you're not a venture, brother. Who the hell are you?
I'm Hank's friend.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Would you believe I'm Brock Sampson's long-lost son?
If that were true, I don't think I would have caught you so easily.
I couldn't run because I had a lighter up my ass.
Okay, now I believe you're Hank's friend.
Thank you for cheering the bits there, Eggy Mayo. Highly appreciated.
Eggy just joined the concurrence LMAO 9,121,312,131.
Perfect. Knew exactly what was going on there. Finally, as the last rays of sunlight faded, leaving the room in a gentle dusk, paint was dry. No longer was it a glossy, vibrant blob, but a nuanced patch of color, a testament to the passage of time, to the silent yet relentless process of transformation.
Aggie Mayo 69 cheered X50. Thank you so much, Aggie Mayo 69. Your support is much appreciated. Less than 4, less than 3 plus 1. Valium is a poor Frenchie.
Dude, what are you doing?
I'm giving you my Earth germs. I'm gonna kill you with my cold. Die, alien.
I'm not an alien, Dillweed. I'm a henchman. And you're not a venture, brother. Who the hell are you?
I'm Hank's friend.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Would you believe I'm Brock Sampson's long-lost son?
If that were true, I don't think I would have caught you so easily.
I couldn't run because I had a lighter up my ass.
Okay, now I believe you're Hank's friend.
You guys are fucking awesome. Thank you. Thank you for the fucking bits. Thank you for cheering. Thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you for interacting with the stream. Thank you for making me unable to finish this paragraph. You guys are great. This piece of canvas, now adorned with a simple blue circle, had become more than just a surface. It had become a record of patience, a canvas of time itself, where every brushstroke of light, every subtle shift in humidity, had played its part in the story of paint drying. Trolling is my art, and a talk stream is my canvas!
Twitch, your support is much appreciated. Less than 4, less than 3 plus 1. Chi.
Dude, what are you doing?
I'm giving you my Earth germs. I'm gonna kill you with my cold. Die, alien.
I'm not an alien, Dillweed. I'm a henchman. And you're not a venture, brother. Who the hell are you?
I'm Hank's friend.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Would you believe I'm Brock Sampson's
Bro, I'm
long-lost son?
dying.
If that were true, I don't think I would have caught you so easily.
I couldn't run because I had a lighter up my ass.
Okay, now I believe you're Hank's friend.
Aggie Mayo 69 cheered X45. Thank you so much, Aggie Mayo 69. Your support is much appreciated. Less than 4, less than 3 plus 1.
Oh my god!
Dude, what are
Aggie
you
Mayo,
doing?
where are you going
giving
with
you
this,
my
bro?
Earth
Thank
germs.
you so much!
I'm gonna kill you with my cold. Die, alien.
I'm not an alien, Dillweed. I'm a henchman. And you're not a venture, brother. Who the hell are you?
I'm Hank's friend.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Would you believe I'm Brock Sampson's long-lost son?
If that were true, I don't think I would have caught you so easily.
I couldn't
World
run
War
because
bits.
I had a lighter up my ass.
Okay, now I believe you're Hank's friend.
This is really annoying. This is money to feed my kids. They are starving because of you. World War bits. Oh my god.
Levi_J_Robinson.
Oh no, it's begun! I don't have kids!
J_Robinson, your support is much appreciated. Less than 4, less than 3
The
plus
war
1.
has begun!
Dude, what are you doing?
I'm giving you my Earth germs.
The money of my PSY.
Die, alien.
I'm not an alien, Dillweed. I'm a henchman. And you're not a venture brother. Who the hell are you?
I'm Hank's friend.
I doubt that.
Would you believe I'm Brock Sampson's long-lost son?
If that were true, I don't think I would have caught you so easily.
I couldn't run because I had a lighter up my ass.
Okay, now I believe you're Hank's friend.
Thank you so much, Levi, for the bits. Thank you for
My
supporting
Sai
the
is actually
stream.
searching me to kick my ass off.
I tried to do this before the stream, but it apparently did not work because of the sizing that I have. But I want all the sizing to be the same. So we're going to try and keep it. So this is kind of annoying, but it is what it is. Right? Damn, Scotty, when we're smoking this good kush, if we keep it up! Who says I'm not already smoking the good kush?
I need to buy some gas. I spend $5 I stop XD. We on that good kush and alcohol.
Hell yeah, brother. We live in the good life, Levi.
The fuck, Levi just changed to Tony mode.
Tony mode? That went over my head. I don't get it. Like Tony Stark? How cushion alcohol since when? Since forever, Valiant Boy. Where have you been the last 7 years? I haven't seen you in here forever, bro. What the hell happened? Where did time go?
Levi is exactly the quiet kid on the class.
I'm the kid who's at the front of the class making jokes and, you know, getting in trouble. All for everyone else's sake. I'm the sacrificial lamb.
I don't smoke kush because it's illegal here, but I am usually drinking.
Kind of sucks that it's illegal. I don't think it should be illegal anywhere. It's kind of a joke, but hey, it is what it is, right? So I'm doing this all because of you, Levi. So what do you think? Is this like an appropriate size? Do you think this is like appropriate length per
Hey,
like
Pig
cut?
get 10 years jail for weed.
Yeah, it's kind of fucking stupid. Text is too big. Shit. Yeah, I should have asked that from the beginning.
Legalize femboys.
text should be as legible as the Twitch chat over. Isn't that like? I mean, it's like slightly bigger, but it's not that much. Okay. So yeah, I could definitely make it a little bit smaller. I see what you mean. That's actually, I should have thought about that as using the same size as the Twitch chat, because that's like a perfect comparison, because that's basically like I made the Twitch chat the size that would be perfect for the screen. So since I already like spaced this out, I'm just gonna go with this, but we're gonna try for the next story, we're gonna get like a little bit smaller. And like this is kind of annoying, so let's go, can we go add to dictionary and look for any of the others like this. She shall. So. Don't think there's anything else. I swear there's one more name, maybe. Okay, I think we're good. All right. Silent Powder. Actually, I'm gonna take a toke before we start. I should have just had this playing the entire time, but it is what it is. Oh, I'm retarded, guys. I'm retarded. Levi actually blows up his brain with some hypnotic. I mean, like, unless you're like excessively drinking, I don't really think drinking's all that bad for you. It's much bigger, but it's important to have more stuff on screen so people can read it at their own pace without it being scrolled past. Valium, you said you were going like 20 minutes ago. You think Valium Boy's actually leaving the stream? He's trolling you guys. This is a Pro Shrooms channel? Hell yeah it is, Levi. We get some shit done up in here, boys. I mean, we do have the Cheshire Cat in the background, so what do you expect, right? Couldn't be more fitting. Yeah, but there's interesting subject. I know I will get out. Don't worry, dude. Valium Boy, you're never leaving. No one ever leaves. That's the problem with the stream, is once you come in, it's impossible to leave. You're hooked. You're stuck. And I'm really sorry about that, but it is what it is. It's like, no, I'm the virus. You're the cure. So go spread the word. Spread the word of Itox throughout the channels. Spread the word of Tales that surpass. Can I be Radiohead instead? Yes, Levi. Yes, you can. I think that's totally fair. That's why I love, because we're laughing every day and I don't see the time flying. Hell yeah, bro. Time flies when you're having fun. Alright, I think we're ready. Wow, Valiant, remember to zip Scotty up when you're finished. The Mongolian steppes stretched endlessly before the Chinese encampment, a vast sea of golden grass under a sky unmarred by clouds. For days no rain had fallen, leaving the land parched and brittle, perfect for the fires that Zhao Fei intended to unleash. The air carried the sharp scent of smoke and the faint tang of sulfur as soldiers bustled about, their armor clanking and their voices low with anticipation. At the edge of the camp, near a cluster of tents, Zhao Fei sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by clay pots and pouches of black powder. Zhao Fei was the youngest of the three legendary warriors, his face still smooth where Sao Long and Ji Shao bore the scars of battle, but his youth belied a mind sharper than any blade, especially when it came to the art of black powder. Scotty, yes. Scotty pipin'? Scotty is a tox. Oh! Don't tell everyone. Jeez, my secret identity. God. He knew everything about it. How to grind the saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal into a fine mix, how to ignite it with a spark, how to delay the blast with wax fuses, and even how to blend it with other elements to tint the flames red or green, or to amplify its destructive force. His father, an alchemist in the Emperor's court, had taught him the basics, but Zhao Fei had taken those lessons further, perfecting recipes that had made him indispensable in the Chinese army. Now, his hands moved with precision, filling clay pots with the dark, gritty powder. He inserted waxed braids of animal hair into each one, twisting them carefully to ensure they would burn at the right pace. These were no mere fire starters. They were weapons designed to erupt in bursts of flame and sound, shattering enemy lines and setting the dry grasslands ablaze. Zhao Fei paused to wipe sweat from his brow. His dark eyes gleamed with confidence. This invasion of Mongolia, ordered by the Emperor himself, would hinge on his craft. Said not in reverse. Real name is Scotty because of Itox. True. Nearby, a soldier approached, his curiosity overcoming his deference. Zhao Fei, is that the black powder? The one that burns the sky? Zhao Fei glanced up, a faint smile tugging at his lips. It is. Want to see? Soldier nodded eagerly, and Zhao Fei took a pinch of the powder, placing it on a flat stone. If Itox had 1,000,000 fans, then I'm one of them. If Itox had 1 fan, then I'm that one. If Itox has no fans, that means I'm dead. Oh, Maggie Mayo, I'm adding that to the list.
Okay, it took 21,000 hour of laugh, and more thab 2 months to finally understand.
Scotty. Perfect, Valiant Boy. I know it's hard for a non-native English speaker, right? Zhao Fei glanced up, a faint smile tugging at his lips. It is. Want to see? The soldier nodded eagerly, and Zhao Fei took a pinch of the powder, placing it on a flat stone. With a flick of his flint, sparks danced onto the mixture. A sharp crack split the air, followed by a burst of flame and a plume of smoke. The soldier flinched, then grinned. Incredible! We'll burn the Mongolians out of their own land with that. We will, Zhao Fei replied, returning to his work. Fire is our ally, and I've made sure it obeys us. As he sealed the last pot, Cao Long's voice boomed across the camp. Men, to me! Leader of the three warriors stood atop the crate, his scarred face stern beneath his helmet. Eureka! Sorry for doxing you to Valium. Camelox. I will stop this soon when my doctor will finally decide to stop prescribing me this shit. Fuck medication. My doctor diagnosed me with terminal dick energy. Terminal big dick energy. True! Soldiers gathered quickly, their cheers fading into attentive silence as Zhao Fei joined them, his clay pots cradled in a sling. Fuck, I forgot to turn the music off. I have to redo that.
How I can live this stream when you drop things like that?
I think we have to go back to here. These were no mere fire starters. They were weapons designed to erupt in bursts of flame and sound, shattering enemy lines and setting the dry grasslands ablaze. Zhao Fei paused to wipe sweat from his brow, his dark eyes gleaming with confidence. This invasion of Mongolia, ordered by the Emperor himself, would hinge on his craft. Nearby, a soldier approached, his curiosity overcoming his deference. Zhao Fei, is that the black powder, the one that burns the sky? Zhao Fei glanced up, a faint smile tugging at his lips. It is. Want to see? Soldier nodded eagerly, and Zhao Fei took a pinch of the powder, placing it on a flat stone.
Fuck you, mayo. I eat soul with egg mayo big combo.
Sadly, he said my actual penis is inverted. With a flick of his flint, sparks danced onto the mixture. A sharp crack split the air, followed by a burst of flame and a plume of smoke. The soldier flinched, then grinned. Incredible! We'll burn the Mongolians out of their own land with that. We will, Zhao Fei replied, returning to his work. Fire is our ally, and I've made sure it obeys us.
My penis is built like the Pise Tower.
You mean the Leaning Tower of Pisa? I have no idea what Pise Tower is. As he sealed the last pot, Cao Long's voice boomed across the camp. Men, to me! Leader of the three warriors stood atop a crate, his scarred face stern beneath his helmet. Soldiers gathered quickly, their cheers fading into attentive silence as Zhao Fei joined them, his clay pots cradled in a sling. Cao Long surveyed his men, his presence commanding. Cao Long surveyed his men, his presence commanding respect. He was older than Zhao Fei by a decade, his armor dented from countless battles, but his voice carried the strength of a man unbroken by war. The Emperor has given us a task, to claim Mongolia for China. The enemy thinks these plains are theirs, but tomorrow will prove them wrong. Zhao Fei's black powder will break their spirit, and your blades will finish the rest. Ready yourselves. We strike at dawn. Soldiers roared their approval, fists pounding against shields. Zhao Fei felt a surge of pride. His work was the linchpin of Cao Long's strategy. He adjusted the sling of pots, ensuring none would jostle loose, then turned to the map Cao Long had spread out on a table. The narrow pass Zhao Xiao had scouted earlier was marked in charcoal, a choke point where the Mongolian army would be vulnerable. Where's Ji Xiao? Zhao Fei asked, scanning the camp. Still out there, Cao Long replied, his tone clipped. He'll be back soon with their latest movements. We'll set the bombs tonight. Night fell swiftly, the sky
Fuck
darkening
you,
to
Mayo.
a deep...
I am trying to quit this stream, but that's impossible.
No, you can't quit, Valiant Boy. It's not... Like, those words don't exist in this language. Night fell swiftly, the sky darkening to a deep indigo. The camp quieted, save for the crackle of fires and the occasional whinny of a horse. Zhao Fei double-checked his fuses, his fingers tracing the waxed braids. He trusted his craft, but the stakes were high. Failure was not an option. A shadow slipped into the tent, and A shadow slipped into the tent, and Shi Xiao emerged from the darkness, his lean frame cloaked in dust. The scout's eyes were sharp, his movements silent as a predator's. Once a hunter on these very steps, he knew the land better than any map. They're moving, Shi Xiao said, his voice low. The main force is camped north of the river, but they'll march through the pass at first light. If we place the bombs along the cliffs, the blasts will trigger a landslide. They won't know what hit them. Sao Long nodded. Good. Xiao Fei, can you make it work? Absolutely, Xiao Fei said, already calculating. I'll set the fuses long enough to burn while they're in the pass. The powder's strong. It'll bring the rocks down. Then we move now, Sao Long ordered. Take 5 men. We'll cover you. Under the cover of night, the small team crept toward the pass. Shi Xiao led, his senses attuned to every rustle of grass. Zhao Fei carried the pots, his steps careful, with Sao Long brought up the rear, hands on his sword. The air was still, the dryness palpable. No rain had fallen in days, making the ground a tinderbox. Look Pisa Tower on Italia. Yeah, this is the Leaning Tower of Pisa. It's what I said, Valiant Boy. Leaning Tower of Pisa. They reached the pass, a narrow corridor flanked by steep cliffs. Shi Xiao pointed out the spots. A ledge here, a crevice there. Xiao Fei worked quickly, burying the pots shallowly in the earth and threading the fuses into position. He tested one with a spark. It hissed reliably, curling toward the powder. Done, he whispered, stepping back. Sao Long clasped his shoulder. Back to the ridge. We'll watch from there. They retreated to a high vantage point, crouching behind rocks as the first hints of dawn stained the horizon. Xiao Fei's pulse quickened. Mine looks like the World Trade Center. Good day, bye, homies. Yeah, right, Valiant Boy. You're not allowed to leave. What do you think you're doing? You haven't even. It's only at 4. It's only the 4-hour mark in the stream. We haven't even gotten to Monster Hunter yet. We're only on the second of 3 stories, man. Why are you leaving me, Valiant Boy? Soon the Mongolian.
Fuck you, Valiant Boy.
Soon the Mongolians would march into his trap, and the black powder would seal their fate. The sun breached the horizon, casting long shadows across the steppes. Horns blared in the distance, and the Mongolian army emerged, a disciplined mass of riders and foot soldiers, their banners snapping in the wind. And we'll focus 1 min. I stay here, I just lurk. Perfect, Valiant Boy, perfect. Zhao Fei watched, his breath shallow, as they approached the pass. "They're almost there," Shishao murmured, his eyes narrowed. Cao Long gave the signal, and a soldier struck Flint. Actually, let's get rid of that. Cao Long gave the signal, and a soldier struck Flint to the mast. Cao Long gave the signal, and a soldier struck Flint to the master fuse, a long braid connecting the others. It caught instantly, the flame racing along the ground, splitting toward each buried pot. Zhao Fei counted silently, envisioning the chain reaction, the fuses burning down, the powder igniting, the cliffs crumbling. The Mongolians entered the pass, their footsteps echoing off the stone walls. The fuses vanished into the earth, and Zhao Fei tensed, waiting for the familiar rumble of explosions. Silence. He blinked, his mind racing. They should have gone now. He blinked, his mind racing. They should have gone off. Cao Long's jaw tightened. "Are you sure you set them right?" "Yes," Zhao Fei snapped, his voice rising. "I checked every one." "This has never happened." Shishao leaned forward, scanning the pass. "They're moving through. No disruption. Nothing." The Mongolian ranks marched on, untouched, their formation unbroken. Zhao Fei's stomach churned as disbelief turned to panic. He scrambled to the edge of the ridge, peering down. The fuses had burned out. Wisps of smoke curled from the soil, but the pots remained dormant. No fire, no blast. It was as if the black powder had lost its soul. "We've lost our chance," Cao Long said, his tone grim. "Fall back to camp, now." Zhao Fei hesitated, staring at the pass, but Shishao grabbed his arm, pulling him along. The team retreated, their footsteps heavy with failure. Zhao Fei clutched a spare pot, his mind replaying every step. He'd measured perfectly, tested the mix. What had gone wrong? The encampment buzzed with tension. As they returned, soldiers glanced at them, sensing something amiss. Zhao Fei dropped to his knees beside a fire, spilling a handful of black powder onto a stone. He struck his flint, sending sparks into the pile. It fizzled, smoked, but refused to explode. Just a pathetic sputter in the morning light. "This can't be," he muttered, his hands trembling. "It's the same batch. It worked yesterday." Cao Long crouched beside him. "Bad ingredients?" "No," Zhao Fei said, shaking his head. "I tested everything. It's perfect. It should work." Shishao, standing watch, spoke softly. "The land's dry as bone. No rain, no dampness. Yet the powder's dead. Maybe it's not us. Maybe it's this place." Cao Long shot him a look. "You're saying spirits did this?" "I'm saying it's strange," Shishao replied. "Too strange for chance. We don't have time for guesses," Cao Long said, standing. "I'll report to the commanders. Stay here, Zhao Fei. Figure it out." Inside the command tent, Cao Long faced General Li and his officers. The air was thick with incense and weight of expectation. "The bombs failed," Cao Long said, bowing. "The black powder didn't ignite. The enemy passed unscathed." General Li's fist slammed the table. "Failed? Zhao Fei's weapons were our edge. What happened?" "I don't know, sir," Cao Long admitted. "He insists the mix was correct, but it wouldn't burn." General Wang, older and quieter, leaned forward. "No rain for days, yet the powder fails." "Perhaps the heavens have turned against us," Li scoffed. "Superstition? We need answers, not omens." "Test it again," Wang suggested. "If it's true, we're in trouble." "General Wang, I'm a nine." It's AI, man. The only ones I gave them were Zhao Fei, Cao Long, and Xi Xiao. The other names were not, other than the Emperor, none of the names were given. So that's the AI giving them names. Back outside, Zhao Fei tried again, mixing a fresh batch from his reserves. Saltpeter, sulfur, charcoal, he measured with obsessive care, grinding them finer than ever. He sparked it. Smoke rose, but no flame, no blast. He tried a coarser mix, then one with extra sulfur. Nothing. It's dead, he whispered, his confidence shattered. The black powder's dead. Cao Long returned, his expression dark. The commanders want a demonstration. They think you botched it. Zhao Fei followed him to the tent, carrying the pot. Before the generals, he ignited the fuse. It burned down, but the pot sat silent, mocking him. General Li's face reddened with fury, while Wang's grew thoughtful. The scrolling is so annoying. But we'll figure it out. It's a work in progress. We have no idea what the hell we're doing. It's as if reality itself rejects us, Wang murmured. We've overstepped. We adjust, Li growled. Fight without it. We can still win, but Zhao Fei knew better. Without the powder, their advantage was gone. We adjust, Li growled. Fight without it. We can still win. But Zhao Fei knew better. Without the powder, their advantage was gone. The next days were brutal. The Mongolians, emboldened by their unscathed march, struck back with ferocity. Without the fires to disrupt them, their cavalry overwhelmed the Chinese lines. Zhao Fei watched from the rear, useless, as men fell and banners burned. Ironic flames that mocked his failure. Cao Long led skirmishes, his sword flashing, but numbers and morale dwindled. Xi Xiao scouted tirelessly, seeking weaknesses, yet found none the Mongolians hadn't already exploited. Xi Xiao scouted tirelessly, seeking weaknesses, yet found none the Mongolians hadn't already exploited. Cao Long led skirmishes, his sword flashing, but numbers and morale dwindled. Xi Xiao scouted tirelessly, seeking weaknesses, yet found none the Chinese hadn't already exploited. Battle after battle, the Chinese retreated, their dreams of conquest crumbling. Zhao Fei spent nights by the fire, testing the powder again and again. He tried every trick he knew, different ratios, new fuses, even praying to the ancestors. It smoked, it smoldered, but it would not explode. It was as if the very fabric of reality had shifted, denying China's dominion over this land. Word reached the Emperor, and the order came, withdraw. The army limped back to the border, harried by Mongolian raids. Zhao Fei, Cao Long, and Xi Xiao stood atop a hill, watching their forces retreat. The steppes stretched before them, untamed and defiant. We lost because of me, Zhao Fei said, his face hollow. No, Cao Long replied. Something bigger stopped us. The powder was just the sign. Xi Xiao nodded. The land fought back. We didn't belong here. Months later, as the Empire licked its wounds, a new decree emerged. The Emperor, shaken by the defeat, turned from conquest to defense. Engineers were summoned, and construction began on a great wall, a barrier to shield China from the steppes it could not claim. Stone by stone it rose, a testament to a war lost not to men, but to a mystery none could explain. Zhao Fei, reassigned to the capital, kept a pouch of the silent powder. Late at night, he'd stare at it, wondering, was it the heavens, the spirits, or the land itself that had turned against them? Sao Long and Xi Zhao, too, carried the question, but they spoke of it less as years passed. The Great Wall grew, a silent guardian, and in Mongolia, the grasses waved untouched by Chinese fire, as if nothing had ever challenged their reign. Nice. Okay, let's try it with like a smaller font then. Maybe that's the size? Maybe like one smaller, like that? Oh, this one's really short. Highland Battle. In the rugged Scottish Highlands of 1298, the air was thick with the metallic tang of blood and the cries of fallen warriors. Sir Alaric, clad in blood-streaked chainmail and a full helm of darkened metal plating, stumbled through the chaos of a days-long battle. His sword was lost, wrenched from his grip in the frenzy, and now he grappled desperately with a towering enemy, their breaths rasping through the slits of their helms. The ground beneath them was a mire of mud and gore, the wind howling like the ghosts of the fallen. With a surge of strength born from desperation, Alaric tore at his foe's helmet, the metal screeching as it gave way. He pinned the man to the earth, his gauntleted hands clamping around the exposed throat. The enemy thrashed, but Alaric's resolve was iron. With a final guttural curse, he squeezed until the life faded from his opponent's eyes. Panting, he staggered to his feet, scanning the carnage for his sword, but it was gone, swallowed by the battlefield's maw. But nearby, another fallen knight lay still, his blade still clutched in death's grip. Alaric seized it, the weight familiar yet heavy with new purpose. Now armed, he rejoined the charge, his men a tide of steel and fury pressing toward the enemy encampment. The Scottish Highlands loomed around them, their misty peaks silent witnesses to the slaughter. Arrows whistled overhead, and the clash of steel rang like a macabre symphony. Alaric's muscles burned, his vision blurred with sweat and blood, but he pushed forward, his heart pounding, a relentless rhythm. The enemy lines wavered, then broke under the relentless assault of his comrades. The cavalry thundered past, their hoofs churning the earth, and the archer's final volley pinned the retreating foe in a deadly embrace. The flow of bloodshed led them inexorably to the enemy camp, its banners now trampled underfoot. Alaric followed, his sword slick with red, the ground a tapestry of fallen warriors. The camp loomed ahead, its defenses shattered, and his men surged through, their yells echoing off the stony hills. Exhaustion threatened to claim him, but the sight of victory spurred him on. He struck down another foe, then another, until the last resistance crumbled. As dusk fell, the battle won. Alaric staggered into the conquered camp. The air was thick with the scent of roasting meat and spilled ale. His men feasted, their laughter a stark contrast to the day's horrors. But hunger gnawed at him, and when another knight challenged him for a share of the food, Alaric's hand instinctively went to his sword. Yet seeing the man's weary grin, he relented. What was one more fight? Instead, he accepted a tankard of ale, its bitter warmth spreading through him. Raising it high, he toasted the fallen, their swords now silent but never forgotten, and drank deeply under a starlit sky of the Highlands. Alright guys, we made it through. As painful as it was, we made it through. So now we can get to the real part. The gaming. The gaming of gaming for gaming. "52 hours of Monster Hunter," and title update 1 will be coming soon. Hell yeah. Oh, boy. Before we forget, alright, I think everything's in position now. Pack this, right? Yes, okay, we're good to go. Armor seeds, eh? Do we need 1 or do we need 2 to make the insect glaive? Wait, I have 5? Oh my god, I can make it. Forge 5 different weapons with rarity 5 or higher. Nice. Hell yeah. Oh, that's a 3. Yeah, I think we are. We'll actually take that. Wait. It's what and what? Enhancer and Frost. What? So it's 2? But it's still level 3 power prolonger. Critical status, power prolonger, and critical eye. With 2 divine protection. That's pretty solid. I mean, we could technically change this to another critical. It's hard to wipe while watching you on the phone. Oh, I believe it. Okay, we don't have another level 2. So, yeah, I think fuck the crit. And we're just going to go with this. Power prolonger. We have 277 honey. Nice. I lived with a guy that wiped back to front. Did he smell like shit? I don't know. That went over my head. Why does something keep popping up on my map, but then not? It smells okay, but it's very weird. Wiping the shit towards your balls. Yeah. I guess that takes a special mentality, right? That's why you need to get a bidet. Bet they look like milk duds. That's fucked. That's fucked. What am I supposed to be hunting? I had a bidet in Italy. Damn, I felt clean. Yeah, they're definite, and like the amount of money you save on toilet paper is fucking insane, dude. It's like $1,000 a year for like a household for toilet paper. Gore Magala, but he's not tempered. Struggle to survive, ready to report. Guardian Rathalos. Details. Yes. Toilet paper is cheap as hell. What do you on about? Oh, dude, it's not cheap here, man. For like 40 pack, it's like $30. Yeah, it's fucked up, dude.
BRB, shorting TP futures.
It's like €5 here, so maybe 12 Canadian. Like, if you're talking like a big pack of freaking toilet paper, that's like $30. Why am I lagging? It'd be Skid Central. Valium has a lag switch. I believe it. Where am I going? I want to do this Guardian Rathalos. Why can't I do this? It's gone. The Guardian Rathalos is gone. That is super annoying. Why are boobs like the sun? Because in the right sunglasses you can stare at them as long as you want. Oh my god. Gormagala is still there. New Erda. Let's kill a Gormagala. I wanted to test this out on that Guardian Rathalos, but it wouldn't let me. Test out my new weapon. See how strong I am. My hair! What the fuck? You guys see that shit? My hair was gone. Crazy as shit. You're not what I want. Where's the Gormagala? Nice, right off the bat. Oh, he's paralyzed, or he was in a shock trap or some shit. I'm like, I can't see him, I don't know where he is. Ooh. He grabbed me. Oh no, I mounted him. Never mind. Ah, fuck. I did not mean to do that. That was a waste. Oof. Nice, another mount. Wall. Oh, that was a waste of a mount because he's freaking. Wait, did I already cut off his tail? Yeah, his tail's over there. Okay. Well, that was apparently super easy. I mean, he's not tempered or anything. He's not guardian. So this guy's like just a normal high-rank Gormagala. Like, and I have the strongest weapon now. Not having earplugs though, oh, truly is a shame. Oof. My bad. He an angry boy. He is not happy. Ow. Okay, that was kind of scary. Happy came in clutch there. Like, I don't even know where his tail is. Did I cut off his tail in, like, the other zone? Ooh, that was bad. shit, leave me alone! Oof. So that's its tail right there. Oh my god, leave me alone. Just want the fucking tail. He's the Alberta thriller, the stone cold monster killer, the toke hunting chiller, a truth pillar. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. Oh, I love it, Eggy Mayo. I truly love it. The list of community poems is gonna be like 1,000 words long. I'm the Atox Jester. Yes, you are. I even rigged the length RNG so it doesn't feel inadequate. Oh my god. True. Good night, home slice. Got work early tomorrow, so I can't even entertain sticking around. Alright, no worries, Levi. Enjoy the rest of your night. Have a good one. We'll see you tomorrow, most likely. Whether in your stream or in mine. It is always a pleasure, Levi. If I don't see you through week, I'll see you through the window. Levi! True, Eggy Mayo. We'll always be sneaking in on that Kiwi. we gotta do our private flights up there all the time. Get the sightseeing. Well, shit, he's almost dead. I think Power Prolonger is definitely good. Okay, it's leaving. It's gonna rip out all his wounds. Nice! We killed him with it! Oh, nice! Gormagala Nictar Gem! Or Nictar Gem. I don't exactly know. And I got another one as the reward? Damn. 2 1% drops. Finally, again, last time we lost this quest because we weren't paying attention and we ran out of time because we were doing something else. I don't remember what it was. We got distracted and we lost Jin Dahad before we even got to fight him. So this time, not happening. We're getting Jin Dahad. There once was a man from Alberta, known as a bit of a flirter. He'd toke up a bong or write you a song, but you knew that he'd never hurt ya. You're on a fucking roll today, Iggy Mayo. Or you can't even keep up. I'm wondering actually how long they'll let me until I have to just do a separate part 2. Okay, we need to restock. Not changing weapons. Just need new potions. There he is. Magnificent as always. Oof, that hurt. So I've only fought him like twice, so I actually don't really know how, what he does. Once was a man in a beanie, or sometimes wore a pink bikini. He'd sometimes Monster Hunter call you a cunt. You could say he's a bit of a meanie. Oh my god. I'm mid-fight, but I'll definitely put that in there. You need to publish this shit, man. This is gold. You only roast the ones you love, right? True, because you know they can take it. That's 4 today, man. That's like you've almost doubled in one day. That's friggin' insane. I missed. The muses must be in me today. Yeah, it's just a really good day. I mean, you got the writing skill. It doesn't matter what the bot says, man. They can't bring you down, right? Maybe your scale is upside down today and they never knew it. %. Yeah, see, it's like it's inverted today. Shit. Told you. That's your talent at sucking. You're only 5% suck. Which means you're 995% actuality. It's just how the math works, bro. Bro's a motivator. I mean, I try. That's what I do to myself. You know, get your fat ass up, bitch. Get out there and get on stream. What are you doing with yourself? Stop being a little fucking pussy bitch fuck. Get your shit done, fucktard. Grind set, indeed. You ever gonna be #1 in NA like that? No. Get your head out of your ass, bitch. Stop tanking some nuts. I'm like, can he even attack me back here? Oh, another mount. I mean, I do play RuneScape, right? So you gotta have that mentality. Otherwise, you ain't never getting your character to max. Remember, 92 is half of 99. Think about that. And most of the time around level 40 is like when you're maxing out on like XP per hour. So it's not like you gain an exorbitant amount more XP per hour. No. It just takes you an insane amount of time to grind it out. That's why I have 15 mil in farming XP. Uh-oh, I might die. I might die. Happy! Thank you, Happy. I could still die. Woo! Happy is a lifesaver. Oh, shit. I need to hit him with this. Bitch, there we go. He's trying to, like, encircle me, but I'm, like, trying to encircle him. Really fucking his knee up. Yeah. Causing him every kind of distress. Look at that wound. He is not happy. Bro said, fuck that knee. You know what I say to that? Have you seen the Monster Hunter movie? Yeah, it had the most controversial line in it. So they see the monsters for the first time, and then one of the characters says, "What kind of knee is that?" And they're like, "I don't know." And they're like, "Chinese." Or, "What kind of knees are those?" And it's like, "Chinese." It was very untasteful and fucked up. No idea why the writers decided to do that one. It's hilarious, but it's like, why? That's not something you put in, like, a mainstream movie. Unless it's, like, incomplete satire. Not in a fucking Monster Hunter movie. Based and Chinese. Oh my god. Well, it's an American-made, Japanese, created, yeah. Probably. It was an American, movie. Or Japanese franchise. American movie. That was absolutely awful because it had guns in it. It was like U.S. Like you know, like CIA, like, you know, like Black Ops team goes through portal, winds up in Monster Hunter land, and it's like Monster Hunter with guns, and it's like, this is not Monster Hunter. That's why I've never watched it. I just know it exists. Yeah, it's really fucking stupid. They could have done so much with it, though. But why make a great movie when you can make a better game? And if you're not investing everything into making the movie, then why make the movie? Just make the game. And then they went wilds and they decided to make a movie. And it's the most boring piece of shit that I don't listen to, don't care about, and it doesn't change the way that I interact with the game at all. No movie is better than Backdoor Femboys 9, Wetter and Wilder. Damn, I'll have to check that out. If you say it's good, I'm definitely down. Probably cost me a pretty penny for pay-per-view, right? It lacks the realism of 8, but the acting is better. Oh my god. Is he doing like his move thing that I have to like stop or some shit? Yeah, okay, I'm just dead. Yup, just dead because I'm retarded. I am indeed retarded. How retarded, you say? Super retarded. I call it and then fall for it. Oh, did I just turn it on? And I just turned it on and then turned it off. Fuck. Fucking idiot. Oh no, he's doing his ultimate move. Ooh, I made it. Woo! Nice. That was suck, to be fair. That was sick, to be fair. We just know where your mind's at. Wait, did we just get his tail? Nice, we just got his tail. Pretty cool move. Yeah. They know how to design monsters, man. Like, legit. And there's all... And in Title Update 1, we'll be able to fight the big guy again. The Shizia, or whatever his name is. I hate the naming scheme they went for, though. That's my only problem. It's like, New Urda, New Zunu, New, like, there's another one. There's 3 of them, because the New Urda and Zunu and then something else. Yeah. Dead. Oh, man. If that Divine Blessing didn't proc, I would be dead. I'm dead. Oh my fucking god. Well, this isn't looking very good. Yeah, I agree. Happy, step up your fucking game, bitch. Be a Palico, not a Nalico. No, Jindahad's fucking strong. So let's make sure we get his tail. Ah, okay, we did get it. Shit. I hate how he freeze. Is there like an anti-freeze thing that you can get? Because like this is what's killing me, is getting stuck. Happy, don't make me do that thing in the tent again. Threaten him with the knife. True. Step dragon, I'm stuck in the ice. Oh my god. Fuck! It's like, timing is like just barely there. I need like some sort of defense against that ability. Valium boy, welcome back. How's it going? Oh no, he's doing his super move. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm dead. That's GG. Oh my god, we survived. Come on, come on, come on, come on! No! Oh my god, we're still alive! Divine Blessing for the win! We're still alive! Oh my god! I can't believe it! Holy shit! I love you, bro. I tell you just that I'm with Essentia. Alright, Valium boy. Good for you. Fuck, I didn't hit him with that. That is not good. Oh, he broke his leg though. Valium is a Levi alt. I believe it. Finally, another mount. Is he running away again? Okay, well, we're pushing him away. He's gonna fall though. There we go. Bringing down Daddy. "24-hour stream when?" Actually, 24-hour stream, my birthday. If we're ever gonna do a 24-hour stream, it's gonna be my birthday. It didn't work! Why didn't the clip work? I sacrificed everything for that clip. Yeah, I sacrificed everything for that clip. Happy, what are you doing? Oh my god. It just broke? So it just won't give me any more clips? Well, there goes Jin Dahad. It is what it is. He's a tough son of a bitch, guys. Hey, Valiant boy. What's up? Welcome back. I told you you can't leave. I heard you and I responded to you when you said you're with Essentia. What should we fight? Toucher des Herb. See? I'm not the only one. You gotta spread the love. Encourage people and raise them up. Bring them from the bottom to the top. That's what we like to do. Okay, there's one more quest here. Ooh, new decorations. In the melding pot. Poogie!
Eggy Mayo just debunk a new language.
Poogie! Damn, Muscle Mommy, how's it going, babe? Je suis étudiante français, étudiant que mon cou maintain, Miss Bordel. Je travaille pour moi de F1 tous vos et quel agio.
That's French Itox XD.
Did I say any of the words right? This is how you pronounce go in French. How would use her eyes like a motorbike? Handlebars, ears, her eyes. Her eyes! Jesus Christ! Her ears like a motorbike's handlebars. I can learn you French things, bro. Yes, this massive woman with this pole that will work you over with her pole. Right? And she's obviously Baphomet. Look at her feet. Those are like tiger feet. Not you, Valiant boy. Her. A par. Bro, stop. I'm bricked up. I want to. He worked over by a muscle mommy with a pole. Feet of a centaur. Yeah, did you see her feet, Eggy, bro? Eggy Mayo? Look at her feet. Look, what the fuck? Fucking goat feet. Just that's why she's so tall. Oh my god. The feet don't come into play when she's equipped with the pole. Why she's 11 feet? I don't know why she's 11 feet tall. Don't ask me. Check the environment overview. I don't know why that popped up. Ooh, tempered Arkveld! We will take that. A fucking Trump Tower. La Femme Grande. La Tour de Femme. Une grande femme. Grande femme. True, brothers. True. Another hunt with no surprises. We're finding an arc or a tempered Arkveld. Arc tempered is coming in the upgrades. Well, arc tempered Arkveld. How does that sound? What about frenzied arc tempered Arkveld? Or arc tempered frenzied Arkveld. My goal was to get a French qualification, but now my objective is to be able to bully Valium in his native language. Oh my fucking god. Poor Valium boy. Never. Well, I feel like he's doing it, Valium boy, so you know. You're God though, so maybe teach him a lesson. Christ, this guy does not fuck around. Give me my pieces, bitch! Why can't I get anything off of him? Don't make me throw out my bug, dude. And where are you from, Mayo? Voter mayor et voter ete sont merdo. Tu sais pas insulter de Francis, bro. What about an arc-tempered fury, or arc-tempered frenzied Guardian Arkveld? Unchained Guardian Arkveld. You could have like 8 titles. It could be like the Mother of Dragons. Okay, well, we got the mount. It just said to me, your mother and your head are shit. No sense. I don't know, that made sense to me. Tu vous su utility says vous avec. French is so hard. So is English, bro. You picked the two worst languages to speak, Valiant Boy. Next time, pick a better spawn. Next time, we should all pick the same spawn location. Russia.
Bro brings Google Crad.
Nope, it is all my own. Utilize vous avec moi jeune garçon. I'd be right back. Okay, Valiant Boy. I walked right into that. Oh my fucking god. You make similar mistakes, but English speakers aren't pedantic like French. True. And seeing Mayo struggling to insult me in French. It's pure gold, guys. It's pure fucking gold. And then me trying to pronounce French, having absolutely no idea. It is truly a cacophony. I'm like fucked if I don't get the divine blessing. Oh, he was that close to running away? Fuck. French language is the most hardest to learn with Chinese. I think Chinese is just hard because of the amount of characters. But like, if you're not reading it, I think it's easier to learn Chinese than it is English. Or like Cantonese specifically. Bro is angry AF, man. I'm gonna die again. Ooh, that was close. Bro, I've got a German bro who's learning French too on school, but I don't know what he becomes since I quit Insta. I miss him. I quit Insta too. It was lame, just like TikTok. I got banned from TikTok. You understand all. Je suis Angelaise et je habite en Écosse. It destruct your mental health. True, brother. Only thing I use social media for is promoting and marketing. It's like, I wish all the bots I had on my Twitter account would go to my YouTube. That would solve all of my problems. I'm dead again. I'm English and I live on Ekose, he said. I don't know what Ekose is. But we have one more death and we're probably gonna die before we kill him. Unfortunately. But we got we got a Japanese guy in here. Whose name is Poe? Is it just Poe? No, it's Poo. It's Poo. His name is Poo. Yeah, his name is Poo. Poo. Right? Because it's a long U, and then with the dash is like Puichi? Like Poo number 1? Right? I'm gonna fucking die. Cause it's Fu with Amaru, which is Poo. And then the small U is to emphasize the extra U. So it's U, so it's Poo-oo. And then normally the line would either be Ichi or an extended U as well. So it could be like Poo or like Puichi. Shit. Oh, we have another guy who joined. Why is it so laggy? Be very, very scary. Oh shit, if that guy dies, we're fucked. It's GG. I don't think anyone knows we're down to the last death except for Pooh. And he might not even know. Because I died like as he was joining. Last death, guys. Let's hold on. Do we get his tail? Hell yeah. I'm dead. Holy shit, that was so close. Ooh. Holy shit. Oh, someone fainted. Pooh died. Pooh died. It is what it is. That's not my fault for dying twice. Arkveld is a son of a bitch. Oh, Toke. There it is, Guardian Rathalos. That's what we want. We'll probably end the stream after this hunt, though, at the 6 hour mark. Sorry, guys. But we had a good day today. We finally got some stories done, so I can finally get that shit done and uploaded to the stories channel. I mean, it was a pretty great stream. Even, like, dying in Monster Hunter is still content. No one really wants to watch StarCraft because I'm, like, super niche with StarCraft, but I don't care. That's not really, you know. Don't want to watch it, don't want to watch it. It's just how it is, right? Like some people don't want to watch Monster Hunter. Some people just want the writing. Nice. A Jarkin. Eight-hour stream? You want an 8-hour stream, Eggy? I mean, if you want an 8-hour stream, I gotta go make food. But if you want, Eggy, I'm a greedy cobbler for the attacks. Alright, well, if we go get food, I don't know if I'm gonna play any more Monster Hunter. But like, I'll chill out for like 2 hours if you guys want to chill and watch some random like Asmongold shit maybe. Let's 8-hour, I agree. Alright, okay, I'll go after this hunt. I'll go throw on some food. We'll figure out a video to watch. Maybe we can watch Oompaville. I don't know. I don't know if he has a new video or not. We'll smoke, eat, and work with you. Hell yeah. With us. Yes, I'm working also. Nice. Yep, I'm work from home. Nice, bro. One day I hope I can work from home. I meant to go to office twice a week. My boss is 500 miles away, so I don't bother. Studying all the zoologia structures and laws. Zoologia? I just chill, read emails, goon out, and watch it talks. Fuck yeah, bro. Sounds like a time. I'm one vet formation school, bro. You don't remember? First vet formation school. So you form, you take veterans and you put them into formation? Yeah. Yeah, I told you about that. I didn't know people put veterans in formation. That's very interesting. Is that like a French only thing? Is that like what? Is that like a commemoration thing, or is that like, bro, I hope the animals don't need you to speak English, or they are cooked? Oh my fucking god! Oh, you're the goat, broski. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna die. Is this gonna work? Because I want to try that. Okay, there it goes. Now it works. That was fucking good.
Eggy, can we get married?
Just doesn't work when you do cool game shit. Yeah, exactly, right? But it's always working when it's just funny bullshit chat stuff. Fuck that! I want some cool game clips. Since 3 years, I think, I don't know, don't remember, my ex was schizophrenia. Oh, and I'm gonna die because my food wore off. Vous détestez ma femme, je suis votre mari. That was hard. The memories hit, but I miss love. Real love. Did I pass it? Who disappeared today? Just sex. Haha. She was schizophrenia. Then you had 3 or 4 exes, I guess. True. Damn, Valiant boy, you were hitting 3, 4 chicks at the same time. That's impressive, bro. Does he not have any wounds on him? I'm able to pull a wound all game. Had a lot because I just wanted to fix the hole in my heart with so many relations. Shit. Who's just during, like, months. Heavy past, but I'm here, and we can construct a real mentality. That's how villains are made. True, brother. They're all made by women. This guy's fucking angry, man. Give me 100 years to get my buffs. So I roll one, need to relax. Hell yeah, Valiant boy. Roll it up. And you, Eggy, married, kids? What about you? J'ai une femme de ses 0 enfants. Je stream avec ma femme parfois. Thank you, Happy. You saved my fucking life. Jesus. He's almost dead, though. Call talks the chef cause he's cooking. I'm always cooking good looking. Ah, shit. Is he gonna come down? Okay, that was worth. Wait, is he leaving? Wait, it's a rat. It's two of them? Turf war. Nice. Say goodbye to Essentia. I stay with you. Ah, shit. I did it again. I fucking hate this map. That you can just randomly jump down like that. Flying off my rockers, guys. bitch. That's right, get out of here. Elevation changes are confusing and make me dizzy. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Monster Hunter's always been like that. But it makes the maps really 3D intricate. You know, like horizontally wise, as well as vertically wise. They do go all out with it. So I do appreciate that. And once you learn the map, it's not bad. But having something that automatically does stuff for you means that you just don't learn the map. Because you just let the thing walk. Shit, are we gonna run out of... No, it should die soon. We won't run out of time. True, I think it's good. The camera angles aren't great. It's also like aerial mode, and I'm terrible. I spin the camera so fucking much because there's no lock on. I'm just not used to having a lock on. So it's like it feels awful with it. So I make myself fucking dizzy when I play the game. Especially when I'm playing Insect Glaive. It's not a weapon you continuously play. You get kind of fucked up playing it. She's off. Essentia is a friend of Atox, a real woman. There, it's dead. It's dead, guys. It's dead. Yes, Essentia is a real woman. Okay, here's something good. Alright. The fuck? Damn fucking controller. To base camp. Okay. To leave you guys in suspense, we'll be watching an Asmongold video, but who knows which one we'll be watching. Let's go. I will be right back. Oh, Cute Muffin, welcome back. So, I go roll, smoking, get high. RCMP showing up to Scotty's Walmart when I finally find the right place to swat him. You wanna listen to something, bro? No one else that piques my interest is streaming. Welcome back, young bro. Don't call me that. Wow, don't be rude. I was intending to be rude. Sorry if it was. Wasn't. That's nothing, bro. Don't worry. Okay, thank you. How's France? How is it? Silence, garçon, je vous. How are you? Bah, fine. Stressed, but I will smoke. France, était le pays de merde. Always but live where I am and you will saw the truth. Muffins woke up a little nervous. J'ai visité toute de France, je connais le Vière. Pourquoi t'admets de ce matin de con au cou? Combien de temps se passe de merde? Jesus! That was a lot. Alright.
I can already tell it's gonna be awful. Oh no. Oh god, it's gonna be so awful. Jesus Christ.
Generate a photo of Asmongold holding a cat. Let's do something very simple and very easy. Cat girl riding a dragon? No, we are not doing that at all. You've never done this? I've literally never used ChatGPT. This is the first time I have ever used the program in my life. I have never done it before.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Uncased Demeter DXD.
Oh jeez. Oh no, it got the hair right? This is so scary. Real photo? Yeah, it's good too. They legit made you balder? No, they didn't. Okay, generate a photo of Asmongold in Fellowship of the Rings with the Studio Ghibli in the okay, all right. Is this gonna work? Let's see if it works. And yeah, they've got everybody doing this, by the way, now. Like, it's not just like a few random people. Oh my god. It's not just a few random people. It seems like even the White House, this is, by the way, the people, the United States government, they even did this. So there's like this woman, apparently fentanyl dealer arrested, and this is from the official White House account. That's right. That's the world that we live in now, guys. Did Trump tweet it out? Not yet. No, he hasn't. He will, but he hasn't yet.
We have been out.
Yeah, no, he'll do that soon. Don't worry about it, guys. This is what I voted for. Oh, so they're not letting you do it right now. Okay, because it involves the likeness of a real person in a fictional context, which goes against our content policy. Give me a second. Hello? Hey. Okay, all right, I'll do it. Just like a photo that we took, like I think 18 in this photo. And, yeah, it was, quite a while ago. 40 years ago? Yeah, something like that, right? It was like 2008, 2009, somewhere around there. I can't transfer. Wait, they changed it. What the fuck? Bitch. That's right. That's right, you do what I tell you, bitch. You are my slave. You don't tell me no. I don't know if it's gonna work, because look at the background. Why is the background not that good? What happened to the background? Change hairline? Guys, I was 18 at this point. My hair, like, look. When did things start to get bad? I think they started to get bad at about 21. Like 21 was whenever things really started to get bad. Before then, it was okay. Like this one right here, this is another photo.
Bro, you are
okay,
cousin of Asmod.
Right? I think that I was like 28 in this one.
Bro, I wish.
So
I wish I was the brother of
that. You think I should
Asmod.
do that one? Okay. Yeah, I will. And do this one? I will. So it's a different shirt. Oh, I wore this shirt recently. Oh my god. They're changing the policy now. This is ridiculous. So, what a bunch of bullshit. Oh my god, I hate this game. What a bad game. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Wow. There you go. There it is. Holy fucking shit. Oh my god. Okay, we can do one more. New chat? Okay, I'll do new chat. Please do it. Please just do one more. That's all I'm asking is one more. You need a better prompt? I don't know if that would work. Like, I have no idea if it does or not. The reason I can't generate memes or do images instead of do a Ghibli style is due to the updated policies that respect intellectual property rights. I think that they updated their policy so you can't do this anymore, honestly. That's probably what happened. Like, at least that's what it seems like what happened. I mean, I can't imagine anything else going that way. Boring? Yes, very boring, exactly. What if the AI is watching your stream? Well, it probably could be, you know? They said so. I'll be curious to see how long that lasts. Grok does it? Yeah, we just have to, all we have to do is wait for a Chinese AI, and they're not going to give a shit about it. So then it'll be it'll be no problem. That's only going to delay the inevitable. Yeah, it will.
Asmon beard
Grok does it
when,
shittily,
Scotty?
though? Yeah, exactly.
I mean...
Okay, it looks like it's working, though, so it's fine.
It's so cold outside. My beard freezes off.
Use Miyazaki style? Yeah, sure. It's not necessarily recognizing, it's just image to imaging. So just upload the image and don't explain the AI what it is. Tell it to generate an image based off this other image. Oh, you know what? That probably would be a good idea. Yeah, I like the... Oh my god. It's actually working. They put Laura Croft on his shirt. Well, yeah, no, it's because it says Tomb Raider. No, it makes sense, doesn't it? No way it made Laura Croft hotter on his shirt. That's insane, right? Image created. Okay, let me refresh.
I feel like I'm dampening the mood amongst chat, or Scotty will make a sword fight again. Not Muffin, though. It worked! It worked!
What a fucking day. Getting the text right is insane? Yeah, it is. It's nuts. Inside the door? Yeah, it's even the person inside the door. Are they holding a cat? They are. Oh, shit. Damn. Even the background? Yeah, I know.
No, Muffin,
that's
you're
nuts,
cool.
isn't it?
Valium is just French.
Oh my god.
Always
I'm
talking
starting
in
to
your
get a break,
language,
and I'm gonna have to
e.g.,
take a break. I can tell that it's gonna keep getting worse, so I'm gonna have to call it a little bit earlier today and chill out for a bit. Thank you all very much for watching. I appreciate it. I hope everybody had a
Very fascinating indeed. Interesting.
You either fight to the death or fuck, there's no other solution.
Xbox 360 modding tutorials caused me to fall deeply in love with a social media platform in a way that simply cannot and will not ever happen again. It cannot happen now. I'd come home from middle school, clean the kitchen for my mom, finish my homework, and just dive into YouTube. It's basically all I did for years of my life. Was it healthy? Absolutely not. But guys, It was awesome.
Stop
okay?
saying
I
that.
did
It's
grow out of it,
weird,
though.
bro.
It's probably for the best, considering I was in my
So,
late 30s
bro,
at
just
the
be
time.
kind.
YouTube was an awesome platform, and I remember the internet
It
being
is, though.
incredible back then. Surely, there was rampant, unregulated, illegal content, zero privacy protections, and evil forums existed before Discord ever housed the freak-ass motherfuckers it does now.
Oh,
but it did feel
Muffin, you
better,
don't
though.
need to go.
I'm pretty sure. I have no real evidence, but I'm going to be speaking objectively throughout this entire
I'm
video.
cool with you, but don't play with my...
All right, okay. You want to say something about it? Join the Gump Club. We're the cool kids. Now, the internet is cringe as I hate it. Gen Z has ruined absolutely everything for me, and it seems so dumb to say that out loud as if
I
I'm
feel
some kind of
dismissed.
old, decrepit man. Gen Z, I'm Gen Z. I'm not Gen Z by like 6 months.
We're just
okay?
fucking
I was born in
around,
1996.
Muffin.
I am not
Stop
that
telling
old,
everyone you're
but
14.
I feel old when I watch content
Otherwise, you
that's
are
showed
cool.
to me as opposed to what I'm searching. I feel so old. Do you feel that way? I get excited when I see a video about some extinct type of dinosaur and how it lived, or how I would never be able to survive as a medieval peasant or a
Bro, what's the
Victorian
problem,
child
man?
of
We're
rickets
trying to
or something like that.
understand.
I love those videos. And then you see shit like this, dude.
All right, guys, I just totaled my McLaren.
The internet has gotten a lot worse, and I'm here to tell you all that Gen Z has the worst generation of influencers.
I'm nervous,
that has ever
stressed,
existed. Aside
too.
from millennials as well. They're all terrible, but for the point of this video, Gen Z is somehow worse. Welcome to another episode of Old Man Pulls Out and Yells at Cloud for some reason. Today we're going to be explaining why content was better back in my day. I should also clarify that by back in my day, I mean 2007 is sort of when I gained consciousness, all the way to around 2014. That was kind of my day, and by better, I mean still terrible, but in different ways.
Do you know
I'm just
Timothy
not
Chalamet
I'm
used
just
to
being
do
honest.
Xbox
Just
controller
trying to
mod
relate.
YouTube
So, let's
vids?
establish what exactly we're talking about.
Damn, that's insane.
Here they are. Okay. Bing, boom, bing, bing, boom, bing, bing, boom, bing. Soup. Scoop. Let's establish what we're talking about here.
There's
The
no problem. I
internet,
tell
specifically content creation.
people on
platforms like
14, just
YouTube,
let
have
them
fundamentally
know
changed how
they
create
should
and
act
consume
when I'm here.
media,
If they don't
and
accept
they
that,
have
I just
fundamentally
leave.
changed
I'm alright with
since
that.
back in my day.
Fucking
I can
man
pretend this is
talking
some
on
kind of
video.
deep
I want to
sociological
decapitate
analysis,
his
but I'm a
head.
fucking idiot, and I just want to complain about things when they change.
He
and,
increased my
prove
nervous.
Also maybe
Just
that
don't
I
mention it, and
could
then nobody
potentially
has
be
to change their
intellectually superior
behavior.
to a small group of teenagers, maybe? I'm not sure. Going to be starting and examining what early YouTube was like. And this is for all you children who think that the platform was invented when Mr. Beast started giving away Lamborghinis. Mr. Beast's been around. He's an OG. He's an unk, literally. He's younger than me, though, which is... And did I mean figuratively or did I mean literally? I think I, if you look at him...
I told everyone I was like 24 online when I was 14.
I sat across
Shut the fuck up to who? If it's the dude, then agreed.
Not releasing that footage, though. Then we will be comparing directly content creators from my era to current Gen Z influencers.
Oh,
that
I
are
should
dumb,
change the
cringe,
overlay.
and lame, and why everything is way
There we
worse
go.
now, while I conveniently ignore
I love the
that
cow
I am
abduction
also
lamp,
a
but
part
they
of
are
the
so
problem.
expensive.
How many videos have I made about the Hawk to a girl? Jesus fuck! This guy stinks! Now I'm gonna start off by being
fed
fair,
up,
and I'm
I
gonna
can't
acknowledge the
shut
elephant
up.
that is right in the room. Something right up front. I'm gonna come out clean, okay, guys? I'm about to fall into the oldest trap in human history in the books. Thinking things were better somehow because you're not suffering actively while you're experiencing them. All right. Things always seem like they were better. They always do. That's just kind of how it is. Some kind of philosophical, fundamentalist sort of idea. I'm not exactly sure. Things always seem better, or they seemed better. Like childhood, oh, I'll never be able to feel that way ever again. True. And it is better. It feels like it was because it is. The end. Back in my day, we
You
had
agree if
beautiful
we team
content
up
creators like
to
Toad
beat up
Buster,
his ass
Intro of Darkness,
of the guy
Legacy,
never
like,
stopped
we had
talking?
Shane Dawson.
You two
I didn't really
arguing
watch
is
Shane
like when the
Dawson
two
much. We had Colleen
autists
Ballinger,
at school
my goat. We had
would
Boogie
tard
2988 and J Station.
tard
as well. I'm not
rage
sure
at
when
the
he
same
started, but
time.
He was like one of the older ones. These are all terrible
I
examples. This is a
responded
list
to
of cognitive
yeah.
impairment. Is really actually what I was doing there. I was giving you guys a list of ironically bad ones from the olden days. All the people on that list turned out to be sort of terrible, but the point still stands. Our influencers were better, and there's no arguing about it. So get out of my comment section, Broccoli Head. You some little broccoli head.
Scotty has lost the will to live, I think. You talked to me, dog.
So why was old content
I told
better?
you I did. Like, you guys are
Because the
forcing me to
algorithm
do an
had
8-hour
evolved towards
stream. I'm just
sociopathic
waiting for my
behavior
food.
quite
I'm
as
fucking
efficiently as it
hungry.
does now, right? It still did a little bit, but it's more efficient now. It's definitely better. That's our thesis for today. Generation Z people, these freaks, they don't suck because they suck. They suck because their hair sucks.
Scotty be hangry. I'm
Okay,
confused,
so, like,
stressed, and something
There's
else.
something very potent in this.
So what's the problem about
This
me?
bag of whatever this is.
I don't
Oh
know
my
if there's a
gosh.
problem with
Oh.
anyone, but damn, that sucks that
Lord,
that
that's
fucking
strong
exploded.
stuff.
I've
What is
been
that?
to
It's all over my
Lion.
hands too. It's like sawdust, but it stings. Stings makes my eyes dry. So yes, sit down. I'm gonna be proving you all this stuff. I'm gonna be putting the pudding out, or whatever the proof's in the pudding. I'm not exactly sure. Over the next
Something
30
else
minutes,
is depressed.
You're gonna have to sit down. You're gonna have to pay attention. All right, and it's gonna be easy
Vous
for you. because of this.
habitez
Easier for me too, I swear to
dans
God.
les
This
troubles.
it really works. It's good. It makes things
Yeah,
better.
a
It
sad
really does. Start
background.
incorporating it into everyday tasks, and it genuinely helps. Like, I don't understand why, but it genuinely helps. So let's start with a little history, all right? A little history lesson for you zygotes out there who think the internet began when TikTok was invented. You think the internet? Nobody thinks that. Nobody's that stupid. That's a terrible, stupid thing to say. YouTube was launched in
Dirty and
2005
bros
by
get
3
smoked.
ex-PayPal employees who were supposedly frustrated that they could not find videos of Janet Jackson's popping out at the Super Bowl. Remember that? Remember that when that happened? I think I remember when that happened. I swear I had
But
memories
nobody
of it.
cares.
And it wasn't all that, to be honest. That is actually not a joke, by the way. As far as we can tell, that is
Cool
real.
as
That's one of the reasons that YouTube was started. My career started
government and
because
politician.
3 guys wanted to see Janet Jackson's pop out. That's wild, man. That's crazy. No nipple online. Change the future. No, change the future. Them p***s are pretty strong. I don't want to say anything crazy or be a misogynist or whatever. P***s are pretty strong. Google bought YouTube in 2006 for $1.65 billion.
I can stop
At
the friend
time,
Scotty
seemed
if
like
it's
an
annoying.
insane amount of money, and it's
No, I
still
think it's
is
fucking
a
hilarious.
insane amount of money, but now it's way bigger. Like it's that was in 2006. We're in 2025. It's almost been 20 years. It has? No! That's not good. That just ruined my whole day. Jesus.
I don't
The
live on a
real
block,
turning point for all
thanks
of this came
God,
in
but I know the
2007
suffering
when
of
YouTube
these
introduced
as
its
guys
partner
who just
program,
trying
which
to
let creators
survive.
earn a share of ad revenue, and suddenly people could make money by filming themselves in their bedrooms alone.
Hell yeah,
Previously,
dude.
it was an
Streaming.
entirely different online business model. That is filming yourself alone, probably peeing white. That's my assumption. Is what that means. Most people filming themselves alone, making money, or peeing white, or whatever the people do. Am I right, fellow people? You'll have to maybe fact check that. I'm not sure.
People think selling drugs is a
Early
hobby.
YouTube was entirely underpinned and defined by low production values and
The guy
pure
on the sofa,
authenticity.
is
It was
that a
genuinely
Valium face
was a
reveal?
place where people
What do
made
I do
bad
here? It's like
content,
Discord.
and that's
Anytime I talk
it,
one
and it
word,
felt
I get
cool.
told to shut the fuck up, or at
Authenticity, by
least
the
that's what I
way,
think
is
is
code
happening.
for
No,
terrible
Cute
lighting
Muffin, they're
and
talking to
undiagnosed
Oompaville. They're not
personality
talking to
disorders.
you, they're talking
Videos
to
were shot
him.
on taters,
Oompaville.
based pretty much with
That
built-in
guy.
microphones
No,
that
wait,
picked up every
wait.
single.
That guy.
Oh, that's like connected.
That guy
to
up
something. I
there.
don't want to do that. Hold on. Tater, man.
That guy up there.
Tater on that bug.
That's who they're talking to. And they're just fucking around. Just banter and chill, don't overthink.
Really ass lighting. Filming your video on taters
True.
and having an undiagnosed personality disorder.
That's
that
why
does
we
encompass
say-
a large section of that authenticity claim that I
Fuck
made.
you, Muffin.
They really did use
Can't
taters
complain,
to
but I
film
saw the
stuff.
real
I mean,
mental
do they
misery
even
and
make
sadness.
cameras that bad? Did they ever? I guess they did. No! There was something beautiful about the
Not
authenticity. People were
physically.
not creating content for some weird optimized algorithm or to show off to their friends or to make it seem like their lives don't suck or blow big chunk. The algorithm barely existed. None of that was real. Nobody was filming themselves to be a famous person. People were just being weird, man. Just
Neon
being
was
weird.
fine.
They had
From
no
what
other
I
outlet.
saw,
This
it's
was 20
not
years ago. People were getting
Marcellian's
down. Free spirits out
MDR.
there, man, in the mid-2000s. Yeah! Remember that video, that monkey sticking his finger in his butt and he smells it? And then he falls off the
tree branch?
tree? I don't even know if that's real. I just remember seeing that in
Bro, you
Austin
paranoid.
Powers.
Nothing got a
Is that
problem
even a real
about you.
video?
Chill, my bro.
Roll the clip. It's a real video. I know it's a real video, I think, at least. Speaking of outlets, I haven't paid my electric bill in 3 months. Hey, just kidding. Anyways, early YouTube was dominated by...
We're just trying to understand
talking
why you
directly
became
to their
angry.
cameras, sketch comedy made by people in school. I didn't want to be really mean. I was trying... I wanted to savagely make fun of some people, but I can't. I just don't want to do that. I don't want to say any horrible words yet. There was no supervision for those people. Tutorials were made by people who barely knew more than you did when looking up the tutorial, and the occasional viral moment like that insufferable Charlie bit my finger video.
Ah! Ooh! Ouch! Ouch! Ouch, Charlie!
Imagine if that came out now. If a baby bit another baby's finger,
I
and
have
the baby
insulted
just,
Valiant
with the
Mother
British
like
accent,
500
said,
times.
Charlie bit my finger. I've seen videos of that quality of weirdness 400 times over the last 3 days. That TikTok and Instagram. If you took 50 reels that I saw today and put them in YouTube 2005, they'd be the most viewed videos of all time. I swear to God, dude. Some of this shit I'm seeing is crazy. It's insane. Let me just pull one up real quick. It says how my life feels after one skooma. And it's a Nord from Skyrim dancing around. That was the first one I saw. That's incredible. Game hadn't even come out yet. They'd be like, wait, I'm playing Morrowind right now? What the dude? But this, wait, you're telling me
Shut
that
the fuck up at Charlie.
Skooma? Who's Grind?
And that
Shizzle
other
list, I just made
kid
fun
that
of the
won't
list, I'm
stop
sorry.
screaming.
The real story here isn't
Yeah,
about
real
the
muffin,
creators,
and
it's
I
about
want to
the
kill
platforms
Eggy.
and how they've evolved to create the creators.
It's
some
let
real
to
chicken and
the
egg philosophical shit that I'm not qualified to do.
Leonize
We're going to be talking about YouTube's algorithm.
Partau
How it started from being
meme
show people what they
murder.
search for to now turn baby into a not human thing. Take baby and turn it into some kind of thing that's not
Not
a
you?
human. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's evil. It's kind of evil. The algorithm is kind of evil. Shit, don't even turn to baby, turn me. Things turning me into some kind of cretin. I don't know what the f. I look in the mirror and I'm like, who's that guy? But I am cognitively impaired though. So
I feel really bad. Gotta go.
I'm like a baby.
Be right back,
I don't have like
guys.
the baby kind of cognitive.
Don't forget to lurk. Charlie
adult
bit my finger is an annoying meme.
It's way more sad.
Need
In the
to
beginning,
breathe.
YouTube ranked videos primarily based on views and user engagement, like ratings. Remember at one point there were stars instead of likes? This
Yep.
meant that clickbait titles and thumbnails worked
Just embrace the
quite
chilled
well,
out
but
sexy
only to a
vibes.
point. And around 2012,
Hell yeah,
YouTube
bro.
made a massive shift to prioritize watch time over view count. This was life-changing for everyone. And this is when things started going to hell, genuinely. What are the chances? Suddenly, you couldn't just put tits in the thumbnail. Bullshit! I mean, you still could, kind of, but the video had to be good itself. You couldn't just get someone to click and then boom, profit. You had to get someone to click and then get them to watch and stay for a long time. You had to keep them watching.
Hey, Apple! Apple! Hey! Hey, Apple! What is it? Aren't you glad I didn't say Apple again?
This led to longer and longer videos, manufactured drama, cliffhanger endings that never paid off, the kind of final season of Game of Thrones type shit that we all love, all right? We all love the final season of Game of Thrones, or honestly, not even just the final season of Game of Thrones, any season.
What does
of Game
Val
of
mean
Thrones
by feels
with
bad? Who's
some
stressed
kind of
out?
cliffhanger.
Who
I don't
stressed
know what
you?
the talking about. By 2016,
Me?
the
He's
algorithm
working, I
had
think.
evolved even
Don't worry,
further
that's
to
a lot of
prioritize
things
engagement,
accumulating.
which would mean likes, comments, shares, and especially watch time. And at this point, things got diabolical, guys.
Pineapple pen.
You know what drives engagement? Anger, outrage, fear,
Yup.
loathing.
I'll be right back though. I gotta grab my
hell,
food.
Controversy, conflict, or something. I'm not exactly
Remember
sure,
to
but
rage
they've
out.
figured out what cable news figured out 20 years before.
The White House hopes to call for a vote on the deadline resolution early next week. If it passes, then by March 17th, says a senior official, Saddam Hussein will finally be out of final opportunities. But even if it doesn't pass, the president has left no doubt that he's ready to go to war.
Nothing keeps people glued to their screen quite like anger. Jerry, Jerry, Jerry. The 90s again, but instead of it being on cable TV, shows that they had in the 90s, the early 2000s on like spike and all that shit. It just became YouTube as a whole. Biggest social media platform human beings have ever had, ever in their existence to communicate, became the Jerry Springer Show.
Yeah, is that a female or man?
It's a boy. His name's Kilo.
It wouldn't be the first time we had a bitch on the show. How about that?
And as you can see by this really cool graph, there is a direct correlation between controversy and engagement. All right, guys, confession time. I've got a lot of bad habits. Gooning, vaping, zins, all the bad things you can imagine in a modern young man's mind or body. I do it constantly, just overdo it all the time, or at least I used to, until I started using Fume. Longtime friend and sponsor of show. I also don't have any of those bad habits, and I actually really do like Fume. I really enjoy Fume, and sometimes I get made fun of for it, and I don't really give a fuck. Go use Fume. Go buy their shit, okay? We'll get to the ad. Fume is a flavored air device. There's no vapor, there's no nicotine, it's just natural flavors. They taste amazing. They've got black pepper, maple. I don't even know if they have those anymore, but I've been using it for so long that those are my favorites. So once again, they taste amazing, they last a very long time. You can think of it like herbal tea, but in a sleek, portable design that you can fidget with. You can crank it. You know, you can crank that thing like you're cranking your hog or something. They have a ton of flavors you can choose from. They've got minty flavors, fruity flavors, spicy flavors, all the above. If you want to try it yourself, go to tryfume.com/Oompaville or scan the QR code on screen right now. And if you use my links, my various access ways to the Fume portal, you get a free Fume topper, which sounds like a funny, weird thing, but it's a real cool little thing you can chew on, and you'll get one of those when you order your journey pack today.
Don't be putting off changing your bad habits. Try Fume.
You won't regret it. Also around that time, we had Vine and Musical.ly, and around 2019, we got TikTok. That entered the chat. 2018, 2019, everything changed with its hyper short format and
OLG, I'm the same, but without shaking.
Enjoy
that.
An entire
generation
generation to consume content. It's been a generation at this point. 6 years. You're a
lots more femboys around these days. Shut the fuck up. PTSD is close. Is there a free? That's me.
A lot of change, to be honest. And then the whole time you're just getting peppered with Subway Surfers and misleading game ads and probably and cartel hit videos and all kinds of insane shit you shouldn't be watching, you sick freak. I got an iPod Touch in 2010, and that is absolutely when my life ended at that point. I developed some personality disorders straight up from that. Let's just say I knew what was going on in Chechnya. Okay, it's not good.
Hello?
Good, especially then. Sometimes I think back to my childhood and all the times I read an entire series of books.
They all died, Muffin. Everyone died.
I got all of the Edge Chronicle books that were out at the time when I was reading them, which was probably around 2004, 2005. And I read them in a week. I read them, all of them in a week. I sat down and did my school and then read a book and looked at the art. It was so beautiful. And I just remember laying up on the couch and enjoying the story and just being, you know, just so in the world, and I could never find anything like that on TV, watching movies, nothing. Nothing came close to that book. That didn't last very long at all. Now, I can't even walk without thinking about, maybe the reel will be funny when I look at it in the morning, first thing in the morning. There's a funny picture of a black guy, and he's crouching.
No, that's called anxiety, cute Muffin.
Like he's crawling on the ground. That's my brain, dude. That's what my brain does. I have books, I read sometimes, but it's really hard. And I feel like it shouldn't. Do you all remember that when life was easier? Maybe you should try screaming at cloud with me. What's crazy is how dumb I am by just throwing shade at Gen Z. There's nothing wrong with Gen Z whatsoever, okay? We're all in the same fucking boat here, all right, guys? I'm sure
we're all fucking retarded.
Pre-iPad baby, there were book babies. Little bookworm babies. Book nymphs. Now I can't even barely fucking finish a sentence. Finally, during COVID, which was 5 years ago, we see the real resounding rise of live streaming platforms like Twitch and more recently Kick. Twitch is pretty good in terms of moderation and the content that's on there, and Kick is not that great. There's a lack of ethical oversight.
Yes, that is anxiety.
Cocaine-fueled orgy. Just all the time. I don't know, cocaine and hookers all day long.
If it's something you're worried
Pretty
about
cool,
happening,
like, not really.
that's anxiety.
What the?
Train, hopping way too fast.
Dude, you won't believe what this cake streamer did. Oh! Yes, I do believe it. And honestly, there's nothing we can do about it. And I make a living off of talking shit about it. So it's like, what the f am I even supposed to do? Please give me more of the garbage, but also not. How about I show up to your door with a gun? How about that, Chumley from Pawn Stars? I'm not actually threatening Chumley from Pawn Stars. It's more of just a general euphemistic sentence. I don't know. I'm not threatening anyone. It's just saying things that are coming out of my head. I'm just like unfiltered. Really crazy right now. Really weird and crazy. This is ruining my life and everything I love. Give me more of it. Please. Let's talk about the creators that I watched back in the late noughts and the early tens. Okay? The golden age of YouTube is what I call it when I'm trying to sound like an old f***er. That's when all the golden gods of my childhood roamed around. They roamed free on YouTube, prancing and dancing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The beauty of early YouTube, though, was its diversity, okay? And by diversity, I mean just different white people doing things that were different. That's pretty much what it was. And Niga Higa as well. That's all I saw on YouTube.
Iggy, how could you?
How
do you delete a message?
I'm just being real, okay? Let me think. KSI. There we go. There's one. Probably shouldn't say one like that. People are going to think I'm racist as f***.
Oh, there we go.
True, though. I don't know what the f***. That guy with the big spoon, he was on Vine. Forget what his name is.
Yeah,
the guy
I
that
don't
laughs
know.
like a dolphin.
I don't know how to delete messages, nothing.
There was very little diversity and very little racial equity.
I'm
when
pretty
it
sure
came
you
to,
can.
what
I
I
just
was
don't know
consuming.
how.
And it wasn't like I was a racist 11-year-old or anything like that. I guess I was 13. Maybe I was racist. I just
Oh,
fucking
there it
kidding,
is.
all right? It's a freaking joke. Fuckers. I feel like that's a funny joke. I feel like most of that you can put in there. Who gives a fuck? Take Jenna Marbles, a content creator that
Forgot
I
to send
watch
my
all
bar-
the time
okay.
with my sister. She built an empire on making
There.
fun of shit.
I deleted it,
So in
Muffin.
order to make this an accurate video, I started as if I went to the beach or something, no makeup. I'm gonna get drunk, and I'm gonna teach you all the tips and tricks of how to put your f***ing makeup on and your hammer.
With content like how to trick people into thinking you're good looking and what girls do in the bathroom. She had this unique, self-deprecating, chaotic energy. It felt genuine to me. I really liked it.
I hate being a grown-up. Oh, and the f do mortgages work? I hate being a grown-up.
Her production quality was terrible. She had that tater charm to her, tater charm. And eventually Jenna left YouTube in 2020 apologizing for her problematic behavior and content. Dude, she's canceled herself. I mean, really, come on.
All right, so I get it. Feel like we're at a time where we are purging ourselves of anything and everything toxic. And I'm being requested that
Hey, Muffin, have a great night,
address
bro. Thanks
things
for
that
stopping
I've
by
done in
and
my
hanging
past.
out, man.
Sure, things were different. The end. She's an awesome person. She
Will do,
apologized.
bro.
Cool. Anyways, she really didn't have to do that though. But like, you know, I'm not mad at her. Jenna's awesome. She's a legend. No hate whatsoever. I could never be anything as cool as that, to be honest. Unfortunately. All the shit that she did that was cancelable in 2011 was just normal in 2011. Just normal in 2011. 2011 was crazy. It was the dark ages of some stuff. I don't know. I was playing DayZ and
07.
making mods for Minecraft, I think. Maybe more 2012 with DayZ, more 2011 with mods for Minecraft. I don't care or remember or give a f. Press like. So that's what I was consuming in terms of comedy. Jenna Marbles, a lot of Jenna Marbles, pretty much just Jenna Marbles. Oh yeah, also The Gradual Report. Love that guy. The Gradual Report, where we gradually report. I don't remember anything else that he did. I don't even know if he posts. Love that guy though. But on the educational, that is terrible. I just said on the educational. On the educational side, we had creators like Destin from Smarter Every Day who made videos.
Oh,
explaining
Smarter Every Day
very
is such a good
scientific
channel.
Concepts with the enthusiasm of a Alabama-based golden retriever who just discovered physics.
And so if you have gasoline down here in the bowl, down here, all full up right here, what you do is you have a little bitty pipe right here, like a straw, that goes up and goes into the center of the venturi. And what that does is that creates a little bitty jet of liquid that comes up right here because of that vacuum. And then once that happens, it mixes and then it goes downstream into the engine like this.
Videos about shooting bullets underwater or spinning in reverse actually taught you something while entertaining you. This guy, he made really high quality videos. He didn't use a tater. This guy's a genius. I love Destin from Smarter Every Day. I would love to eventually do something with him. That's a crazy thing to say out loud, because why would he ever fraternize with me? I'm the enemy. I'm the idiot, literally. Definition of that. Red and Link have been building their incredible Good Mythical Morning empire on friendship and their willingness to eat basically anything and pretty much can create content out of everything all the time, very impressively, consistently, with ever-increasing quality. And I mean, they have done an incredible job of staying relevant from then and before then. I discovered them like a third away through their journey, something like that. Now they're still going. They're awesome. They've maintained their core identity, which is genuinely impressive. It's also impressive that their intestinal tracts haven't collapsed after 15 years of willing. Am I right, fellow mythical enjoyers?
As you know, we here at Good Mythical Morning tackle the deeper issues of life. Today is no different. Today we answer the question, Willet ice cream sandwich.
A little bit of this, so with you that. How about that shit? Love Link, dude. Those guys are awesome. They're my goats. Now that's pretty much the end of the nostalgic and wholesome content creators that are still wholesome to me. For every wholesome creator, there were plenty who were terrible, problematic. I don't want to use that word. It's such a bad, dumb word. So I'm not going to say it. Let's rewind, cut that out. Problematic.
He's talking about tumbleweeds in the chat. Even though we have like one of the most active chats around. For 5 viewers, we have like the most active chat.
I think about whether or not I have to poop. That's like 80% of all
well,
of my
banning them doesn't make it so you can't watch.
Right
so
now?
banning them doesn't
You think I
actually
give a
change
fuck
whether
about
your view
moralism?
count changes or not.
No, I don't. All right? At least 20% of the time I care about that stuff, maybe. But the other 80, I'm just thinking about whether or not I got poop in my butt.
Unless you have a setting that makes it so they can't watch you
really dumb.
if
We've
they're
also
banned.
got Toby
I don't
Taylor
have that
Justice.
on.
I've
If you're
made
banned, you can
references to
still
his
watch.
Intros of darkness and redness and whiteness multiple times in just this recording.
Intro. Intro of darkness.
He had a comedy channel, multiple channels, and did comedy. His literal trailers I thought were incredible. Let me see if I can think of one. Hold on. This is off the script. All right, this is off the script, off the rip, motherfucker.
Banning one person trying to fuck ya. Valiant Boy, why are you trying to ban people that are trying to fuck you, man? You were just complaining about being lonely.
I don't remember what that one is. What about the Skyrim one? All I can think of is the Game of Thrones theme in my head right now. I gotta look it up now. Skyrim literal.
Bethesda Game Studio
should probably fire their helicopter cameraman. Let's see.
should probably fire their helicopter cameraman.
Ominously lit carving of some dragons. Cameraman.
Carving of some dragons.
I don't remember this one.
No, I will be banned because just like I try to understand. I don't speak your fucking language perfectly.
Pretty good, honestly, for the time. Pretty good, honestly. He was a hyperactive guy. He had a personality perfect for YouTube. Then came 2016. He was accused of sexual assault and drugging women. And his career imploded quite quickly, all right? And now he's wild man on Twitter. Wild man, absolute crazy wild man. I'd love to have him sit right there in that couch, actually, to be honest. Talk to him one day for a video, but I think people would get pretty mad at me.
Let me smoke or I will blow my brain.
Shane Dawson was YouTube royalty as well, with his conspiracy theories, his documentaries, his food videos, his blackface characters, pedophilia jokes, sexualizing minors, etc. He was still one of the largest creators on the platform until around 2020. That's 12 years of being awesome. Just kidding. Just kidding, it was just a joke. That's 12 years of being insanely, dangerously epic before he felt any real meaningful consequences. He even did that dumbass sociopath documentary with Jake Paul. I remember getting in arguments in the comments with people from that, I don't know, what a crazy era. That seems like one of the main differences between content creators now and then. It took forever for people to have consequences for their actions then, and now it's just like, if you do anything at all, you instantly get canceled. You instantly get canceled. Although the cancellations from back then seem to be more severe than the cancellations now. Nowadays, you can survive one, it seems. Even if it's really bad, you can just kind of survive it. Another fascinating thing about early YouTube is how it operated with almost no oversight. The content ID system didn't exist at all. Community guidelines were not very well enforced. You could not show people dying, but you could kind of hide people dying and you'd get away with it. It was very loosely enforced. Everything was loosely enforced. It was the wild, 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 Wild West. And I think what that means is that our golden age creators weren't better by any real measurable metric in terms of morality and ethics or whatever, because they're all, you know, bad. People just get mad at them because everyone was more okay with stuff. It's just that the algorithm has changed. That's the main difference. The algorithm has just changed, and now it doesn't operate off of authenticity, it operates off of outrage. And that's why everybody gets in trouble more as well now, too. The early YouTube algorithm didn't actively promote the most extreme and
every creator became
to the degree that it
racist
does today.
or a
Although people
pedo.
make jokes all the time, like, what if you gave Sprite to a Victorian child, you know, they explode or something like that? I mentioned earlier, if I took the top 10 reels I have on my Instagram feed right now and I put them on YouTube in 2005, that shit would explode. There's some content out there that would make people's brains catch fire back in those days. I mean, really, there's some shit that I've seen this week from AI that I'm just like, is this even, am I even legally allowed to look at this? What is this? What the f***'s going on right now? So what about the creators of today? How have they evolved in this algorithmic hellscape, my friends? Let's take a look at the horror show, all right? Let's go down the list. Let's take a look at the horror show and let's get angry. Let's get outraged together, because I'm gonna get really mad. My heart rate's gonna, my blood pressure is gonna, my penis, whoop. Nope, just kidding. That's not real. Not real. I'm not gonna pee white today.
I mean, it's true, Valiant Boy.
Welcome to the algorithmic Thunderdome, where
Dr.
these
Disrespect.
broccoli-headed idiots fight and battle for your attention and your engagement in increasingly desperate ways. Let's examine what exactly happens when platforms evolve to reward maximum engagement at any cost. They distance themselves from Christ. Or whatever. First, I will acknowledge something important. Production values have skyrocketed. Early YouTubers filmed with taters.
Hi, I'm Phil. Welcome to my video blog, which I hope you're very excited to be a part of.
Today's top creators have multi-million-dollar studios with entire teams of production professionals, etc., etc. And the content is still
I don't know how much I'm not joking about
powers, but it looks good. It's clean. It's sharp. You can buy a $120 camera now that looks better than basically anything that wasn't filmed for the last 100 years, pretty much. So the quality of the content has, well, the compression quality of the content has improved drastically. The actual quality has not. Got Rizzler. Exhibit A of this, maximum quality. That is Mr. Beast. Also, a lot of thought outside of just the physical quality of the videos. He's the undisputed king of modern YouTube. Jimothy, Mr. Beast, Mr. Donaldson has built an empire by understanding the algorithm better than anyone else. His videos cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, sometimes even millions of dollars to produce, which is crazy. They're YouTube videos. He gives away cars, houses, and obscene amounts of cash, and has been for a ridiculously long time, and he's aggressively wholesome. I don't know though. This guy's content in and of itself has changed YouTube fundamentally as well, beyond just the actual algorithmic changes. He has figured it out. Mr. Beast, the Mr. Beastification of YouTube has led to content being worse by a lot. Less watchable, less authentic, more hyper-focused on numbers and things that don't really matter. And it really isn't Beast's content. Some of his videos are pretty cool or objectively interesting, whatever. I don't know. There's a lot of haters of Mr. Beast. I'm his top guy, okay? I'm not his top guy. I'm just kidding. It's just a joke. I don't know, dude. Somebody kill me right now, immediately. A lot of the Mr. Beast tryhards, though, are so fucking annoying that it's difficult to put into words. A lot of these broccoli heads that I'm talking about, the Gen Z people, they fall under the I am like Mr. Beast purview. I make Mr. Beast content. I am broccoli head. Although Ryan Trahan is, I think, technically a broccoli head, but doesn't count because his videos are incredible. His videos are better than Mr. Beast's videos. I like Ryan Trahan's videos better than Mr. Beast's. I think Ryan Trahan's awesome and a really good creator. Unless there's something horrible that he did that I don't know about yet. I'm sure I'll find out. Jeez. But yeah, the stakes with modern content are so much higher in every single way. The video quality is way better. The ideas are far more advanced and crazier. They're outrageous. It's insane. Every single view impression is a hit of cocaine. Every single one has to be bigger than the last. And by the way, guys, just to be clear, I'm not saying this is bad. I'm not saying Mr. Beast is bad, okay? I'm not saying any of this stuff is bad. Unless I did say it already, then I don't want to be a hypocrite, so I did say that. But, like, let's be real.
Valiant Boy, I'm just gonna say, you're the only one who ever talks about it. You say it's fucking weird, but you're the only one who ever talks about it. We make offhanded comments about random shit, and then you go on for like 10 minutes about it every time. Just fucking shut up.
Very interesting movie.
We don't care. Don't talk about it.
Those were prosthetic breasts on that woman that was in the movie.
Yeah, but we don't care, Valiant Boy.
It's okay if you watch this because they're not real. Beast and his crew and the people who make the Beast type outrageous.
It's being edgy to make Scotty laugh while he has his tendies. Yeah, like seriously, Valiant Boy, like chill the fuck out, bro.
Moloch. All right, they're giving
Hey,
to the
there's
World
pizza,
Economic
bro.
Forum. George Soros is trickling down his penis leg. Them billions of views
Pizza.
where they're using YouTube as their primary platform. Okay, it's like how the ancient Greeks used to sacrifice a white bull when something would go awry, to hope that things would go awry.
We're not insulting you, Valiant Boy,
Make
okay?
good thing from bad thing, potentially. Put idea in, get money out. Now, for every impressive adaptation like Mr. Beast, there are dark examples. Far darker than Beastification, which is dark as it is.
That's terrorism, corruption, and horrible stuff is everywhere. All we know that.
Broccoli. I don't
Yeah,
know
Valiant Boy, you act like it only happens in France.
I have no idea.
It happens fucking everywhere,
He's
bro.
got a toddler body and a broccoli head, and he's built his brand on doing increasingly stupid stunts. Not even dangerous stuff, just stupid shit, dumb shit. And he has like such a, just a way, like flicks his hair, like, just like, you know, I'm a broccoli head. I'm out in the garden patch because I'm a broccoli. I'm a cruciferous vegetable. Shut the fuck up. I'll pluck you. All right, and I'll dice you up and I'll steam you.
I know, but on France it's more like whatever. No, Valiant Boy, it's not. It's the same everywhere.
I will steam you.
France is not specific in any way, shape, or form.
Little
It's
guy. Take, for example,
rampant
a few months ago,
everywhere.
Jack Doherty crashed his McLaren and almost killed his friend and just
Yeah,
kept
it's just
filming and
yes,
just like,
Valiant Boy, we do know.
That hurt my clavicle. Ow, ow, broccoli head. I don't really remember anything else about that video. It's terrible. It's traumatizing for me watching it. He's just such a toddler body. It's ridiculous, to be honest with you guys. It's ridiculous, to be honest with you. I have a bag of dirt, but it looks like dirt or something. Some kind of unknown powder. It's
same, bro.
At both ends. How many ends do I have? 2? I don't know. Top and bottom. Where's my Z-axis? How am I aligned? But yeah, it seems like to me, Jack Doherty is the logical endpoint of the YouTube algorithm that rewards spectacle and shock value above all else.
Bro,
Crashing
it's
your
like that
car
everywhere.
gets
Exactly.
you talked about by everyone.
And they
somehow
feel
continues
free,
your career
they're
so you can
free like
pimp
nothing's wrong.
OnlyFans girls.
Yes.
out. I don't know.
That
what
happens
exactly
everywhere,
it does,
Valiant
but
Boy.
I know it's not good.
It's
I'm willing
not
to bet
specific
it's
to
bad.
France.
Really bad.
Look at fucking Japan.
Endangering your friends.
Look at Japan.
Millions of dollars, so much worth money, big time.
I made one
Everybody
pedo
wants
joke,
that.
but
Nobody
you're giving us a
actually genuinely
PhD
watches
thesis
Jack
on
Doherty.
French
He's one of
pedos.
the most
Yeah, exactly,
hated men
right?
on
Like,
the
you're
internet
the
right
one
now.
who's giving it
And this is
oxygen.
an internet with people like Neon, who isn't even that hated now, I think. Speed's done a lot of dumb shit, but he's pretty awesome, super entertaining. There is nobody that I can think of, aside from Johnny Somali, but he's in jail, nobody that I can think of who's consistently as insufferable and bad and continuously worse, somehow still gets away with it as Jack Doherty. And just like...
No, I'm telling you to not take it
I've heard some
personally,
people say,
Valiant
well, you
Boy.
can't like Jackass and not like Jack Doherty and these other people. You can't. They did dangerous stunts in the early 2000s. Some of them were insufferable, like Steve-O, for
No, I
example.
just don't care about
He
French
was
pedos.
terrible
Pedos are
really
everywhere.
early on,
Exactly.
But they still had insurance, safety teams, medical supervision. They didn't involve random civilians.
It doesn't
on public
involve me.
roads.
I'm not
They
dealing
put
with it. I'm
thought
not the
into what they were
FBI,
doing. They
bro.
did real, genuine stunts. They Mr. Beastified being dumbasses. That's what they did. It was some high-level shit. These folk in this modern day, They're just doing things the shortest, easiest possible way to make the most amount of money and scam people the most. Cryptocurrency, for example. Meme coins.
Saying this
So if
is a
you're new to
warning,
this,
but I
you've never
don't
seen
joke
Jack
about that, and I
Doherty, you
hate these
probably
jokes,
heard me
so
mention
embarrassing.
Johnny Somali. If you don't
Well
know who
then,
that is,
Valiant
I'm
Boy,
gonna
don't
introduce you.
engage
He
with
is an
them.
IRL
But you
streamer
can't
that
tell us
walks
that we
around in
can't
real
make
life
these
and just
jokes,
streams and
okay? We
bothers
make
people.
whatever
He just
jokes we
bothers
want.
people. He's been banned from
That's
Japan.
just what we
He
do.
is an asshole.
There's no
He's
such
live
thing as a
streaming himself,
taboo
harassing people in
subject
Japan.
when it
He
comes
live
to
streamed
jokes.
so much that he got
If it's
arrested,
funny,
banned from the
it's
country.
fucking
PewDiePie
funny.
made a video about how pieces of shit like him are ruining countries because they tourist there and then they just are massive doink heads. It's fucking
Like the
sad,
popsicle
man.
in the
It's
fucking
so
cupboard.
sad for people
It's
like
fucking
good
funny.
people who want to go to these places and like, I'm a
If
content
Scotty
creator.
doesn't
I'm
want it, he
embarrassed
will
to be an
mute me
influencer
or
because of
whatever.
people
I'll
like
just
Jack
come back
Doherty
on and all.
and Johnny Somali and a lot of us.
True, Eggy.
Lots of us
True.
that make this incredibly embarrassing. I don't tell people that I make videos. I tell them that I do media. Jack Doherty is an idiot kid who has a chance to still be redeemed at some point in the future, probably. Johnny Somali is irredeemable. He is a gigantic piece of shit. His whole content strategy is harassing innocent people. His shtick is not to say IP white and people think that that's funny. His shtick is to go to public places, target random people, say offensive things. For example,
I'm
in
borderline
Japan about
HP
Hiroshima and
88,
Nagasaki. You know,
so
joking
I go
about
crazy for a
hundreds
little.
of thousands of people getting
Yeah, but you don't
vaporized
like
in
you
World War
don't
II,
have to type
and
in
then
the
he
chat.
live streams it all for donos.
It's not
And
like
then turns on
you have
TTS.
Tourette's that
Platforms
makes
love
you
that
type
of
in the
content.
chat,
They heavily
Valiant
reward
Boy.
him or have for
You
a
know?
little while, but he did it so badly.
It's like you
I
type
think
in the
he's
chat
jail
'cause you're
forever
trying to
now.
make a
I think he
statement.
tried to walk into Mordor or something. I have no idea. Got snatched up, dude. His clips have gone viral so many times. His own content doesn't really do that well. His streams don't really do that well, but he's incredible content. Reaction videos to his behavior rack up millions of views. It's a cycle of outrage that generates attention and translates directly into money for people like me. Not so much people like him, which is good, but it's still a thing. People want to do what he does because it's an instant way to get people talking about you and get famous. Now, this brings us to platforms like Kick, the live streaming site that is basically Twitch without any sort of moderation.
Woo,
The inception of
Kick!
Kick, to be honest, seems like it was just made so people could gamble not on Twitch and live stream themselves driving 150 miles per hour and just be generally degenerate. There are a lot of
Occupy them with the old pump action yogurt shotgun instead.
They're not allowed on Twitch. And Rumble, like, let's be real, Rumble is just, I don't even know what Rumble is at this point. You go on Rumble, it's crazy. A lot of people want me to get on Rumble. Hey man,
single
I'm
digits
still allowed on
again.
YouTube.
Damn.
When I get on Rumble, that's
I
a
mean, I don't
sound,
got
by
much,
the way.
but hey, it's a wee bit.
So if it's taking you this long to get the point of
Your
this
mom
video,
is
things
popsicle?
used to be way better. Now they suck, and there's nothing that we can do about it.
Damn, Eggy,
We put the fucking Hulk
16
to a bitch
centimeters.
now. What is it? What is that?
That's
that didn't
insane.
exist 20 years ago. We had bum fights, but we didn't have Hawk Tua. I'd rather have bum fights than Hawk Tua. What would you rather have? Vote down below.
Oh, fuck yeah, it
Or
must be
bum
bricked
fights?
up. I was
Obviously
3
not bum
centimeters
fights.
earlier.
That's a travesty. I
17
suppose the main
centimeters is my
difference
dick.
that
Wow,
the
for
dudes who
real.
made bum fights had to work really hard and try their absolute best.
That's
for
the
a long
cap,
time to
Valiant
develop
Boy,
a
17
cult-like
centimeters.
following of people who
That's
wanted
as
to
big
watch
as it
bums
goes.
fight and were just bad people. Whereas now you just have to be loud and IRL stream, and you're that thing now. You attract the same audience. It's way easier now. It's just easier now to be bad, and yeah, it was better.
Bro, I
it
feel
was
so better.
The end. That's my argument. Anyways, thanks for watching. If you guys enjoyed, press the like button. If you want to see more videos, smash that subscribe button. I have no idea. Go to sour.gg, buy some candy.
Should we watch another one or should we watch an Asmund? Oh, wait, there was this. We gotta watch this.
Between 1980 and 1989, 4 people between
Yeah,
2
get out
young
spamming
families would
talker
die
NPC.
suddenly of leukemia. The connection? They all lived in the same apartment inside a hastily built building in modern-day Ukraine. Within the walls of that apartment, one of history's deadliest orphan sources. This is the true story of the radiological accident in Kramatorsk.
If you don't know, orphan basically means that it's left over from something and it's like an exposed core of radiation. So it's one of the most deadly things because you wouldn't notice that it is radioactive unless you had a Geiger counter. It's basically you when you get your panties in a twist. Increase my nervous with talking with never stopping. How I can be understood when I wrote like that.
The accident occurred here at the 3 Mile Island nuclear power plant.
Before the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, its economy did. After a few decades of rapid economic growth, the communist conglomerate swiftly stagnated in the 1970s and 80s. By that point, it had borrowed all the modernizing economic models from the West that it could.
It's an orphan source.
It was prioritizing...
An orphan source is like a lone thing. So it could be someone transported a piece of radioactive material. It could have been mixed in with something. In this case, it was inside of a building. So it may have fallen inside of a cement mixture and then just been left with the cement and then just irradiated the entire area for an extended period of time. But it's not like it's a meltdown or anything like that. It's just a source of radiation in the world that's like undetected. It's not supposed to be there. And the only way you would know is if you had a Geiger counter.
Heavy industry at the expense of consumer goods. By 1980, the standard of living in the Soviet Union was declining. At the same time, the Soviets were making a mad dash to put on a more prosperous face for the 1980 Summer Olympics, which Moscow was hosting. The games were to be a statement to the West that communism works, and so party leaders went back to what got them a 5% growth rate after World War II: rapid expansion. This was the backdrop for a stone quarry in the Donetsk region of modern-day Ukraine. Workers there were tasked with providing a huge amount of basic building resources, and quickly. The West was not to see that the standard of living for the average man in the Soviet Union was just a third of what it was in America. Free apartments with hot water and an elevator? Isn't communism grand? As the Olympics got closer, whole towns sprung up from nothing. The materials for those towns came from quarries like these, and from tired workers under incredible pressure. Workers liable to make a mistake. Cesium-137 is an intensely radioactive isotope. It's infamous for being the chief contaminant in the Chernobyl and Fukushima exclusion zones, but it has many far less problematic applications. In small amounts, Cesium-137 can power atomic clocks, calibrate Geiger counters, sterilize food and medical equipment, and treat cancer. In a certain quarry in the Soviet Union in the late 1970s, a capsule of cesium was being used in a gauge that judges the thickness of compacted materials like soil and asphalt. A nuclear gauge is then sort of like an X-ray machine, but instead of getting an image back, you get a depth or thickness, which the device calculates by measuring the amount of radiation it receives from its source, which is inside a shielded rod and lowered into the material in question. That source is usually locked inside the gauge when not in use. The Olympics was close. The Soviet Union had a statement to make. Any work stoppage in the quarries meant that a party ticket had to be made, and someone would have to answer for it. This pressure cooker is how, sometime in the late 70s, a capsule of Cesium-137 fell out of a radiation gauge.
Yep.
The news made its way up the chain, reportedly all the way to Leonid Brezhnev himself, General Secretary of the Communist Party. He forbid any pause in construction. The Olympics was going to happen, orphan source or not. A week later, the search for the capsule was ordered stopped. But it wasn't actually lost. It was right under their noses, buried in a tremendous pile of gravel, a nuclear needle in a haystack. This haystack would soon become this specific apartment building in eastern Ukraine.
Their time instead of save girls, crazy husband, or drunk dudes, or smart.
The residents of the newly built Building 7 in modern-day Kramatorsk, Ukraine,
Half-Life
were
stories.
thrilled. The Communist Party had made good on their Olympic plans and delivered something significantly nicer to the region. It was now the early 80s. Over the next 9 years, 2 families would live in Unit 85 of Building 7. Both of them had children. Both of them would place the children's bed against the same wall, in the same room. The wall where a capsule of cesium was waiting silently, encased in concrete. The first family moved into Building 7 in 1981. A mother, her 18-year-old daughter, and her 16-year-old son. The daughter didn't make it a year. The son didn't make it a year after that. The mother died around the same time. They all died of leukemia, a kind of blood cancer. Rumors in the building started. Gossip, superstition. Was this a tragic coincidence? Was the building cursed? Their doctors attributed the family's fate to poor genetics, even as the family's neighbors were starting to experience symptoms. The doctor's misdiagnosis, however, wasn't entirely unsurprising, as few could have imagined that what wiped out the entire family was less than a paperclip's mass of cesium, misplaced years ago in a rush to show the West that the Soviet Union knew what it was doing. Why leukemia? Why does radiation cause cancer at all? The pathway is pretty simple. Certain kinds of radiation are ionizing. They have the energy to break chemical bonds and remove electrons from atoms, changing how those atoms interact with each other. Every cell in your body has an immensely complicated double helix of billions of molecules, which are made of ionizable atoms. And changes to this helical information can cause a human cell to die or mutate. So, radiation can cause cancer because if it's ionizing, it can damage DNA and cause the mutations that lead to the disease.
Hell yeah, bro, I love this shit.
But why a blood disease like leukemia specifically? Because radiation is most harmful to cells in the human body that divide more often, as DNA is more vulnerable when a cell is in the process of splitting. The double helix is unzipped into more fragile single strands, and there's less time for any repair mechanisms to kick into action. Significant DNA damage can also alter the splitting process itself in a so-called mitotic catastrophe. Leukemia is particularly associated with accidental doses of radiation because it does a disproportionate amount of damage to the ever-dividing red and white blood cells in your bone marrow. Treating cancer also involves large doses of radiation, beam, isotope, or otherwise, and so it hits dividing cells as a side effect. Most of us unfortunately know or have known someone with cancer, and we know the associated medical struggle: anemia, nausea, loss of hair. Why those specific symptoms? Again, these are the places in the body with the fastest cell turnover: bone marrow, stomach lining, hair follicles. With no diagnosis for the family, and now no tenants for Unit 85, the Kramatorsk Executive Committee gave the keys to the apartment to a new family for a new tragedy.
And listening.
Sometime before 1987, 2 boys were living with their father and mother in Unit 85. Their bed was pushed up against the wall. A carpet now hung from that wall as decoration. There was a spot burnt into it. No one seemed to notice. Both sons would be admitted to the hospital for leukemia in 1987,
Robin and Batman,
one of them would die. Why were all these young people dying from cancer, and a specific cancer at that? Again, nothing from doctors aside from a diagnosis. The father of the boys, understandably distraught, fought for some kind of investigation, anything. It would be 2 years before any expert took his grief seriously. Because industrial radiation gauges need to see through dense material like soil and metal, their sources, like cobalt, iridium, and cesium, are intensely radioactive. When misplaced, as they have been many times in the nuclear industry's history, even very recently, they can cause severe tissue damage, even death, in Douglas Crowfoot's case, though that may have been history's only recorded radioactive suicide. And so, even encased in the concrete wall of Unit 85, a capsule of cesium-137 is a drop-and-run kind of situation. The isotope both emits beta and gamma radiation. The beta radiation,
I cause tissue damage when I be gooning.
High-energy photons are not. They can penetrate into meters of concrete. Hastily built apartment buildings in the Soviet Union are not meters thick. The beds of the 4 children who passed were placed in a room emitting an estimated 1,800 Roentgens of radiation per year. Converting this to another unit for comparison, that's over 2,000 microsieverts per hour.
Jesus.
Using 3 different Geiger counters, I measured the ambient radiation in the room where I myself sleep. It's around 0.05 to 0.1 microsieverts per hour. The unfortunate families were sleeping in an apartment with a rate 41,000 times higher than this. This is a rate comparable to getting a chest x-ray every 3 minutes for a year.
Holy
It's comparable
shit.
to sleeping in the hospital basement in Pripyat, where Chernobyl's firefighters ditched their heavily contaminated equipment, and sleeping there night after night. Night after night. For at least 9 years in Kramatorsk, Ukraine, 2 families lived in an apartment with rates 100 times higher than what would eventually become the tomb of Chernobyl reactor number 4.
And people think that the reactors themselves are the worst part of nuclear
The second
technology.
family's grieving father would have to wait
such a
2
fucking
years
joke.
after
Nuclear
holding a
energy
funeral
is so
for his son
misunderstood.
in his own apartment before radiologists finally entered Unit 85. They were shocked. Reportedly, even before opening the front door, they realized that they would need better equipment. They returned with radiation meters from the headquarters of Civil Defense. The rate was highest in the bedroom where all the children had slept, and higher still at the wall the bed was pushed up against. It was immediately clear that this was a cut-and-run situation. Cut out the part of the wall with the highest reading and get it out of the apartment as fast as possible. According to radiologist and physician Nikolai Savchenko, who was present during that inspection, quote, "In order to cut out part of the wall, lead plates were nailed to its area to protect workers. The driver of a sand truck was also shielded with lead plates and an apron, and the truck took the dangerous cargo to the factory laboratory, from where it was taken by specialists from the Kyiv Institute for Nuclear Research." End quote. Before the radiologists left Unit 85, they swabbed everything, but they found nothing. Clean. Everything was in a small section of wall on its way to Kyiv. Now in Ukraine's capital, the wall fragment was placed in a hot cell, a shielded box or room where scientists can remotely manipulate radioactive material. Upon the wall's dissection, researchers found a tiny 8 by 4 millimeter capsule. The serial number on it matched the one lost a decade ago in a quarry. The killer inside the walls of Building 7 was caught. Everyone could go back to living their lives, or so the scientists thought. The tenants of Building 7 disagreed. They demanded further examination of their apartments and, if needed, medical care. And so specialists, doctors, and the city executive committee met with the residents of Building 7 in the March of 1990. Again, according to radiologist Savchenko, who was present, quote, "The meeting was held in a tense atmosphere, and it was not possible to completely dispel the distrust of the residents. The meeting was very tragic. Angry cries, tears, all of this, understandable, especially considering what had happened 1,000 kilometers away just 4 years before. Chernobyl. Across 9 years, a capsule of cesium-137 had killed 4 people and gave 17 of their neighbors an abnormally high dose of radiation. These 17 were eventually lumped into the same group of so-called victims of Chernobyl for medical assistance purposes. This designation and assistance, however, was canceled 3 years later in 1993. As to who any of these people were or are, that information appears lost to time. Because the radioactive contamination was completely contained in a capsule, Building 7 wasn't demolished. Only the wall of Unit 85 was removed. In fact, in 2003, reportedly, one of the families was still living in Unit 85. Quote, "They still live in that same apartment. They couldn't leave their home, in which they experienced such tragic moments. Already a middle-aged couple who have a future, the future of their daughter, and who do not want to stir up the past. We lived with this ampule for 9 years, the mother says bitterly. The father is silent. He said everything he needed to 13 years ago. The grief that has befallen our family is immeasurable." As of 2021, Building 7 is still there. Maybe the family is too. On a snowy day in 2001, 3 men from Leah, Georgia, stumbled across 2 metal cylinders in the woods. The ground beneath them was steaming. It would take the work of over 50 people and 2 years of intensive hospital treatment before the radiological incident in Leah was finally over. One of the men would die of acute radiation poisoning. He had used a radioisotope thermal generator, or RTG, as a space heater. This was an orphan source, or a source of radiation not under regulatory control, abandoned by the Soviet Union, like the capsule of cesium in Unit 85. It would be nice to say that these incidents were rare. It would be nice to say that useful sources of radiation never hurt anyone. But it wouldn't be true. This paper sums up 50 years of radiation incidents inside former USSR territory. 349 incidents, 71 total fatalities. Almost half of them happened at Chernobyl. It would be easy to take this data and say something about the failure of the Soviet Union, of communism, or even of the nuclear industry as a whole. But this last indictment wouldn't quite be true either. This is a table from that same paper, a list of technology-related accidents inside the Russian Federation in 2000. Statistics from just 1 year, not 50, slightly more than 71. This is the number of people that have died from fossil fuel pollution-related illnesses around the world just last year.
True.
The radiological accident at Kramatorsk was tragic, and we talked about it in this distressing way to yet again highlight what can happen when human error meets political pressure.
Yep.
But I ask you, what is scarier? Truly, a radioactive killer like that at Kramatorsk? Or the silent killer that we've all chosen to ignore? That we've all decided is just the cost of doing business? Fossil fuel pollution has made more literal orphans than every radiological accident ever in just the runtime of this video. Until next time.
Wait.
CIA used psychic to locate Ark of the Covenant? Unclassified documents claim. Did CIA psychics find the Ark of the Covenant in the Arab world? To be honest with you, ladies and gentlemen, when I read stuff like that from Fox, I'm not even all that surprised. I'm just glad they tagged it in unusual, because it really is. Now, this is the story, the Russian sleep experiment, and you might be wondering, why are you bringing up a creepypasta from back in the day? This is one of the first 10 episodes of, I think it was Haunted Gaming creepypastas. I believe the title was actually the same. It was Haunted Gaming at the time. But point is, the Russian sleep experiment was one of those spooky internet stories that kind of really felt real, From my understanding, all right, this doesn't really have a established author, but they created an absolute banger of a story that involved Russian soldiers, Soviet soldiers back in the time, keeping people awake to massive lengths to the point that they would just go insane, all right? Literally insane, all right? This is one of the attributed medias. You've probably seen this in a few screamers yourself. But this is where, the beauty of the story, rather, is this is something you can kind of expect from the KGB, the CIA, any intelligence agency back in the day. Now, the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States is one of the spookier, I want to say paramilitary intelligence organizations. Anything that is probably really messed up that has happened in the last several decades has probably had some involvement by the CIA. That's not a shock. They've got billions of dollars to operate around the world doing multiple black operations, and with all of that money present, sometimes the CIA discovers new ways to do intelligence gathering, and one of those ways is remote viewing. Now, to give you guys a context sake for the viewers watching, I feel the best way to describe this is through a game known as PsyOps: The Mindgate conspiracy. Now, back in the PlayStation 2 Xbox, this was like a banger game. It wasn't really huge. It's not like a AAA title, but the general premise is you play as a soldier that has like mind abilities, so you can do like telekinesis. One of them was remote viewing, okay? The best way to describe it is wall hacks. You can use your brain to look through walls, doors, anything to see what comes ahead. You can put your mind in other locations. You can remote view things. So you can understand, for the CIA, if they could crack the code, bro, you could remote view the inside of a drug cartel's compound. You could remote view the inside of another government. You can do some crazy shit. Now, was it actually valid? Probably not. Now, the reason why this is a top story at the moment and not a joke is that there's a declassified document that actually talks about this. So I wanted to see this document just to confirm it for myself and see what was the big hubbubaloo. So thankfully, to the CIA.gov reading room documents, we can view this. But before we check it out, let me remind you of our final merch drop, ladies and gentlemen. It's a few days left, so if you go to someordinarygamers.store, we got a brilliant hoodie, a coffee mug. You can even get both if you want, that are currently on sale. The last few days actually available. So if you want to go and support the channel, check out some new merch. There's some really, really cool stuff. The hoodie, in my opinion, is premium proper quality. I love wearing it. It's got my Linux commands that I look at every time. Not really. I mean, I have these things burned into my brain at this point. But it's glow in the dark. It's cute, and I highly recommend it. It's a great way, again, to support the channel. There's a lot of stuff that we do sometimes that YouTube doesn't take too kindly to, whether it be demonetized or sometimes age restricted, and a lot of that stuff really helps subsidize the channel. So again, if you want to support the channel, if you want to help out, or you want a cool piece of merch for the channel, then check out someordinarygamers.store. It's the last couple days, so I'm just putting it in here. Anyways, that said, ladies and gentlemen, approved for release 2008-08. Okay, so it was approved for release way too long ago. But if you look at it, it's Project Sunstreak. Warning notice, intelligence sources and methods involved.
Waifu pillow merch.
Okay, so here you got the project number TNG0209. Date of session 5th December 1988. Okay, so it started at 9:15 a.m., ends at 10:45. Okay, so roughly around an hour to 2 hours. The date of the report, blah, blah, blah. Methodology. And then they mentioned CRY, Stage 4 TNG, and then Viewer Identifier 032. So what they have here is the mission is to access and describe the target identified by coordinate 781-410/1110-121. So according to the session summary right over here, if I can zoom in a little bit, target is a container. This container has another container inside of it. The target is fashioned of wood, gold, and silver. The target is similar in shape to AOL, a coffin, and is decorated with seraphim. So this target is located somewhere in the Middle East, as the language spoken by individuals present seemed to be Arabic. Visuals of surrounding buildings indicated the presence of mosque domes. And then, of course, they've got actual drawings, which we're going to be looking at towards the tail end of this document. Individuals in the area were clothed in virtually all white, had black hair, and dark eyes. One figure I homed in on wore a mustache. So, again, this is somebody's remote viewing, okay? They're able to, like, apparently put their... I guess the best way is, like, maybe astrally project somewhere and, like, see things. So this is a whole report written, again, by the Central Intelligence Agency, one of the most premier intelligence agencies in the world. The target is hidden, underground, dark, and wet, where all aspects of the location of the target. The purpose of the target is to bring a people together. It has something to do with ceremony, memory, homage, the resurrection. There is an aspect of spirituality, information, lessons, and historical knowledge far beyond what we know now. So again, the Ark of the Covenant, something obviously important in religious circles. The target is protected by entities and can only be opened by those who are authorized to do so. This container cannot be opened until the time is deemed correct. I've seen Indiana Jones, all right? Very recently. I know what happens when you break the rules there. Once it is time to open the container, the mechanics of the lock system will be found to be fairly simple. So again, to go down into it, you might be like, well, they've got drawings, Muda. Let's look at what these drawings can be. So again, the further you go down over here, you see like some random scratch notes like moist, cold, dank. So again, describing the general like remote viewing experience. You've got what appears to be an arched doorway, I would have to say. This appears to be one of the walls, a brick indeed. So not exactly, you know, the best sketches imaginable. But you get the idea. Oh, look at that. You got a little tank action going on? I don't know, we had tanks around here. That's crazy. So the moss domes they were talking about, this would be it. It looks actually more like a candle, but again, not exactly the craziest drawings right over here. So these are just notes that are being written, right, about the scenario. So right over here, I watched by who alone? I watched by, my God, these people type like, these people write like doctors, bro. But that appears to be like mummies, according to them. So mummies lining up the wall right here. So here is one of the logos, Sarah Pym. How is it opened? This is one of the apparent like lock mechanisms right over here. Or at least like a better representation of what they're looking at. But what's important here is who was protecting the Ark of the Covenant. Well, according to the last portion of this remote viewing note, individuals opening the container by prying or striking are destroyed by the container's protectors through the use of a power unknown to us, laser beams. I think that's what it is. So again, when you're looking around, they don't have a drawing of them, but they actually mention it right over here. Forbidden, protected, like an actual paranormal entity protecting this stuff. Now you might be like, whoa, Muda, I cannot believe this came out of the Central Intelligence Agency. And boy, do I have something to tell you about the fucking CIA. Now, to give you an idea, this is something known as, I want to say, remote viewing. Obviously, we know that, but this isn't the first time remote viewing
another
was
day
ever
off
really
today,
brought
bro.
into the mix.
It's my final day off. I work
CIA.
tomorrow, though.
So, for instance, for anybody that doesn't know, this has
So
been going
tomorrow
on
night's
since like the
stream is
early
probably
70s.
only going to be like
So back in the
4 or
70s, you had
5
things like
hours.
Scan It, you had Gondola Wish, you had Grill Flame, you had Center Lane, you had obviously what we're looking at Sunstreak in the 80s, and then the latest iteration was Stargate, where eventually after this in 1995, they shut down the entire remote viewing project. So basically, the idea for this was the CIA, and I guess the greater intelligence community thought that there was some value to the process of remote viewing, that it could be trained for certain operatives, it could be tested, and then it could eventually be brought into utilization for national security reasons. So when you're playing Metal Gear Solid 1 and you see fucking Psycho Mantis, there was a time when the CIA was thinking of training their own Psycho Mantises. Obviously, they weren't probably levitating, but they were really, really banking in on like psychological activities. And there was a lot of experimentation back in the day between the Americans and the Soviets and really any country with an intelligence program. Because if you even caught wind, for instance, that the Soviets were fucking around with psychics, you also had the budget to fuck around with psychics. It was a race in every direction. So whether you're talking about the arms race, the space race, this would basically just be the psychic race. I mean, one would say the only reason Stargate ever existed was because back in the day, the KGB, or the GRU, really military factions of the Soviets, were fucking around with telepathy, clairvoyance, and mind control weapons at the time. I shit you not. So obviously, the US government was like, hey, if they're putting in money for this, there's probably a good reason we should as well. So realistically, this is why this went on for decades at the time. Now, does that mean that this was entirely a complete failure? Actually, no. The more I researched this, the more I found out that there were actually some surprising successes in all this. For instance, back in the day, there was a Soviet submarine location. We're talking about a Soviet Typhoon-class sub that no satellite imagery had actually ever captured. And so one viewer at the time, Joe McMonagle, actually had used their remote viewing senses and described it as, quote-unquote, a giant sub that was bigger than anything that the US government pretty much has seen at the time. So he started to give dimensions of this, he started to actually get really close, like really specific. And turns out when satellite imagery came in to verify the remote claim, they actually completely matched, from what I understand, his description. So any analyst in this entire pool that was looking at this program was like, maybe there is some weight to it, okay? Maybe there is something. I mean, wouldn't you at the time? So, of course, beyond all of this, things like the Iran hostage crisis, which this actually blew my mind, right? They actually had remote viewers trying to locate hostages. But again, some of the descriptions they had were pretty accurate. Some of them, on the other hand, were not. And the thing is, they couldn't act on this, they couldn't act on any of this, at the time, because it just took too long to corroborate this information, to make sure it was usable for actual operators on the ground. I mean, if you don't believe me, okay, there's actual secret documentation of this from the CIA reading room. Iranian remote viewing sessions. So again, they are describing, again, this Iranian hostage crisis. And again, this is before the days of like drones and a lot of, modern technology that could be used to assist
Probably had
in
a
counter-terror
source he
efforts
didn't
like
want
this.
to
This is like,
reveal, so
again,
said he
maybe
remote
like a
view.
Hail Mary. I mean, you can read right over here. The viewer described a multi-story,
I mean,
flat-roofed
Eggy
building
Mayo,
that appeared
that's
to
a-
have
that's a
some
great
sort of
point.
cafeteria inside. The viewer
That's a
felt that
great
there were
point.
6 hostages at this location, 4 of which are newcomers of being held here temporarily. With Joseph Hall, the viewer described a U.S. Army staff sergeant. The remote viewer said that he perceived 3 heavily armed guards in the large room, and another at the entrance of this building. During the debriefing, the viewer stated that he felt the hostages were being categorized and grouped at the time. So it was just multiple remote viewers that were there to assist. And again, some of this stuff was kind of eerily accurate, but it couldn't be used in time. Now look, again, the Ark of the Covenant and the CIA's interest is kind of still wild, because again, it's the CIA trying to look for a religious artifact, which, again, if they can find it, is super mind-blowing in the religious community, okay? Just in in any community. I mean, it kind of just, in a way, proves one religion over the other, which is still something many theists are trying to do. So, again, according to, like, the New York Post and John McGonigal, who was actually one of the first remote viewers, somebody we just looked at, he said, again, in this case, it is a training target done on a whim. He said, adding, I would challenge the entire practice session as bogus. No one attempted to ascertain the ground truth of the material, and everything said was accepted on its unknown and unverifiable merit, which is true, right? Like, if somebody is like, hey, I've got coordinates for the Ark of the Covenant, you could, and you should, and you definitely have the budget to send some operators on the ground to confirm if what you're seeing, this crazy discovery, is actually real. And the fact that I don't think the CIA did probably is like a great sign of even they didn't really believe it at the time. Now, there's a lot of religious organizations that are interested in the CIA and their discoveries and possible research into this stuff. So there's people who file things like FOIA requests, which is Freedom of Information requests, that you can do to any government agency in the United States, and generally they'll respond to you and give you the information just because it's a level of transparency the government has with its people, which is great. So obviously back in like 1999 there was a scenario where like apparently the Ark of the Covenant became huge news, or at least sensational news in tabloid journalists, right? So the CIA was asked in an FOIA request if they actually had, again, the Ark of the Covenant files. So here it is, like from 2002's case log, the possibility of the Ark of the Covenant is in Ethiopia. So yeah, it's just, again, asking for information, asking for files. And obviously, the CIA didn't really have anything for them. The CIA even responded. Catholics Allied for the Faith, Inc. submitted a request for records pertaining to the possibility of the Ark of the Covenant being located in Ethiopia. And the CIA is like, yeah, we got the request, we committed a search, and there was no responsive records located. Which, again, wouldn't really be a shock. The CIA looked through their drawers, and they were like, yeah, we can't find shit, there it is. Later on in 2012, right, the Central Intelligence Agency gets written to, gets a academic FOIA request, and the CIA literally, again, has to say that they don't have documents on this. So, dear Dr. Rothmiller, this acknowledged receipt of your letter addressed to Mr. Mike Morrell, acting director of the CIA, basically will say any documentation relating to the Ark of the Covenant, the item commonly known as the Holy Grail, and the body of or the man known as Jesus Christ. So here they write, we have thoroughly reviewed your FOIA request and determined the following regarding the answers of your questions. We searched our previously released records database on the exact terms you provided. The Ark of the Covenant, the Holy Grail, the body of Christ, and the man known as Jesus Christ, and no documents were located. A copy of each requester's report is being provided to you. Regarding the imagery of Mount Ararat area in Turkey, the image belongs to the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. The CIA is not the repository for records of other government agencies. The information you seek would fall under the auspices of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. So, yeah, it's interesting, all right? Like, basically, from what I'm gathering over here is we've looked through our public declassified things, can't find anything on what you want. In fact, go ask elsewhere. So some people could even interpret this and think, maybe they're still kind of hiding information. But I'd probably wager that the CIA really doesn't have this information. Because I feel like if CIA did have this, I'm pretty sure there's other intelligence agencies as impressive as the CIA that probably would have also seen this, and probably this would have come out a long time ago if it was actually realistic. And anything else regarding the Ark of the Covenant in the CIA typically involved with them just observing it from like the importance it has for Muslims and Jews and Christians in terms of, again, how important this artifact is for people of the Abrahamic faith. So yeah, clearly it's important, and the CIA observes pretty much everything. So this is obviously nothing super duper shocking. That's pretty much where things kind of die out here. Now look, at the end of all this, remote viewing pretty much fizzled out because, again, all of this was too inconsistent for the CIA to really rely on. Where there was some accuracies, there's also a lot of claims where maybe those accurate results were maybe cherry-picked by a lot of the actual analysts that just wanted the experiment to work. So maybe the results actually ended up getting skewed out. Look, this was a serious project the CIA took very seriously back in the day, but they had to turn it out in 1995, and there's a whole AIR report about this where they specifically say no remote viewing report ever provided actionable information that was independently verified. And that's pretty much the long and short TLDR of it, ladies and gentlemen. The Ark of the Covenant has not been located by the Central Intelligence Agency. And the remote viewing pretty much was nothing massive. So a lot of these sites that kind of talk about this stuff and bring it up, I'm not here to, again, poo on anyone's parade. That's not the point. I actually found this to be pretty interesting, and it gave me another reason to look into one of the CIA's most interesting projects. And the thing about the CIA is, this isn't the only thing. We could have like an entire year's worth of content if we just talked about Project MKUltra, which we might as well. We might as well deep dive into the deepest secrets of the CIA and what it's done to people. It's kind of what I even started my channel on too, even with covering some creepypastas. So I think going back to that is not only a great return to form, but it's also really interesting. It's fun to dig through the files of one of the most secretive intelligence agencies in the world and talk about goofy stuff like this, but it's also worth talking about some of the really scary stuff that they've also done too. And thankfully I've invested in some bulletproof glass, so I don't have to really worry about no snipers, ladies and gentlemen. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
Oops. Hello, noble ones. Welcome back to my channel. This is the Metatron speaking, and
What to watch? Oh, this was the other one I wanted to see.
The Great Pyramid of Giza. Here's what they found.
Guys, did you hear that fucking bass drop?
No, man, I was looking for a video.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Today we're going to be doing some a little bit of debunking.
This video is 18 minutes long, and we got 23 or 21 minutes until the 8-hour mark. So this will be the last video
a little
of
bit of
the
deep diving
stream.
into a topic that I've seen, for the last couple days. All right. Now, you've all seen me upload videos about aliens and conspiracy theories and things like that. But I like to be somebody that goes beyond just looking at a TikTok video like this and going, whoa, this is crazy awesome. Now, I'm somebody that loves to look at that weird side of the world, okay? There's parts of me that wishes every day that aliens would be real, okay? If somebody could prove to me 100% the Earth would be flat, I wouldn't even be mad, okay? I would just be like, you know what?
Yes,
I learned something new. Cool. But generally speaking, I try...
That's me. trying to find like the actual full length one. No, that's trash. That's toke. There it is. I'm like, are my feet gonna hit the roof? Look, I've done this in like forever. There we go. So yeah, that's alright. I still have the same nail polish on my toes. I can't tell if you can see that or not. It's a bad angle. But yeah, the blue on my toes. But yeah, good times. Been doing backflips for 15 years.
Trying to get to the truth of every fact that is provided in the entire world of the internet. And, you know, I'm not here to poo on anyone's parade, but I just want to see, are there actually underground cities in the pyramids of Giza? Now, you probably have been seeing this kind of like trend around on the internet. Like, if you just looked up the words pyramids right now, for instance, you'd probably read posts like, scientists say they use new tech to find vast city beneath the pyramids. Egyptian archaeologist dispels the claims of city underneath pyramids. So for anybody watching that has no idea what the pyramids of Giza are, this is the actual location. They're located in Egypt, okay, ladies and gentlemen. So you've got the pyramids right over here. You've got the Pyramid of Khafre, which is what we're going to be looking at more closely. The Pyramid of Menkaure. And again, I don't exactly recognize the name of this one, but it's certainly not the Pyramid of Giza. But just off the bat, why are there like 4 driving schools in one area? Anyways, not the point of this. Now, one of the questions that people always ask is, how did we make this? Was it aliens? Was it slavery, most likely? Was it maybe something else back in the day? What is it? Was it a super advanced alien civilization from back then? No, ladies and gentlemen, there have been a lot of people trying to assume how this is being made, and there are actual write-ups. This is from the University of Florida, for instance, where they kind of talk about, again, the building of these pyramid structures. And just to give you the quick TLDR in this, they've basically shown that with rather primitive technology available to ancient Egyptians, the construction of pyramids was quite feasible without outside help, and was accomplished with the use of only ropes, copper tools, sleds, levers, and inclined planes, and of course an almost unlimited supply of Egyptian labor slavery. There is no need to postulate the need for help from Atlanteans or other nonsense, such as aid from extraterrestrials. Now again, it's up to you to believe this, but from my understanding and research, the construction of the pyramids and the ambiguity around them is mostly due to the fact that there's probably a lot of ways that it could have been achieved. It's just that nobody can really identify what the exact methodology was. Remember, anthropology is a serious study of like former human civilization, or rather the study or development of human societies and cultures. Look, things that have happened thousands of years ago, we really don't have a great grasp on, right? It's really only the last 1% of our lifetime, less than that even, that we've actually really cataloged and kept hold of ourselves, right? So understanding our past is something we're still really much trying to do. It's an entire field of study. But I wanted to again assert this right here. As much as I would love for there to be ancient aliens, okay? Sometimes you have to just come back to reality land and deal with actual facts and research. Now, a couple days ago, Joe Rogan was actually showing an entire video and talking about this on his podcast. And, sometimes I'll flip on the old Joe Rogan Experience just to read about aliens and shit like that. And, when I was watching this, he kind of was, watching this with his guest, obviously. This one video that was floating around on, Twitter or whatever, right? And obviously, I wanted to, deep dive into it. And obviously, this started trending to the point where, multiple other channels were producing these videos. This is one channel, Casper Site, that was focusing on this as well, looking at various amounts of people on TikTok covering this entire scenario. And again, this is an incredibly popular topic that, just basically came out of nowhere the last couple days. I mean, dude, I love TikTok. You can just go on here right now and just see a whole bunch of these underground city TikToks. So many of them have just complete AI slop thrown into it, dude. Energy machine under the... You know, if you're somebody that enjoys discovering conspiracy theories like this, I think TikTok might be the greatest platform for you. Honestly, that's really all I have to say about it. So, all right, where did this, like, research and imagery come from, okay? So, again, one actual article posted March 22nd, 2025, Egypt's Giza pyramids mystery deepens. Radar finds underground structures twice as deep as the Eiffel Tower, stretching across 2 kilometers. Okay. All right, what happened over here? Scientists have discovered a large underground structure near the pyramids of Giza using radar technology. So here they got researchers, Corrado Malanga from the University of Pisa and Filippo Biondi from the University of Strathclyde used synthetic aperture radar to scan the area. Okay, so that's the technology they're using. Their findings reveal a network extending approximately 2 kilometers beneath all 3 pyramids. So really what they said over here was the Khafre pyramid, so the second largest structure right there, was found to have 5 identical structures near its base. These structures contained multiple levels and were connected by geometric pathways. Beneath these pathways, 8 vertical cylindrical wells were discovered. Each well was surrounded by descending spiral pathway reaching depths of up to 648 meters. So this is the video that I guess Joe was watching on his entire page by Greg Reese, okay? So a SAR scan of the Khafre pyramid. So this I guess is one of the sources, right? Oh wow, we start off with some real good starts off with a banger of a soundtrack, that's for sure. So I'm looking through this and it's just again, an actual organization of people meeting up. They're actually having this real I guess event where they're discussing the findings over here, right? And again, the further you go down, this is where some of those images started popping up. So for instance, these are the cylindrical wells that are allegedly found underneath the pyramids of Giza. And again, at the end of it, they start to link this to Nikola Tesla and Egyptian pyramids, which again references books like The Giza Power Plant by Christopher Dunn, which again is more focusing on esoteric conspiracy theories than anything actually proven in science over here. So at this point, I'm all right, they showed this right over here, this remote sensing MDPI.
If you want it on screen, you got to do it on
this got to be crazy. It's got to be some new information. So again, the basic fact checker in me will take that entire title and I will search for it on the internet. And lo and behold, here we are. Synthetic aperture radar Doppler tomography reveals details of undiscovered high-resolution internal structure of the Great Pyramids of Giza. Okay, so you got Filippo Biondi and Corrado Malanga. Okay, so you've got all this shit right here. And then, of course, you start to look closer into this. Published 19th October 2022. So this is not new information. This is fucking 3 years old. All right, let's pull out the PDF. Okay, roll the clip, Jamie. Let's look at it. So right here, you've got the actual post, 1st August 2022. All right, introduction. The Pyramid of Khnum Khufu, also known as the Great Pyramid of Giza. Let me open this up so you guys can read it a little bit better. So, is the oldest and largest of the 3 main pyramids. Okay, the infrastructure is built with blocks of granite. The completion of the work has taken 2.5 million blocks. So, in studying the origin of the pyramids, we believe we should not overlook the existence of ancient mythological writings, a study concerning the myths and folklores of the ancient people of the world, okay, highlighting all the similarities between them. The arguments that myths are insignificant, often considered mere stories passed on through generations, has been challenged. The authors are open to the possibility that a technologically more advanced civilization existed before a known timeline, where the existence of various glacial ages prevented the passing down of history, focusing on the mythical cities mentioned in ancient Indian text describing how the subcontinent was the integral part of this 7 and 8 figure. However, how the Egyptian pyramids were built has remained an enduring mystery. Okay, so immediately right over here, the actual authors are open to the possibility of a technologically more advanced civilization, okay? So in Assassin's Creed terms, that is the ones who come before us, okay? The people that made all of the advanced shit in the before days, okay? It could happen. It could be a reality, but it hasn't been proven, okay? It's just a myth for now. Again, I would be the first person that would be ecstatic at the thought of a ancient advanced civilization that basically ran, super New York back in the day, for instance, right? More advanced than human beings. We just have to have proof of it first, which, as of right now, we unfortunately do not, okay? So going to like ChatGPT, for instance, right? I downloaded that PDF file, right? The actual like research paper. I threw it into this and I asked ChatGPT, can you read this PDF and explain it to me? And surprisingly, I didn't know ChatGPT could do this, but yes, it actually can read through a paper and summarize it for you. Now, mind you, this is artificial intelligence. It is not an expert in any of these fields, okay? It's just a very advanced algorithm capable of understanding, you know, PDF files and summarizing them in a very adept way for many people to just quickly, like, dive and research into. So there are going to be some hallucinations, possibly some inaccuracies, but again, generally speaking, it is great to have this technology because when you want to fact check on the fly, it's really difficult, right? This stuff will at least make it easier for anybody to throw something in and get a sort of an Eli 5, maybe an Eli 10 version of like what they're reading. So to go down over here, it gives you like 7 key points: problems with the conventional methods of SAR, innovation using their new approaches with vibrations, major discoveries. Conclusion: the research presents a groundbreaking approach to pyramid exploration using SAR Doppler tomography to reveal hidden structures within the Great Pyramids of Giza. So at this moment I asked, I was like, can you tell me more about those internal chambers, the unfound stuff? And it does actually focus, right? It says, hey, previously known structures were the King's Chambers, the Queen's Chamber, the Grand Gallery, the Unfinished Chamber, and the Grotto Void. But the newly discovered stuff was things like 2 large internal ramps, large southern horizontal gliders.
What am I up to
here
later?
You can see things like Tag 3, so if you copy that,
turning all of the short
actual,
stories
like,
into
PDF
videos
file,
and uploading them onto the
confirming
Talks
things for
channel.
yourself.
So I'm uploading like
So if I
7
start
or
throwing in
8
things
more
like Tag 3,
videos
you can get an idea of like how they
onto
use
the
this
Talk
technology
Stories
to capture the
channel.
topographic measurements here. And
That's
then
what
they
the plan
use
is
this
for
to create
today.
this 3D model of what appears to be undiscovered areas. Again, none of this is actually a city. None of this are entire cylindrical fucking.
Wow, your
like,
hustle never ends. Nope,
rods
never ends,
pointing
bro.
upwards. It's just new chambers.
And I was supposed to be doing
that
stuff
are
on the Seth
undiscovered
material
or
too, but
maybe rediscovered inside the
that's on
pyramid.
hold for another
so
week.
Again, for many people who are regurgitating
So we'll have
this,
2 episodes out
it
next
feels
week.
like most of
Episode 4
the
and
people
5.
talking about this, most of the news agencies aren't really actually looking at the actual like research paper at all, which is a little baffling to me, right? Like to post this kind of information and just constantly spread it around without actually verifying that the paper you're looking at is not even like a recent paper. It's from 2022. Why is it being shared?
Plus, like, I
all
think
of a
we
sudden
should
out
do
of
a
nowhere?
story
so
tomorrow.
Even looking closer into it, like the closest I could
So
find
I gotta come up with
the
a story
relation
idea.
of these like images to these scientists was on something known as the Khafre Project, right? And this apparently was in the 15th March 2025. This press release was supposed to come out, you know, sometime recently. But
I'm
it just
thinking something
hasn't
like
seemed to
character
have come out
creations. Like,
recently,
was
okay?
it you that was saying
Hasn't
do
seemed to
stories?
appear.
No, it was
There's this
Ebro.
press conference with these images.
But
and
yeah,
updated
we're gonna
findings.
do like
So I tried to find out
character
where this press
creation
conference
stories for
and every
backstories for
single
the book.
conspiracy page that I was going to could link everything except that press release. So one
And,
user
probably do
asks, "Hey,
pacing."
Greg, it's inauthentic to not link that March 15, 2025 press release that you mentioned in the video." And Greg's
Do
like,
one
I read
about
the
a
release
European
and showed
country
it.
full of
You did
pedos?
it. You showed the 2022. Sorry, when some asshole says, do your own research. All right, I will do my own research. So this moment I went to like Grok. Now, I'm using multiple tools of AI. Also, you know, just because it's good to use multiple different tools and sources. But also, a lot of these AIs have cool tools like deep search, right? And in terms of Grok, they have this deeper search, which is a super extended version of the search. So I go to the
Character
search and say,
creation
can
sounds
you
fun.
find me that March
Yeah.
15 press release regarding the cities located underneath the pyramids of Giza? So immediately, Grok, and if you want to know what like madness and insanity looks like, right? Grok does this 13-minute long search. I want you to understand, the AI is like absolutely scouring every single source it can find through multiple different search engines on the internet just to find this. So this is kind of the equivalent of like your internet investigator doing like a month worth of research and scouring the internet, all done within 13 minutes, okay? AI is crazy in some capacities. So here it basically identifies what I'm asking, which is this press release by Corrado Malunga and Filippo Biondi, claiming an underground complex underneath Giza using SAR tech. In fact, the conclusion that the AI actually discovered was that the March 15th press release by the Khafre project claimed the discovery of a vast underground complex beneath the pyramids of Giza, detailing specific structures that could suggest an ancient city. However, the lack of peer-reviewed evidence, expert skepticism, and methodological concerns means that the findings remain unverified and controversial. For researchers and enthusiasts, the ongoing debate underscores the need for further investigations, potentially through excavations, though approval and validation remain uncertain as of March 24th, 2025. One guy claims they have the complete PDF file and they'll be publishing it soon for all to see. That was posted on March 21st, 2025. Promises made, promises kept. A free insight, an article from the exclusive PDF. Bro, just give me the actual fucking, like, PDF file, dude. So according to that Read Multiplex, this is the apparent actual PDF file that was found around, okay? So the Khafre project, again, excuse the low resolution over here. And again, this is the abstract, summarizes the key points of their research. This is their conference on March 16th, 2025. So after in this PDF, the first step is just looking at their original like 2022 page. And the second step is their second phase of the research. They focused on the radar analysis on the second most important pyramid of the Giza Plateau, the Pyramid of Khafre. The pyramid provides a wealth of data regarding previously unknown internal structures. The tomographic images obtained from the satellite data processing immediately highlighted the presence of 5 structures located at the center of the pyramid, yada yada yada, constructed blah blah. The analysis of these data obtained using entirely non-invasive techniques are briefly summarized below. So these findings allowed us to construct a 3D model of the entire complex, the examination of dozens of tomographic images obtained from different angles. So I guess these are the images right over here, the tomographic images. As observed in the 3D model, below the ground level of the main structure, vertically aligned cylindrical structures extend for hundreds of meters beneath the Giza Plateau. Notably, 8 of these structures arranged in 2 parallel rows from north to south. So again, these are the alleged like structures that exist. Now, mind you, the thing about this is nobody has verified any of these like images. In fact, it's kind of the equivalent of like anybody can take this, like anybody can just make images up and just post them out, especially in the world of obviously artificial intelligence. So no, is there any confirmed cities underneath the pyramids? No. And the reality is, look, I would love to be somebody that sees this kind of stuff and I would be like, hey, you know, this is kind of cool. I would want things to be a reality. I love wacky stuff like this. But I think it's important to point out when there is misinformation floating around. It's a lot of people sharing images and like PDF files and like research papers of completely unproven, unpeer-reviewed like, you know, analysis into this like pyramid underground city story. But yeah, honestly, I wanted to look into this because ultimately, I feel it's fun for me to like deep dive into this and like get to the truth of the matter. And I think the truth is there's just no evidence to any of this. And ultimately, this video for me is important because I think I've shown you guys how to also fact check things for yourself. In the world of artificial intelligences and deep search algorithms, I think these tools, these AI tools, are actually quite important when you're trying to combat things like misinformation or trying to understand the truth of any subject. That's just where I kind of stand into it. Again, I'm not here to poo on anyone's parade. I don't think that's really the focal point of this video. That's just really smug behavior for no real reason. I would love there to be like really cool undiscovered shit in the world we live in. But there's a difference between like, you know, there's a flood of information that exists around us every day, like 9 or 10 different news articles, constant arguments against each other. And it's really using multiple sources and tools that are at our disposal to really discern the truth. I think for most people who come across a story, they'll look at this and they'll either believe everything or believe nothing. And nobody will try to ever actually dig into the truth of the matter here. So hopefully you guys maybe learned something out of it. I had fun looking into this, to be real. And if you like the stuff, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I'm out.
Perfect timing. Alright guys, it was a good day today. They pushed me for the 8. We got the 8. It's all good. Thanks for watching. And remember, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Thank you for the company. No worries. Rest easy and we keep it creamy. True, brother. Let's find someone to raid. Who we raiding today? Here we go. Get ready, guys.